Introduction. I. Jean Paul Sartre, 1905–80, was a literary giant of his time. His philosophical and literary works, complex and profound, continue to attract passionate debate, while his novels and plays have lost none of their fascination for a large audience across the world. Roads to Freedom was his major enterprise as a novelist, a 3-volume sequence followed by the unfinished fragment of a fourth that was never translated. The Age of Reason was first published in 1945, the year of France's liberation from German occupation, the Reprieve later in the same year, Iron in the Soul and 2 chapters of Drôle d'Amitié in 1949. Sartre then abandoned the project. With the onset of the glacial era of the Cold War, his intense preoccupation with contemporary politics and the dialectics of history seems to have closed down the fictional chamber of his extraordinarily fertile imagination. The English titles of the first 2 novels reflect the French originals exactly. Age de Raison picks up its double meaning from the 18th century Enlightenment, when the reign of God was at last supplanted by rationalism. And indeed Sartre's characters acknowledge no meaning to human existence outside of themselves and their own projects. For them, as for the author, God is dead. But Sartre also points the title at a phase of life. His hero, Matthew, is reminded by his conforming elder brother that he has reached, in his mid-30s, the age of reason, to which Matthew scornfully retorts, "You mean the age of reconciliation, the moment of capitulation to bourgeois marriage, property, prudence, and bad faith." The reprieve, l'exercice, refers to the false reprieve from war granted to Europe by the Munich Agreement of September 1938. As for the third novel, La Mort dans, aim would be more accurately rendered as Death Not Iron in the Soul. The overall title given to Sartre's masterpiece, Roads to Freedom, loses some of the resonances of the original Les Chemins de la Liberté, a more faithful translation of which might be The Ways of Freedom. For Sartre, freedom is only partly an end, a barricade to be stormed; it is also man's inescapable ontological condition, a permanent field of possibilities. To render Chemins as ways would be to retain the sense of an odyssey while grasping also the ironic dimension, for with ways goes waysides, the places where we sometimes fall, or drop out while declaring ourselves to have completed the journey. The trilogy provides 2 obvious strands of continuity. Certain characters, most notably Matthew Delarue, born in the same year as Sartre, 1905, and like Sartre a philosophy teacher in a lycée, progress from one volume to the next. There is thus a cast of principles around whom a vast chorus of subsidiaries, from humble soldiers to the great political figures of the era, state their claims on the world. History itself offers the second strand of continuity. The action of the trilogy is condensed into a period of roughly 2 years, from the summer of 1938 to the summer of 1940, from a Europe at peace, the Europe of private lives and insular ambitions, though the civil war in Spain was already flashing its warning to those who cared to look, to the collective catastrophe of war, defeat, and Nazi occupation which caught everyone in its mesh. For Sartre himself these events arrived as a catalyst, abruptly projecting him from philosophical speculation and literary work among a circle of kindred spirits into the company of ordinary French workers, peasants, and clerks whose accepted lot was to endure, rather than to act upon events. This discovery of the other nation called into question his own fastidious recoil from the compromises and demagogic slogans of politics, setting in motion within Sartre an unresolved dialogue between the pure claims of the intelligence and the crude choices afforded by collective action. As novelist, playwright, and journalist he wrestled with the dilemma of dirty hands. The title of his play Les Mains Sales, though the simple dualism between insular passivity and political activism is complicated by a psychological question which haunts all his writing about war and armed resistance: does one enter the party to change the world, or to lose oneself in a comforting paternal embrace? Sartre tells us that to join the party and not to join the class struggle represent 2 forms of escapism. The central characters of Roads to Freedom, the apolitical Matthew and the communist brunette, are thus the protagonists in a specifically modern tragedy. The structure of the trilogy represents a movement from the private to the public domain. The characters of the Age of Reason are only dimly aware of what lies beyond their personal projects, love affairs and existential pains. Indeed, the first 10 chapters are the work of an artful miniaturist, not unlike the tableaus of an intimate stage play, as we discover what each member of a small circle needs and fears from the other. Dialogue is the crucial instrument of both action and characterization, though Sartre also used the resources of prose to describe the resistant opacity of the material universe and the hidden adventures of perception. At the heart of every personal encounter is the awareness that each self is the other for the person with whom he shares a meal or shares a bed. In Sartre's famous phrase, "Hell is other people." In the Reprieve, a panoramic and synoptic overview of Europe writhing in anticipation of war, Sartre employs a radically different literary technique. Whereas the Age of Reason observes the classic unities of time, place, and action, Sartre now unveils the formidable resources of the modern novel, and indeed the modern cinema. He knew his Eisenstein and Pudovkin, to move from one location to the next with lightning rapidity, often in mid-sentence. What emerges is a collective stream of consciousness fashioned out of a mosaic of individual lives, each thrashing to be free of the looming fatality which is war. This helplessness applies even to the statesmen of Europe, with the single exception of Hitler, the demon orchestrator of the apocalypse. Sartre's work as philosopher, novelist, playwright, and essayist must be viewed as the motions of a multifaceted talent across a single, though immense, field of inquiry. The artist and the philosopher remained inseparable. The first step towards cognition was invariably recognition, the pinning down of concrete experience as a prelude to abstract deduction. In one sense, Roads to Freedom is a first-class epic, in another it is a fictional exploration of the phenomenology of freedom given philosophical form in Sartre's Being and Nothingness. Here 3 modes of consciousness are described, starting from man's initial sense of otherness from everything, human or inanimate, that he encounters. This gap is what Sartre calls freedom, a source of anguish and alienation, yet man's distinctive faculty for fashioning a free life out of a free will. Sartre's fictional characters illustrate how we take refuge from our anguish at our failure to absorb the world, to be its sole subject, by trying to annihilate our freedom through inertia, passivity, and cynicism, the syndrome described by George Orwell's Inside the Whale. Sartre calls this refuge being in itself. Alternatively, we escape into a second posture of evasion, being for others, desperately assimilating the prevailing conventions and conforming to the image expected of us. Sartre was a master cartographer of the landscape of evasion, the flight from responsibility. The critic Henry Payer compared his gift to that of Stendhal, and indeed the entry for February 26, 1940 in Sartre's War Diaries indicates a debt. Reread with deep admiration the first 60 pages of La Chartreuse de Parme. Stendhal's natural style, charm, and liveliness of imagination can't be matched. Men and women are free whether they like it or not, insisted Sartre. He rejected all determinisms, whether Mandan, Freudian, or behaviorist. Nor are freedom and authenticity medals to be won in a single battle and thereafter worn on life's tunic. Each encounter is primary and demands a new choice. Matthew, for example, tends to regard a good conscience as a faculty you fatten while waiting to make the real choices. Too late he realizes that he has been living a lie. Sartre's was an intelligence in constant motion, a mind propelled by an avid sense of inquiry. Had he frozen his philosophy in the fashionable left-bank cult of post-war existentialism, his writing would not have continued to generate the vitally modern radioactivity that it sustained until blindness and illness finally robbed him of his powers in the 1970s. Already in Roads to Freedom we are forced to confront the central question: can a man be free if he suffers poverty and exploitation, or if he witnesses the misery of others but does nothing? And was Marx not right to dismiss freedom as empty bourgeois rhetoric unless defined in terms of freedom and necessity, the central dialectic of history? These were the great issues which in the post-war era propelled Sartre towards revolutionary socialism, though never into the Communist Party. The Reprieve and Iron in the Soul chart the early stages of an intellectual journey which was to culminate, 20 years later, in the Critique of Dialectical Reason. En route he published his celebrated essay, What is literature? 1948, in which he argued that literature should be a weapon in the struggle for a society liberated from exploitation. Writing is not action but a form of secondary action, action by disclosure. A committed, engagee, literature will not act as a sedative, a syrupy diet of consolation, but as an irritant, a provocation to change the world. Sartre's post-war politics led him into bitter conflict with erstwhile friends, notably Albert Camus and Raymond Aron, who made Sartre the prime target of his polemic, the opium of the intellectuals. To merit the right to influence men who are struggling, Sartre rebuked Camus, one must first participate in the struggle. Yet an ironic paradox lurks at the heart of this secular version of liberation theology. To close the painful gap between the self and the world, to eradicate that intolerable lack, men resort to varying strategies. In Sartre's case, as he pointed out, that strategy was writing. By exercising his intelligence, by mastering the metaphysics of existence, by attempting to understand everything, Sartre sought to banish his own sense of alienation. To liberate the world you have first to dominate it. My ambition is myself alone to know the world. And, for me, knowledge has a magical sense of appropriation. To know is to appropriate. It was the ultimate gambit of a short, ugly man who drank and smoked heavily, while squinting from behind his glasses with an all-seeing octopus eye. In the age of reason, the problem of communism is a mere speck on the lens. By the end of Iron in the Soul it dominates almost the entire field of vision. In the 1950s, Sartre's hostility towards American global ambitions and France's stubborn, rearguard colonial wars brought him close to the communists, but the Soviet repression of the Hungarian Revolution in 1956 terminated the affair. Denigrated by the brunettes of the communist press as an agent of Wall Street and a hermetic philosopher, Sartre replied in What is Literature? The politics of Stalinist communism is incompatible with the honest practice of the literary craft. Stalinism had replaced one form of alienation, one version of mendacity, with another. So it seems that Matthew was right to resist Brunet's overtures, and right not to surrender himself to the consolations of a secular church. The literary style employed in the Reprieve was much influenced by the stream of consciousness employed by John Dos Passos, whose mammoth trilogy, USA, fascinated the French writer. Writing in Atlantic Monthly in August 1946, Sartre described the revelatory impact of Faulkner, Dos Passos, and Hemingway on his own generation. The last of these reinforced his preference for a style which was lean and hard rather than bloated or baroque. He despised decorative displays just as he distrusted art for art's sake. From Dos Passos, with his newsreel and camera eye innovations, Sartre adopted strategies for weaving individual consciousness in and out of the onrush of events, the collision of forces larger than any individual, though he stopped short of the American writer's unpunctuated collages. Here, in Dos Passos's 1919, the camera eye travels to Paris. At the Gare de they're singing the International entire. The Gendarmerie Nationale is making its way slowly down Magenta into stones, whistles, bits of iron. The International Mort Auxiliary vashes barricades. We must build barricades. At a corner I run into a friend to look out, they're shooting to kill and it's begun to rain. This torrential impact is recaptured by Sartre in the Reprieve, a prose onslaught both mesmerizing and sometimes overtaxing as huge, unbroken paragraphs bear down on the reader. The cross-cutting begins in the first paragraph of the novel, which introduces us in rapid succession to Matthew in France, to an incensed Czech nationalist, Milan, in the disputed Sudetenland, and then to the old gentleman, the British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain. Later we cut from Milan and his wife, Anna, to an illiterate French shepherd, Gros Louis, adrift in Marseilles, searching for work and escaping from the draft and he knows not what. At another juncture the Czech nationalist takes comfort in the thought I'm not alone, and immediately the French homosexual, Daniel, hundreds of miles distant, reflects, I'm alone. Later these same two characters, entirely unknown to each other, inhabit a single sentence, tears of rage welled into Milan's eyes, and Daniel turned towards Marcel, and then immediately we are with the paralytic, crippled youth, Charles, squirming on his back, where are they going to send us? Sartre's collage technique can be an exasperating one, not infrequently forcing us either to reread the passage or lose our way. Yet, possessed with his marvelous freedom of maneuver, burdened by none of the physical constraints of the theater, the novelist is perfectly endowed to break physical boundaries, to split and fuse the molecular structures of individual lives, and to dramatize the mysteries of the moment, each clock unknown to the other, yet joined by a bondage as universal as the force of gravity. Sartre relished the endowment. In certain respects Sartre straddles the divide between the coherent realism of the 18th and 19th century novel on the one hand and the modernist writing of the 20th century, which has systematically fragmented human experience into a sequence of random, often futile, spasms. It was Samuel Beckett, another resident of Paris, who remarked in his novel Malloy that man is no more free than a slave crawling east across the deck of a ship traveling west. Sartre was always a faithful friend of experimental art, and it is significant that at the beginning of Iron in the Soul the Spanish Republican Gómez visits the Museum of Modern Art in New York and singles out Klee, Rouault, and Picasso as the artists who ask awkward questions. Sartre had little love for the facile productions of communist socialist realism, with their archaic literary forms washed by sentimental romanticism, Tchaikovsky in the Steel Works. Even so, he entertained a certain hostility towards the ivory tower avant-garde, rejecting the surrealists' convenient doctrine that true revolt takes place within, esprit or through scandalous gestures. A recurring theme in Sartre's fiction and drama is the pseudo-revolt of the wealthy boy who loves the poetry of Rimbaud and regards himself as the privileged spirit above the common herd. Such a character is Lucien in the story Childhood of a Leader. Such a character, also, is Philippe, who first appears in the Reprieve and is seen again in Iron in the Soul. Jes d'un autre, I is another, announced Rimbaud. Sartre regarded such declarations, when taken on board by spoiled fils à papa, as affectations designed to grease a sordid flight from responsibility. His own fictional characters are entirely themselves. Nevertheless, Sartre man and woman are far from being in total command of their own capacities, hence the rapid alternations between the he and the I, between the character as subject and as object. He heard them moving to and fro almost as though they're in my room. It's as if the character, a mere third-person singular to us, however deep our empathy, suddenly cries out from the page. Such changes of camera angle were not available in the literary form that Sartre loved best, the theater. Dramatic writing allows the portrayal of people only by what they say and do. They remain locked into the third-person singular even when they step front stage and unburden themselves to the audience. The theater was a natural medium for an existentialist philosopher who insisted that man is, simply, what he does. L'homme n'est rien d'autre qu'il fait. Indeed, Sartre continued to write stage plays after he abandoned fiction in 1949. The Flies, Dirty Hans, No Exit, The Devil, and The Good Lord and Altoona remind us of his brilliant, yet always accessible, talent as a playwright. Iron in the Soul marks a reversion to a more conventional mode of fiction than the Reprieve. Despite occasional cross-cutting and symbiotic fusions, we follow the story of the fall of France in June 1940 through a succession of clearly defined scenes which pay due respect to transitions of time, geography, and action. The outer world is once again on its own conveyor belt. As Sartre extends the range of his narrative to encompass the ordinary poilus, the short-legged, demoralized, cocky citizens of the Third Republic, he increasingly resorts to the naturalistic tradition whose great French precursor was Émile Zola. It is no challenge for Sartre to reproduce the nuances of Parisian café life, but his mastery of the argot and patois of stranded workers and peasants marks a triumphal alliance of the ear and the imagination. In the final section of Iron in the Soul, Sartre again adapts form to content. We are now with the communist militant Brunet, viewing the prisoner of war camp exclusively as he does. To seal us hermetically into Brunet, Sartre reverts to the long, unbroken paragraphs, a tunnel of words and sensations inside which dialogue runs on continuously, one speaker after another, like rain beating on a roof. Although we can distinguish the comrades whom Brunet ferrets out from the dispirited mass, it is Brunet's assessment of them that counts. Novelist or playwright, the writer is sole creator, whatever his debt to the living, of his characters. The novelist, however, can in addition play God to his creations in one particular manner that Sartre vigorously rejected by providing them with a preset, unalterable nature, as if imprisoning them in a plaster cast, and then shamelessly confiding this image to the reader. In an essay on François Mauriac, Sartre insisted that the novelist must present his characters as free people confronting choices of their own, with a latitude for surprising both themselves and us in action related from various points of view. One can therefore read the entire length of the trilogy without finding a sentence in which Sartre sets any of his creations in a rigid mold. The preferred technique is to allow them their own internal reckoning. Thus Matthew, waiting for captivity at the hands of the Germans, reflects: I've spent my life reading, yawning, tinkling the bell of my own little problems, never managing to make a decision only to find that I have decided, that I chose this war and this defeat. Everything's got to be done over again, and yet, there's nothing that can be done. The two thoughts interpenetrated, cancelled one another out. Only the unruffled surface of nothingness remained. The last two sentences remind us, however, that the author lurks, huge and omniscient, behind his character's freedom. One also wonders how many people, even professors of philosophy like Matthew, ever summarize their own lives so neatly. Similar doubts arise from a passage in the Reprieve where Sartre depicts the homosexual Daniel, who engineered the breakup of Matthew and Marcel in the Age of Reason, bored to death by Marcel's company at the seaside. As his eye falls on a pretty youth digging in the sand, shades of Thomas Mann's Death in Venice, he is overcome with desire. But he is also overcome with Sartrean phenomenology. Oh, to be, like a tree, like the boy's back. I am myself for all eternity, homosexual, mean, coward. They see me no, not even that, it sees me. He was the object of looking. Given Sartre's antipathy to definitive, godlike comment by the author, one must assume that these reflections belong to Daniel himself. But the phenomenology, strongly reminiscent of the portrait of Antoine Roquentin in Nausea, Sartre's first and most artistically achieved novel, must suggest that if Daniel is anyone's object he is Sartre's. Try as he may, the novelist cannot escape from his divine burden, however generously he empathizes with his creations, breathing their oxygen. In the end both we and they know only so much as he will allow us. 2. Iron in the Soul takes place in June 1940. A year and 9 months have elapsed since Europe gratefully grasped the false peace described in the Reprieve, and 9 months since Britain and France declared war against Germany and then did nothing about it. Sartre's central character, Matthew, has been in uniform since September 1938. Sartre himself was not conscripted until a year later, his job being to send up balloons, observe them through field glasses, and then telephone the local artillery battery with news of wind changes. This was the phony war, the long attrition described by Sartre in his war diaries. The men nowadays no longer have that religious trust in their generals. To tell the truth, they have no trust of any kind. They're convinced that a total war is won for economic and political reasons. It was a period of waiting, timidity, hesitation, withdrawal. The general staff has deliberately accepted it all. Sartre didn't do badly out of it. A man who by choice lived in residential hotels, read in public libraries and wrote in cafes, he established himself mornings and evenings in the big, cold Hotel du Soleil at Bouxwiller and poured out a vast wordage letters, diaries, drafts for being and nothingness, the finished text of the Age of Reason. Later he was taken prisoner by the Germans. In the first chapter of Iron in the Soul we join Gomez, now a refugee from Franco's victory in Spain, in heat-soaked New York. The antipathetic descriptions of that city obviously draw on Sartre's own, unhappy, post-war visit. Bitterly Gomez rejoices at news of the fall of Paris. He has not forgotten that when Franco entered Barcelona, the French shook their heads and said it was a pity. The narrative then cuts to his wife and son, Sarah and Pablo, fleeing south from Paris in a column of refugees. Their taxi runs out of petrol, the driver demands his full 200 francs, there is a harrowing scene, and one is reminded of the intensely moving episode in the reprieve when Sarah drags Pablo blindly behind her through city streets after Gomez's unaffectionate return to the Spanish War and other women. Nor does Gomez in New York now give them much thought. He's more interested in shapely legs. The homosexual Daniel exults in the defeat and degradation of France. Paris is now a ghost city as it awaits the conquerors, they are running and crawling. I, the criminal, reign over the city in their stead. Awe and joy overwhelm him as at last he sees them, the Germans, boldly he returns their stare, looking into sun-tanned faces in which eyes showed like glacier lakes. He longs to be a woman so that he might load them with flowers. But soon Daniel will find distraction and solace in the seduction of Philippe, the bourgeois boy pacifist of the reprieve, who did in the end serve with his unit in the Nord but then ran away with everyone else. Taking the boy home, he is gratified by the admiring reaction his Mexican statuettes excite, and the great thing about them is that they're genuine, says Daniel. He suggests to Philippe that it's not his mother he really loves but his tormentor and stepfather, the general. You want him to ride you like a mare, Daniel insinuates, your pacifism is nothing but a dialogue with the general. Sartre offers us two contrasting seduction scenes, one existentialist and dynamic, the other naturalist and bogged down in helpless stasis. Every motion in Daniel's predatory pursuit of Philippe is radiated with psychological development. Further east, a bombastic and ignorant soldier in Matthew's unit, Pinette, seduces the girl in the local village post office. He has her, she clings and wails, he escapes a succession of farmyard transactions. Matthew's odious lawyer brother Jacques, meanwhile, is found with his wife on the road south from Paris. As usual, Jacques reeks of Sartre mauvaise foi. Had there been any danger, he tells Odette, I would have stayed. Insisting that he left the city for her sake, to be with her, because she had been frightened, he also recalls how he had been turned down for military service by an MO, don't you remember how angry I was? Odette, a non-smoker, is so disgusted that she steals one of his cigarettes as he snores over the wheel of the car. Enough of Jacques. Among his comrades demoralized by military disaster, Matthew is alone with his education and self-possession, stranded in a moronic tide drifting through supine defeat. In the darkness they all looked alike. He sat down on the edge of the road because there was nowhere else for him to go. Night entered him through mouth and eyes, through nose and ears. Out of solidarity he tries to get drunk with the lads, but can't do it, then feels ashamed of his own superiority. Matthew is secure against physical victimization because he can swing a punch as well as any Hemingway hero if strictly necessary. And he can also, as he discovers, kill. Besieged in the church tower he achieves catharsis through slaughter, a savage atonement for years of vacillation. Each one of his shots avenged some ancient scruple. He was free. What befalls him we don't know, but it is significant that the communist brunette, passing through the same village, sees the church tower collapse. Brunette is taken prisoner. The last section of 120 pages belong to Brunette and therefore to politics. Enter now the mysterious figure of Schneider, a fellow prisoner of war of equal composure who clearly knows a good deal about the Communist Party, banned by Daladier after the Nazi-Soviet pact and the outbreak of war, yet is not a member. Drôle d'amitié, the unfinished fourth volume of Roads to Freedom, will reveal that Schneider's real name is Vicarios, an intellectual who broke with the party over the pact. I find one specific improbability in Sartre's depiction of Brunette. I'm a militant, he tells Schneider, and I've never wasted my time speculating about high politics. I had a job to do and I did it. Here we are also told that Brunette has written the leading two-page article in Humanite justifying the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact of August 1939. Such delicate assignments, requiring the most subtle deployment of the dialectic, were never entrusted by the party to simple militants unfamiliar with the higher politics. As novelist, Sartre here falls into the trap of convenience. The odor of Marshal Pétain's new order, of the Vichy regime, of collaboration, already pervades the camp. The French prisoners display an alarming gratitude for every small concession, food, a visit from relatives offered by the conquerors. Abandoned by their own officers, they need to believe that the Germans are reasonable, fair, efficient. In Germany, says one, you pay your taxes but at least you know where the money goes. Willingly they set their watches to German time. The voices of priests are heard, denouncing materialism. And I say unto you, rejoice, my brothers, rejoice in the dark place of your suffering, for where there has been sin, there, too, is there expiation, there, too, is there redemption. The theology which interests Sartre, however, is of that international communism. According to Schneider, the Nazi-Soviet pact represented Stalin's final decision to abandon the Western democracies. Brunet cannot believe it and angrily rejects the suggestion that the clandestine French Communist Party could ever condemn resistance to Nazi occupation. He insists that the solidarity between the European proletariat and the workers' state, Russia, is rooted in inexorable historical laws. Brunet is destined for disillusionment, but that belongs to the fourth, untranslated volume, only 2 chapters of which appeared in 1949 before the project was abandoned, like Sarah and Pablo on the road south from Paris. David Cott. Quotations are from Jean Paul Sartre, War Diaries. Notebooks from a Phony War, 1939-40. Transaction by Quentin Hoare. Verso, 1984. Part 1. New York, Saturday, June 15, 1940. 9 a.m. An octopus? He pulled out his knife and opened his eyes. It was a dream. No, it wasn't. The octopus was a reality, and it was draining him with its suckers. It was the heat. He was sweating. He had gone to sleep about 1 o'clock. At 2 the heat had woken him. Streaming with sweat, he had plunged into a cold bath, and had then got back into bed without drying himself. Almost at once the furnace had resumed its roaring under his skin, and he had begun to sweat again. At dawn he had fallen asleep, only to dream that the house was on fire. The sun must be pretty high by this time. Not for a moment did Gomez stop sweating. He had been sweating uninterruptedly for 48 hours. Christ, he muttered, passing a damp hand over his streaming chest. This was more than mere heat, a sickness of the atmosphere. The very air was in a fever, the very air was sweating, and human beings were sweating within a carapace of sweat. He must get out of bed, he must put on his shirt and start sweating in that. He sat up. Hombre. I haven't a dry shirt left. His last, the blue one, was soaked, because he had had to change twice a day. None left. He would have to wear this sopping, stinking rag until his things came back from the laundry. Very cautiously he got to his feet, but no matter how slowly he moved, the moisture poured from him. Great drops crept down his legs, like lice, tickling him. His crumpled shirt lay across the back of the armchair, a mass of creases. He felt it. Nothing ever gets properly dry in this bloody country. His heart was thumping, his mouth tasted like the bottom of a parrot's cage, just as though he'd had a thick night. He put on his trousers, went across to the window, and pulled aside the curtains. The street glared up at him, a catastrophic dazzle of white sunlight. 13 more hours of daylight to face. In a mingled mood of suffering and fury he gazed down at the roadway. Everywhere the same catastrophe. Over there, blood and screams on the good, black earth, under a pall of smoke, here a blinding sunlight between rows of low, red brick houses, sunlight and sweat. But the catastrophe was the same. 2 Negroes were strolling along the sidewalk, laughing. A woman was just going into a drugstore. Oh God, he muttered, oh, God. He looked at the screaming confusion of discordant colors. Even if I had the time, even if I were in the mood, how could I paint in light like this? "Oh, God," he exclaimed, "oh, God." There was a ring at the bell. Gomez went across and opened the door. It was Richie. "Darned murder, that's what it is," said Richie as he came in. Gomez gave a start. "What do you mean? This heat darned murder." "Hello," he went on accusingly, "you not dressed yet? Ramon's expecting us at 10. Gomez shrugged. "Didn't get to sleep till late." Richie grinned, and Gomez added hastily, "Too hot, couldn't get off." "Always like that at first," said Richie breezily, "you'll get used to it." He gave the other an appraising look. "See here, you taking your salt pills?" "Of course I am, but they don't do a bit of good." Richie shook his head. There was a touch of severity in his friendliness. "Salt pills ought to stop sweating." If they didn't stop Gomez, that must be because Gomez was different from other guys. "Wait a minute," he said with a frown, "you should be acclimatized by this time, Spain's plenty hot." Gomez's mind went back to the dry, tragic mornings in Madrid, to the noble light of the sun above the Alcalá when it was still speaking of hope. He shook his head. "Not the same kind of heat. Less humid, eh?" There was a note almost of pride in Richie's voice. "Yes, and more human." Richie was holding a newspaper. Gomez stretched a hand to take it, but his courage failed him, and he let it fall back. "This is my big day," said Richie cheerfully, "Delaware celebrations, that's my hometown, YC." He opened the paper at page 13. Gomez saw a photograph of LaGuardia shaking hands with a fat man. Both of them were smiling broadly. "Guy on the left's the governor of Delaware," explained Richie. "LaGuardia received him yesterday at City Hall, pretty big occasion." Gomez wanted to snatch the paper from him and look at the front page. But he thought, "What the hell do I care," and went into the bathroom. He started running cold water into the tub, and shaved hurriedly. Just as he was getting into his bath, Richie called to him. "How you getting along?" "Just about leaned out, not a clean shirt to my name, and $18 left. Manuel's due back, too, on Monday, and I shall have to clear out of the apartment." But his mind was on the newspaper. Richie was reading it while he waited. Gomez could hear him turning the pages. He dried himself carefully, but it was no use, the towel was wringing wet. He put on his damp shirt with a shiver, and went back into the bedroom. The Giants' big game. Gomez looked at Richie. He had no idea what he was talking about. "Baseball yesterday, the Giants won." "Oh yes, of course, baseball." He bent down to tie his shoes. He tried to read the front page headlines upside down. Finally, he asked, "What about Paris? Didn't you hear the radio?" "Haven't got a radio." "Finished, washed up," said Richie without any show of excitement. "They got into it last night." Gomez went over to the window, and pressed his forehead to the blazing pane. He looked at the street, at the meaningless sun, at the whole meaningless day. There would be nothing now, any more, but meaningless days. He turned away and dropped onto the bed. "Hurry," said Richie, "Ramon doesn't like to be kept waiting." Gomez got up. Already his shirt needed wringing. He began to knot his tie in front of the glass. "Think he'll agree?" "In principle, yes. $60 a week and you can do the art shows." "But he wants to see you." "He'll see me all right," said Gomez, "he'll see me." Then he swung round. "I've got to have an advance. Is he likely to give it me?" Richie shrugged. After a brief pause, he said, "I've told him you were in Spain, and he doesn't exactly think you've got Franco written on your heart, but I didn't say anything about what you'd been doing there. Better not say you were a general, nobody really knows what he thinks about things." "A general?" Gomez looked at his shabby trousers, at the dark sweat stains already showing on his shirt. He said bitterly, "Don't worry, I'm not likely to boast. I know only too well what it costs a man here to have fought in Spain. For 6 months now I haven't had a smell of a job. Richie showed signs of annoyance. We Americans don't like war, he said. Gomez stuffed his jacket under his arm. Let's get going. Richie slowly folded the paper and scrambled to his feet. On their way downstairs, he asked a question. Your wife and kid in Paris? I sincerely hope not, said Gomez briskly. I hope Sarah was sharp enough to leg it down to Montpellier. He paused for a moment, and then added, I haven't had any news of them since the 1st of June. If you get this job you'll be able to bring Em across, said Richie. Yes, said Gomez, yes, nothing for it but to wait and see. The street was a dazzle of windows. The sun blazed down on the flat-roofed warehouses of blackish brick. In front of every door was a flight of white stone steps. Over towards the East River there was a heat haze. The whole city looked stunted. No shade anywhere. In no street in the world would one feel so terribly exposed. White-hot needles seemed to pierce his eyes. He raised his hand to screen them. His shirt was sticking to his body. He shivered. You're right about its being murder. Poor old guy fell down just ahead of me yesterday, said Richie, sunstroke brr, don't like seeing stiffs. You'll see enough of em if you go to Europe, thought Gomez. It's 40 blocks, went on Richie, we better take a bus. They stopped in front of a yellow Standard. A young woman was waiting. She fixed them with an expert, brooding eye and turned away. Nice-looking dame, said Richie with schoolboy eagerness. Pretty obvious floozy, said Gomez, ill-temperedly. He had felt dirty and sweaty beneath her glance. She was not sweating, nor was Richie, who looked pink and cool in his fine white shirt. There was scarcely so much as a trace of shine on his snub nose. Gomez the handsome general. The general had bent above blue eyes, green eyes, black eyes aflutter behind long lashes, but this streetwalker had seen nothing but a little South European runt earning $50 a week, and sweating in a ready-made suit. She took me for a dago. All the same, he could not help staring at her long, well-shaped legs. He was conscious of a little uneasy stirring of the flesh. 4 months since I had a woman. In the old days desire had been like dry, hot sunlight in his belly, but now the handsome General Gomez knew only the squalid, furtive cravings of the voyeur. Cigarette? No, my throat's on fire, I'd rather have a drink. No time. Richie gave him a pat on the shoulder. He looked faintly embarrassed. Say I try and work up a smile. If Ramon sees you looking like that he'll get a fright. I don't mean be obsequious, he added hurriedly, as he noticed Gomez's movement of irritation, only just to sort of stick on a grin when you go into the room, something quite impersonal you can forget about. Doesn't matter what you're thinking, only smile. Oh, I'll smile, said Gomez. Richie shot him a sympathetic glance. Worrying over your kid? No. Richie made a painful effort to apply his mind to the situation. Over Paris, then. Paris can go to hell, for all I care, said Gomez with sudden violence. It's better they should have taken it without a fight, isn't it? The French could have defended it, there was a trace of emotion in his voice. Hell, a city like that, in the middle of a flat plain. They could have defended it. Madrid held out for 2.5 years. Oh, Madrid. Richie repeated the word, and sketched a vague gesture, but what's the point in defending Paris? Why, it would have been crazy. They'd have destroyed the Louvre, the Opera, Notre Dame. The less destruction there is, the better. As things are going now, he wound up with an air of great satisfaction, the war'll be over soon. Yes, to be sure, said Gomez ironically, as things are going now we'll be having a Nazi peace inside 3 months. Peace, said Richie, is neither democratic nor Nazi, it's just plain peace. You know I don't figure to like these Nazi guys, but they're only men after all. Once they've got Europe handed to 'em on a plate, their difficulties will begin. They'll have to pipe down considerably. If they've got heads on their shoulders, they'll just let each country run itself inside a European federation, something like our United States. He spoke slowly and with deliberation. It'll stop you folk from having a war every 20 years, he went on, and that'll be all to the good. Gomez looked at him with a feeling of acute irritation. Unlimited kindness showed in the gray eyes. Obviously the man had a happy temperament, he overflowed with love for humanity in general, children, birds and abstract painting. It was his opinion that the only thing needed to settle all conflicts was a little common sense. He had small sympathy for immigrants from the Latin countries. He got on much better with the Germans. What does the capture of Paris mean to him? Gomez turned away and studied a newsstand's multicolored display. He realized suddenly that there was something ruthless about Richie. You Europeans, he was saying, set such a hell of a lot of store by symbols. We all of us knew, a week ago, that France was finished, and what of it? Naturally you feel a bit riled, you've had a home there, you got memories, I see all that, but what, really, does the capture of Paris matter to you, provided the place is unharmed? As soon as the war's over, we'll go back there. Gomez felt himself borne up on the wings of a dangerous and angry joy. Why should I care? He asked in a trembling voice. I'm glad. When Franco entered Barcelona, the French shook their heads and said it was a pity, but not one of them raised a finger to stop it. Well, now it's their turn, and I hope it chokes 'em. I'm glad, he shouted above the din of the motor bus which was just drawing up to the curb, I'm glad. They got in behind a young woman, and Gomez managed to get a good look at her legs. They stood on the platform. A fat man, wearing gold-rimmed spectacles, hastily drew back, and Gomez thought, I must stink. A man in the back row of seats had opened his paper. Gomez, looking over his shoulder, read, Toscanini acclaimed in Rio, where he is conducting for the first time in 54 years, and, a little lower, New York premiere, Raymond and Loretta Young in The Doctor Takes a Wife. Here and there in the bus were the spread wings of other papers, LaGuardia receiving the governor of Delaware, Loretta Young, fire in Illinois, Raymond, my husband has loved me since I started using Pitt's deodorant, ask for Chris Argale, the honeymoon laxative, a man in pajamas smiling at his young wife, LaGuardia smiling at the governor of Delaware, no cake for the miners, says Buddy Smith. All these people were busy reading. The large black and white pages spoke to them of themselves, of their worries and their pleasures. They knew who Buddy Smith was, but Gomez did not. They kept the staring headlines that said Paris captured or Montmartre in flames turned to the floor or to the driver's back. They read on, and the papers screamed their news to deaf ears. Gomez felt old and tired. Paris was far away. He, alone, among 150 million people, was concerned about it. It was no more than a small personal preoccupation, scarcely more important than the thirst burning his throat. Let me have a look at your paper, he said to Richie. The Germans have occupied Paris. Pressure developing towards the south. Capture of Le Havre. Assault on the Maginot Line. The headlines screamed, but the three Negroes behind him went on laughing, not hearing a thing. French army intact, Spain takes Tangier. The man with the gold-rimmed spectacles was feeling about methodically in the recesses of his briefcase, from which, finally, he fished a Yale key. This he studied with satisfaction. Gomez felt ashamed. He wanted to put away his paper, as though it were indiscreetly trumpeting to the world his own most intimate secrets. The vast uproar of unhappy voices which set his hands trembling, the appeals for help, the death rattles, all these things seemed crudely incongruous, like his own foreign sweat, his own unpleasant smell. Hitler's good faith is doubted. President Roosevelt does not believe. The United States will do everything in their power for the Allies. His Majesty's government will do everything in its power for the Czechs, the French will do everything in their power for the Spanish Republicans. Lint, medicaments, cases of tinned milk. A drop in the ocean. Students demonstrate in Madrid, they demand the return of Gibraltar to the Spaniards. Catching sight of that word Madrid, he could read no further. I'm glad. The damn swine, only hope they'll set all Paris on fire, reduce the whole place to ashes. Tours, from our special correspondent, Archambaud. The battle is continuing, French say enemy pressure lessening. Nazi losses heavy. Of course the pressure is lessening, and it'll go on lessening until the last day of the war, until the last French newspaper stops publication. Heavy losses, mere words, hope's final little bluster that deceives nobody. Heavy fascist losses round Tarragona, pressure lessening, Barcelona will hold out, and then, 24 hours later, headlong flight. Berlin, from our special correspondent, Brooke Peters. France has lost the whole of her industry, Montmedy has been captured. The Maginot Line has been stormed. The enemy is in flight. Paeans of triumph, sounding brass, sunlight. They are singing in Berlin, in Madrid, thousands of men in uniform, Barcelona, Madrid, uniforms, Barcelona, Madrid, Valence, Warsaw, Paris, and, tomorrow, London. At Tours, gentlemen in black jackets are scurrying down hotel corridors. Grand news. Grand news, let 'em take the whole damn lot, let 'em land in New York, grand. The gentleman in the gold-rimmed spectacles was looking at him. Gomez felt ashamed, as though he had spoken his thoughts out loud. The Negroes were smiling, the young woman was smiling, the driver was smiling. Not to grin is a sin. This is where we get down, said Richie, smiling. On the posters, on the magazine covers, all America was smiling. Gomez thought of Ramon and began to smile. 10 o'clock, said Richie, we shan't be more than 5 minutes late. 10 o'clock, 3 o'clock in Paris. Livid and hopeless, the afternoon lay hidden behind this colonial morning. 3 o'clock in France. Properly stuck, said the man. He sat there as though turned to stone. Sarah could see the sweat trickling down the back of his neck. Her ears were filled with the din of klaxons. No more juice. He opened the door, jumped out onto the road, and stood there in front of the car, gazing at it affectionately. Hell, he said between his teeth, hell. Hell. He laid the flat of his hand on the scorching radiator cap. Sarah could see him through the window standing against the glitter of the sky, in the middle of this vast hurly-burly. The cars that had been following them all morning stretched into the distance until they were swallowed up in a cloud of dust. Behind them, klaxons, whistles, hootings, a warbling of metallic birds, a hymn of hate. Why are they so angry? Asked Pablo. Because we're in their way. She would have liked to jump out of the car, but despair kept her riveted to the seat. The man looked up. Oh, get out, he said irritably, can't you hear? Help me to push. They got out. Go round to the back, said the man to Sarah, and push hard. I'd like to push too, said Pablo. Sarah leaned against the car and pushed with might and main. She kept her eyes shut. It was like a nightmare. The sweat was soaking through her blouse. The sun jabbed at her eyes through their closed lids. She opened them. In front of her the man was pushing, his left hand flat against the door, his right twiddling the wheel. Pablo had flung himself against the back bumper, and was clinging to it, all the while emitting a series of wild shrieks. Be careful not to get dragged, said Sarah. The car was trundled apathetically to the side of the road. Stop! Stop! Shouted the man. God in heaven, that's far enough. The klaxons had stopped. The stream of cars was once more flowing. They grazed past their broken-down companion. Faces showed, pressed to the windows. Sarah felt herself blushing beneath all those staring eyes, and took refuge behind the car. A tall, skinny driver, at the wheel of a Chevrolet, leaned out. Swine. Lorries, heavy and light, private cars, taxis with masked meters, vans. With each vehicle that passed her, Sarah felt a further drop in her courage, and Gian seemed more than ever distant. Next came a procession of horse-drawn wagons, and Gian creaked away into a still more hopeless remoteness. Finally, the road became a black congestion of pedestrians. Sarah withdrew to the edge of the ditch. The crowd terrified her. The people in it walked slowly, painfully, and misery imparted to all a family likeness. Anyone who joined them would soon look just the same. I don't want to become like that. They did not look at her, but avoided the car without turning their eyes in her direction. They seemed no longer to have any eyes. A great hulking fellow, wearing a straw hat, with a suitcase in either hand, brushed the car and bumped against the mudguard. He made a half-turn, and then resumed his tottering progress. His face was dead white. One of the suitcases was covered with multicolored labels, Seville Cairo Sarajevo Strisa. He's half dead, exclaimed Sarah, he'll fall down at any moment. But he did not fall. Her eyes followed the straw boater with its red and green ribbon, bobbing along gaily above the sea of hats. Take your suitcase and go on without me. Sarah shuddered but said nothing. She looked at the crowd with terrified disgust. You heard what I said. She turned to him. Can't we wait until a car comes along and beg a tin of petrol? There are bound to be some more cars when this lot has gone by. The man gave her a nasty smile. I advise you to try. Well, why not try? He spat contemptuously, and for a moment or two said nothing. Have you looked at 'em? He asked at last. They're just crawling, almost touching. Is it likely any of 'em will stop? Suppose I manage to find some petrol. You won't. It's not very likely they'll lose their place in the line just for you. He stared at her with a cackle of laughter. If you were a good looker and 20, there might be a chance. Sarah pretended not to have heard. She pressed her point. But suppose I did manage to get some? He shook his head with stubborn obstinacy. Nothing doing, I'm not going any further, not if you raise 20 liters, not if you raise 100. I've had my lesson. He folded his arms. Stop and think for a moment, he said with surly earnestness, braking, skidding, declutching every few yards, changing down 100 times an hour. That's what does a car in. There were brown stains on the windscreen. He took out a handkerchief and began rubbing at them with anxious care. I oughtn't to have let you persuade me to come. You only need very little more petrol, said Sarah. He shook his head without answering. She would have liked to scratch his face, but controlled her temper. Keeping her voice calm, she said. What are you going to do, then? Wait here. Wait for what? He did not answer. She seized his wrist and gripped it as hard as she could. I suppose you know what'll happen if you stay here? The Germans will deport all men of military age. Will they really? And I suppose they'll cut off the kids' hands, and rape you into the bargain if they're brave enough. Just a lot of blarney, that's what all that is. I bet they're not half as bad as they're made out to be. Sarah's throat was dry, and her lips were trembling. In a perfectly colorless voice she said. All right, where are we? 24 kilometers from Gian. 24 kilometers. I won't let this brute see me crying. She went back to the car, pulled out her suitcase, and took Pablo by the hand. Come along, Pablo. Where to? Gian. Is it a long way? Quite long enough, but I'll carry you when you get tired. Then, defiantly, we'll find some kind people who'll help us. The man stepped in front of them, barring the way. He was frowning and scratching his head uneasily. What do you want? Sarah asked him grimly. He did not know what he wanted. He looked first at Sarah, then at Pablo. He seemed to be hunting for an answer to her question. "Going off like that, are you?" he said in quavering tones, without so much as a thank you. "Thank you," said Sarah, hurriedly, "thank you." The man had found what he was looking for: anger. He was working himself up into a fury, his face had gone scarlet. "And how about my 200 francs, where are they, I'd like to know?" "I don't owe you a penny," said Sarah. "Didn't you promise me 200 francs this very morning at Melun, in my garage?" "Yes, on condition you took us to Gian, but you're abandoning me and the child halfway." "I'm not abandoning you, it's the old bus." He shook his head. The veins were standing out on his temples. His eyes were glittering, and he looked thoroughly pleased with himself. Sarah was not in the least frightened of him. "I want my 200 francs. She fumbled in her bag. "Here are 100, I don't owe you them, and you're certainly a great deal richer than I am. I'm giving them to you just for the sake of peace and quiet." He took the note and put it in his pocket. Then, he held out his hand again. His face was very red, his mouth was hanging open, and there was a brooding look in his eyes. "You still owe me 100 francs. Not a penny more will you get from me. Let us pass." He made no move, but stood there, caught in the trap of his own ill temper. He did not really want the 100 francs. He didn't know what he wanted. Perhaps it was just that the boy should give him a kiss at parting. These various confused feelings he translated into his own language. He took a step towards her, and she guessed that he was going to take her suitcase. "Don't you touch me. I want my 100 francs. If you don't pay me, I shall take the case." They stood staring at one another. It was quite obvious that he did not want to take the case. Sarah was so tired that she would gladly have given it to him. But since the scene had reached this stage, it had got to be played out. They hesitated, as though they had forgotten their parts. Then Sarah said, "Just you try to take it, just you try." He seized the case by the handle, and began to pull. He could have twisted it free with a single jerk, but did no more than pull, keeping his face averted. Sarah pulled as well. Pablo started to cry. The crowd of foot passengers had already receded into the distance, and the procession of cars had begun again. Sarah knew that she was making a fool of herself. She tugged violently at the handle. He tugged more violently still, and succeeded in wrenching the suitcase free. He stared in astonishment, first at Sarah, then at what he held. Perhaps he had not really wanted to take the thing at all, but it was done now. He was within arm's reach of her. "Give me back my case," said Sarah. He made no reply. He was looking foolish and obstinate. Anger flared up in Sarah and set her running towards the cars. "Thief!" she shouted. A long black Buick was passing at the moment. "You stole it," said the man. He took her by the shoulder, but she wrenched herself away. Ease of speech and movement had come back to her. She jumped on the running board of the Buick, and clung to the handle of the door. "Thief! Thief!" A hand shot out of the car and pushed her off. "Get away, you'll get yourself killed." She felt she was going mad. It was rather a pleasant sensation. "Stop," she shouted, "thief! Help! Get away! How can I possibly stop? I'd be bumped into from behind." Sarah's anger ebbed suddenly. She jumped to the ground and stumbled. The garage man caught her and set her on her feet. Pablo was crying and yelling. The game was up. Sarah wanted to die. She fumbled in her bag, and brought out 100 francs. "Here you are, you'll be ashamed of yourself later on." The man took the note without raising his eyes, and let go of the suitcase. "And now let us pass." He stood aside. Pablo was still crying. "Don't cry, Pablo," she said, but there was no tenderness in her voice. "It's all over now, we're going." They walked away, leaving the man grumbling behind them. Who'd have paid for the juice, I'd like to know. The long-bodied, dark-colored ants filled the whole width of the road. Sarah tried at first to walk between them, but the bellowing of klaxons drove her stumbling into the ditch. "Keep behind me." She twisted her foot and stopped. "Sit down." They sat in the grass. The insects crawled past, enormous, slow, mysterious. The man turned his back on them, he was still clutching his useless 100 francs. The cars creaked like so many lobsters, scraped like so many crickets. Human beings had become reptiles. She felt frightened. "He's a bad man," said Pablo. "Bad, bad." "No one is bad," said Sarah with passionate conviction. "What for did he take our case then?" "You mustn't say what for, why did he take the case?" "Why did he take the case?" "He was frightened," she said. "Why are we waiting?" asked Pablo. "We're waiting until the cars have gone by, so's we can walk in the road." 24 kilometers. 8 would be about the limit of the boy's strength. Acting on a sudden impulse, she climbed to the top of the bank and stood there, waving her hand. The cars swept past her, and she had a feeling that she was being looked at by concealed eyes, by the strange eyes of flies and ants. "What are you doing, Mummy?" "Nothing," said Sarah, bitterly, "just being silly." She returned to the ditch and took Pablo by the hand. Together they gazed at the road in silence, at the road, and at the shelled tortoises moving over its surface. Gien, 24 kilometers. After Gien, Nevers, Limoges, Bordeaux, Hendaye. At Hendaye, consulates, formalities, humiliating periods of waiting in official anterooms. It would be a stroke of luck if they found a train for Lisbon, and at Lisbon nothing short of a miracle if they found a boat for New York. And what good would it do them if they did get to New York? Gomez hadn't a brass farthing. For all she knew, he might be living with some woman. If that were so, her cup of misery and shame would be filled to the brim. He would open her telegram. "Christ," he would say, and turn to the fleshy blonde sitting with a cigarette between her coarse lips. "My wife's turned up again," he'd say, "that's about Tom." He'd be on the dock. All round, people would be waving handkerchiefs but not he. He'd be scowling at the gangplank. "If there was only myself to consider," she thought, "you'd never hear another word from me, but I've got to go on living in order to bring up the child you wished on me." The cars had vanished, the road was empty. Opposite, on the other side, were burned up fields and hills. A man passed on a bicycle. He was pale and sweating, and was pedaling for dear life. He gave Sarah a wild look, and called to her without stopping. "Paris is burning, incendiary bombs." "What?" But he had already caught up with the crowd of cars, and she saw him hitch himself to the back of a Renault. Paris burning? Why go on living? Why protect the young life at her side? What future was there for him except to wander from country to country, bitterness and terror in his heart, chewing for 50 years the curse that lay upon his race, or machine-gunned at 20 on some stretch of road, lying with his guts in his hands? "From your father you inherit pride, sensuality and a bad character, from me, your Jewish blood." She snatched at his hand. "Come along. It's time we were moving." A vast crowd was sweeping over road and fields, close-packed, mulish, implacable, a human flood. Not a sound but the susurration of boot soles on hard earth. Sarah had a moment of panic. She wanted to run somewhere, anywhere into the open countryside. But she pulled herself together, took a firm grip on Pablo, and dragged him along, letting herself be swept forward. Stench, the hot, stale stench of human beings, the sweet, acrid stench of destitution, the unnatural stench of thinking animals. Between two rednecks topped by bowler hats, she could see the last of the cars vanishing into the distance, her final hope. Pablo began to laugh and Sarah gave a start. "SSH, she said shamefacedly, this is no time for laughter. But he kept on, noiselessly. What are you laughing at? It's just like a funeral, he explained. She felt the presence of faces, of eyes, to right and left of her, but dared not look at them. They plodded on, clinging to their plodding as she to life. Walls of dust rose in the air and broke upon them. They kept on plodding. Sarah, very upright, her head high, kept her eyes focused far ahead, staring between the two necks in front. She kept on saying to herself, I won't become like them. But, in a very short time, the collective plodding seemed to have become part of her very being. It mounted from her thighs to her belly, beating within her like a huge laboring heart, the heart of those about her. The Nazis would kill us, wouldn't they, if they could catch us? Pablo asked suddenly. Hush, said Sarah, I don't know. They'd kill everybody, wouldn't they? Oh, do stop talking. I've just told you I don't know. It'd be better to run. She tightened her grip on his hand. Don't run, stay where you are, they won't kill us. There was a sound of rasped breathing on her left. She had been hearing it for the last 5 minutes without giving it any serious thought. It seemed to have worked its way into her own body, to have settled in her lungs, to be her breathing. She turned her head and saw an old woman with grey, sweat-matted locks, an ancient crone of the cities, with bloodless cheeks and heavy pouches under her eyes. It was she who was breathing so heavily. She had probably lived for 60 years in some Montrouge slum or some back shop of the Clichy quarter, and now, here she was, turned loose upon the road. She was clutching to her side an elongated bundle. At every step she staggered, lurching forward first with one foot, then with the other. Her head moved in sympathy with her legs. Who on earth suggested she should come away, at her age? Haven't people got enough unhappiness as it is, without deliberately going out of their way to find more? Kindliness surged in her breasts like milk. I'll help her, I'll take her bundle, her weariness, her misery. Very gently, she asked. Are you all alone, madam? The old woman did not so much as turn her head. Are you alone, madam? Asked Sarah more loudly. The old woman looked at her with expressionless eyes. Let me carry your bundle, said Sarah. She waited a moment, eyeing the bundle with lustful greed. Do give it me, I'll carry it for as long as my little boy's able to walk. I ain't a giving of me bundle not to nobody, said the old woman. But you're completely exhausted, you'll never get to where you're going. The ancient creature shot a glance of hatred at her, and sidled away. I ain't a giving of me bundle to nobody. Sarah sighed and said no more. Her unused kindliness distended within her like gas. They don't want to be loved. Several heads turned towards her. She flushed. They don't want to be loved, they're not used to it. Is there still a long way to go, mummy? Almost as long as it was just now, replied Sarah, her nerves on edge. Oh, mummy, do carry me. Sarah shrugged her shoulders. He's pretending he's jealous because I offered to carry the old woman's bundle. Try to keep on walking for a bit. I can't, mummy, please carry me. Angrily she snatched her hand away. He'll exhaust all my strength and I shan't be able to help anybody. She would end by carrying the child as the old woman was carrying her bundle, she would become one of them. Carry me, he said, stamping his foot, carry me. You aren't tired yet, Pablo, she muttered with a show of severity, you've only just got out of the car. The boy resumed his jog-trot progress. Sarah walked on, staring straight before her, forcing herself not to think of him. At the end of a few moments she glanced down out of the corner of her eye, and saw that he was crying. He was crying very quietly, making no sound, as though keeping his tears to himself. Now and again he raised his small fists and rubbed his cheeks. She felt ashamed, she thought, I'm being too hard, kind to everybody else, out of pride, hard to him because he belongs to me. She had an impulse to give herself to everybody. She had forgotten her own troubles, forgotten that she was a Jewess, one of the persecuted. She had found a way of escape into a huge movement of impersonal charity, and for that reason she hated Pablo because he was flesh of her flesh, and the mirror of her race. She laid her large hand on the boy's head. "It's not your fault," she thought, "if you've got your father's face and your mother's blood." The old woman's whistling inhalations were in her own lungs. "I have no right to be generous." She changed her suitcase into her left hand and bent down. "Put your arms round my neck," she said, good-humoredly, "and make yourself as light as you can." Upsy-daisy. He was heavy. He laughed aloud. The sun dried his tears. She had become just like one of the others, a beast of burden in the general herd. With each breath she took, it was as though there was fire in her lungs. A sharp, a half-imaginary pain gnawed at her shoulder. A weariness that was neither generous nor willingly incurred set her heart thumping, the weariness of a mother, the weariness of a Jewess, her weariness, her destiny. Hope died in her. She would never get to Gian, not she nor any of them. None of those around her had any hope left, not the old woman, not the two necks crowned with bowlers, not the couple pushing a tandem bicycle with flat tires. "We are just caught up in the crowd is walking and we walk with it. We are no more than the feet of an interminable insect. Why walk when hope is dead? Why live?" When the screaming started she was scarcely even surprised, but stood quite still while the others scattered over the road, scrambled up the bank, flung themselves flat in the ditches. She dropped her suitcase and stood in the middle of the road, alone, proud and upright. She heard the roaring in the sky. She saw her shadow already lengthening from her feet. She clutched Pablo to her breast. There was a deafening din in her ears. For a moment she was as though dead. Then the noise lessened. She had a glimpse of tadpoles in the watery spaces of the sky. The others were climbing from the ditches. She must start once more to live, start once more to walk. "He was pretty swell, you know," said Richie. "He bought us lunch, and he's given you $100 advance." "True," said Gomez. They were on the ground floor of the Museum of Modern Art, in the gallery devoted to loan exhibitions. Gomez turned his back on Richie and the pictures. He leaned his forehead against the window and looked out at the tarmac and at the meager grass of the tiny garden. "Perhaps now I shall be able to think of something else than my own bit of tragicomedy," he said, without turning round. "You ought to be pretty pleased with life," said Richie expansively. The words contained a discreet hint. "You've found a job, everything's for the best in the best of all possible new worlds, and it's up to you to show proper enthusiasm." Gomez glanced gloomily at Richie over his shoulder. "Pleased? It's you who feel pleased because I'm not going to be an old man of the sea on your back any longer." He felt thoroughly ungrateful. "Pleased," he said, "that remains to be seen." A touch of hardness showed on Richie's face. "Well, aren't you pleased?" "That remains to be seen," said Gomez again, with a mirthless chuckle. He resumed his former position, pressing his face to the window and looking out at the grass in a mingled mood of longing and disgust. Until this morning, thank God, colors had left him cold. He had buried the memory of the days when he had wandered the streets of Paris spellbound, mad with pride at the thought of the destiny awaiting him, saying to himself 100 times a day, "I'm a painter." But Ramon had given him money. He had drunk chilly white wine. For the first time for 3 years he had talked about Picasso. Ramon had said, "I don't see there's much a painter can do after Picasso," and Gomez had smiled. Gomez had said, "But I do." And a dry little flame had started once again to flicker in his heart. When they came out of the restaurant, it was as though someone had operated on him for cataract. Every color had suddenly, and at the same moment, blazed into life to do him honor. 29 was back with its dance halls, the Redoute, the Carnival, the Fantasia. People and things had shown a rush of blood to the surface, A violet dress had glowed to purple, the red entrance to a drugstore had deepened to crimson, colors had drummed in every object with a mad pulsation. The world had thrilled and vibrated till it seemed that it must burst. It was as though everything were on the point of exploding, of falling down in an apoplectic fit. The air had sounded a shrill cacophony of brilliance, had whirled and dazzled like a merry-go-round. Gomez had indulged in a shrug. Here was destiny pouring color on his head just when he had ceased to believe in his destiny. I know perfectly well what ought to be done about it, but somebody else will have to do it. He had clung to Richie's arm, walking quickly, with a fixed stare in his eyes. Colors had thrust at him from every side, bursting like tiny flasks of blood and gall. Richie had pushed him into the museum, and here he now was, with there, on the other side of the glass pane, the spread of nature's green, crude, unrendered, and organic secretion like honey or curdled milk. There it was, to be taken, to be handled. I'll take it, and work it to a pitch of incandescence. But what business is it of mine? I'm no longer a painter. He heaved a sigh. An art critic is not paid to spend his time worrying about the imperfect color sense of wild grass. His business is to think about what other men have thought. At his back were other men's colors displayed on squares of canvas, concentrations, essences, and thoughts. They had had the good fortune to be achieved. Somebody had taken them, inflated them, breathed life into them, pushed them to the very limits of their nature, and now, their destiny accomplished, there was nothing more for them to hope, save to be preserved in museums. Other men's colors, that was now his lot. Oh, well, he said, I'd better start earning my $100. He turned round. 50 pictures by Mondrian were set against white, clinical walls, sterilized painting in an air-conditioned gallery. No danger here, where everything was proof against microbes and the human passions. He went up to a picture and stared hard at it. Richie was watching his face and smiling in anticipation. Doesn't say a thing to me, muttered Gomez. Richie stopped smiling, but the expression of his face was one of conscientious understanding. Sure, he said tactfully, you can't expect it to come back all at once, you got to give your mind to it. Give my mind to that? Gomez echoed the words ill-temperedly, not me. Richie turned and looked at the picture. On a gray ground was a black vertical line crossed by two horizontals. At the left-hand extremity of the upper horizontal was a blue disc. I sort of had a hunch you liked Mondrian. So did I, said Gomez. They stopped in front of another picture. Gomez stared at it and tried to remember. Have you got to write about these? Inquired Richie nervously. I haven't got to, but Ramon would like my first article to be about Mondrian, thinks it would strike the required highbrow note. Oh, I do hope you'll watch yourself, said Richie, it wouldn't do to start off by being too destructive. Why not? Asked Gomez, beginning to bristle. Richie's smile spread a gentle irony. Easy to see you don't know the American public. The one thing it can't take is being startled. Weigh in by making a name for yourself, say simple, sensible things, and say them with charm, and, if you must attack someone, then for Pete's sake don't let it be Mondrian, he's our god. Naturally, said Gomez, he doesn't ask any questions. Richie shook his head and made a clucking sound with his tongue. This he did more than once, to express disapprobation. He asks the whale of a lot. Yes, but not embarrassing questions. Oh, I see what you're getting at, you mean questions about sex and the meaning of life, and poverty, things like that? I certainly was forgetting you done your studying in Germany. Grundlichkeit, he said, slapping the other on the back, don't you think all that's a bit dated? Gomez made no reply. As I see it, said Richie, it's no part of the painter's business to ask embarrassing questions. If some guy came along and asked me whether I wanted to go to bed with my mother, I'd fling him out on his ear except he was carrying out a piece of scientific research. I don't see why painters should have the right to ask me questions in public about my complexes. Like everybody else, he added in a more conciliatory tone, I got my troubles. But when I think they're getting me down, I don't slip off to a museum. No, sir, I put through a call to a psychoanalyst. Folk ought to stick to their jobs. A psychoanalyst gives me confidence, because he's started off by being psychoanalyzed himself. So long as painters don't do that, why, they're talking at cross purposes, and I sure don't ask them to give me a look at myself. What do you ask them for? Asked Gomez, more for the sake of saying something than because he wanted to know. He was looking at one of the pictures with surly hostility. He was thinking, transparent as water, nothing in it. I ask them for innocence, said Richie. Take this one, now. Well, what about it? It's just seraphic, said Richie ecstatically. We Americans like painting to be something that appeals to happy folk, or to folk who are trying to be happy. I'm not happy, said Gomez, and I should be a rotter if I tried to be, with all my friends either in prison or shot. Richie repeated the clucking sound. See here, he said, I know all about your personal troubles, fascism, the defeat of the Allies, Spain, your wife and kid, sure I know. But it's a good thing to get above all that occasionally. Not for a moment, said Gomez, not for one single, solitary moment. A slow flush spread over Richie's face. What would you paint, then? He asked in an offended voice. Strikes, massacres, capitalists in high hats, soldiers firing on the people. Gomez smiled. I've never much believed in revolutionary art, he said, and just now I don't believe in it at all. Well then, said Richie, we're in agreement, aren't we? Perhaps we are. The trouble is, I'm not at all sure that I haven't lost my belief in art of any kind. And in revolution? Asked Richie. Gomez said nothing, and Richie resumed his smiling. You know, you European intellectuals, you get me laughing. Where action's concerned, you all suffer from an inferiority complex. Gomez swung round suddenly and gripped Richie's arm. Come along. I've seen all I want to see here. I know Mondrian by heart, I can turn out an article on him any time I like. Let's go upstairs. Where to? The first floor. I want to see the others. What others? They walked through 3 galleries devoted to the lone exhibition. Gomez pushed Richie ahead of him, and did not stop to look at anything. What others? Asked Richie again. He was in a bad temper. All the others, Klee, Rouault, Picasso, the ones who ask awkward questions. At the foot of the stairs Gomez stopped. He looked at Richie with a puzzled expression. This is the first time I've looked at pictures since '36, he said almost timidly. Since '36? Richie was taken aback. That was the year I went to Spain. At that time I was trying my hand at copperplate engravings. I hadn't time to finish the one I was working on. I left it on my table. Since '36. But what about Madrid, what about the Prado? The pictures had all been packed up, hidden away, dispersed. Richie shook his head. You sure have had a plenty rough time. Why, it must have been terrible not to see any pictures. Gomez burst into a guffaw of laughter. Not a bit of it. There was a hint of disapproval in Richie's astonishment. Take me now, he said, I never touched a brush in my life, but I just have to go to all the exhibitions, it's a necessity of my nature. How can a painter go 4 years without looking at any pictures? Wait a moment, said Gomez, in a few seconds I shall know whether I am still a painter. They climbed the stairs and entered one of the galleries. On the left-hand wall there was a Rouault, all red and blue. Gomez came to a halt in front of it. That's one of the Magi, said Richie. Gomez said nothing. I don't care all that for Rouault, said Richie, but I can see you like him. Oh, shut up. He looked at the picture a moment longer, then dropped his eyes. Come along. If you're fond of Roald, said Richie, there's something of his at the end of the room which I consider to be more beautiful. Not worth bothering, said Gomez, I've gone blind. Richie looked at him, opened his mouth, but said nothing. Gomez gave a shrug. No man who's shot a rifle at his fellow men can look at these properly. They went downstairs again, Richie holding himself stiffly and looking very formal. He thinks there's something odd about me, reflected Gomez. Richie, no doubt about it, was an angel. The obstinacy of an angel showed in his limpid eye. His great-grandparents who had been angels too had burned witches on the public squares of Boston. I'm dripping with sweat, I'm poor, my thoughts are dubious because they are European thoughts. The nice-looking angels of America will end by burning me too. Over there, across the Atlantic, were the concentration camps, here, the stake. He had a wide range of choice. They had reached the counter, close by the entrance, where postcards were sold. Gomez was absent-mindedly glancing through an album of reproductions. Art is optimistic. We have brought photography to a high level, said Richie, look at these colors, might almost be the original. A dead soldier, a shrieking woman. The recorded images of a heart at peace. Art is optimistic. Suffering is justified as soon as it becomes the raw material of beauty. I am not at peace, I don't want to find justification for the sufferings I see. Paris. He turned sharply to Richie. If painting isn't everything, it's no more than a bad joke. What's that? Gomez slammed the album shut. One can't paint evil. Richie's expression had frozen into distrust. The look he turned on Gomez was that of a country cousin. Suddenly he gave a full-throated laugh and dug his companion in the ribs. Don't think I don't understand, boy. 4 years of war. What you need is to be re-educated. It wouldn't be worth the trouble, said Gomez, I'm just about ripe to be a critic. They relapsed into silence. Then Richie, speaking very quickly, said. Did you know there's a cinema in the basement? I've never set foot in the place before. They show film classics and documentaries. Do you want to pay it a visit? I've sure got to hang round here, said Richie, I've a date at 5-7 blocks away. They went across to where a panel of varnished wood was hanging, and read the program. The covered wagon, seen it 3 times, said Richie. But diamond mining in the Transvaal might be interesting. You coming? He added without any great show of eagerness. I don't care for diamonds, said Gomez. Richie appeared to be relieved. He grinned broadly, confidingly, and gave his friend a slap on the back. See you again, he said in English, as though he were recovering his native language along with his freedom. This is where I ought to say thank you, thought Gomez. But he could think of no form of words, and contented himself with a silent handshake. Outside, the octopus was in full operation. 1,000 suckers closed upon him. He was dripping with moisture, his shirt was soaked through in a moment. A white-hot blade danced before his eyes. But he did not care, so happy was he to have got out of the museum. The heat might be cataclysmic, but at least it was genuine. The fierce Indian sky, too, was genuine, thrust upward by the tall peaks of skyscrapers until it looked higher than all the skies of Europe. The brick houses between which he was walking were genuine, and so ugly that no one would have thought of painting them. A soaring block in the distance looked like one of Claude Lorrain's ships, a faint brush stroke on canvas. But it was genuine, Claude Lorrain's ships were not. Pictures are just dreams. He thought of the village in the Sierra Madre where they had once fought a battle from dawn to dusk. There had been genuine red on the road. I shall never paint again, he thought with a stab of bitter pleasure. Here, on this side of the glazed frames, just here, crushed by the descending heat, on this blazing pavement, truth had reared high walls. Truth stood blocking every vista. There was nothing in the whole world but this heat, these stones, Nothing at all save dreams. He turned into 7th Avenue. The human tide flowed over him, its waves crested with a fine spray of bright, dead eyes. The sidewalk vibrated. Incandescent colors spattered him as he passed, steam rose from the crowd as from a damp sheet laid out in the sun. Eyes and grins everywhere. Not to grin is a sin, eyes vague or definite, flickering or slow-moving, but all of them dead. He did his best to go on pretending that these were real men. No, impossible. Everything was falling apart in his hands, his feeling of happiness ebbed. These eyes were like the eyes of portraits. Do they know that Paris has fallen? Do they give a thought to it? They were all walking with the same hurried concentration, splashing him with the white spume of their looks. They're not real at all, he thought, they're make-believe. Where are the real people? Certainly not here. No one here is real, I'm not real. A make-believe. Gomez had ridden in the bus, read the paper, smiled at Ramon, talked of Picasso, looked at the Mondrians. I am striding through Paris. The Rue Royale is deserted, the Place de la Concorde is deserted, a German flag is flying over the Chamber of Deputies, an SS regiment is marching under the Arc de Triomphe, the sky is dotted with aeroplanes. The brick walls crumbled, the crowd returned to the bowels of the earth, and Gomez walked lonely through the streets of Paris, through the truth, the only truth, through blood and hate and defeat and death. Trench swine, he muttered, and clenched his fists, couldn't take it, just ran like rabbits. I knew they would, I knew they were lost. He turned right into 55th Street, and stopped in front of a French café restaurant, à la Petite Coquette. He looked at the red and green facade, hesitated a moment, then pushed through the door. He wanted to see what Frenchmen were looking like today. Inside it was dark and almost cool. The blinds were lowered, the lamps lit. It was a pleasure to find himself in artificial light. At the far end, plunged in silence and shadow, lay the restaurant. A great hulking fellow, with his hair cropped en brosse, was seated at the bar, staring fixedly through a pair of pince-nez. Every now and again his head dropped forward, but he recovered himself at once with a great show of dignity. Gomez sat down on one of the bar stools. He knew the barman slightly. "Double scotch," he said in French, "got today's paper." The barman pulled a New York Times out of a drawer and handed it to him. He was a fair young man, melancholy and precise. But for his Burgundy accent he might have passed for a native of Lille. Gomez made a pretense of glancing through the Times, then, suddenly, raised his eyes. The barman was looking at him with a tired expression. "News not too good, is it?" said Gomez. The barman shook his head. "Paris has fallen," said Gomez. The barman gave a melancholy grunt, poured whiskey into a small glass which he emptied into a larger one. He went through the operation a second time, and pushed the large glass in front of Gomez. The American with the pince-nez momentarily fixed them with a glassy stare, then his head dropped gently forward, as though he were bowing. "Soda?" "Yes." Gomez continued unabashed. "Afraid France is a goner." The barman sighed but said nothing, and Gomez thought with a stab of cruel joy, that he was probably too unhappy to speak. Nevertheless, he stuck to his point, almost tenderly. "Don't you think so?" The barman poured mineral water into Gomez's glass. Gomez's eyes never left the lachrymose moon face. How delicious to choose his moment, to say in quite a different voice, "What did you and your lot do for Spain? It's your turn now to dance on hot bricks." The barman looked up with finger raised. Suddenly he began to talk. His voice was thick, slow, and peaceable, slightly nasal, and marked by a strong Burgundian accent. "One pays for everything sooner or later," he said. Gomez chuckled. "Yes," he said, "one pays for everything." The barman stabbed with his finger at the air above Gomez's head, a comet announcing the end of the world. He did not look at all unhappy. "France," he said, is going to learn now what it costs to abandon her natural allies. And what precisely does that mean, thought Gomez in sudden astonishment. He had meant to stare the other out of countenance with a look of insolent, rancorous triumph, but it was in the barman's eyes that triumph showed. He picked his words carefully, feeling his way. When Czechoslovakia. The barman broke in with a shrug. Oh, Czechoslovakia, he said, and there was contempt in his voice. Well, what about Czechoslovakia, said Gomez, it was your fault that it fell. The barman smiled. In the reign of Louis the Well-Beloved, sir, France had already committed every fault there was to commit. Ah, said Gomez, you're a Canadian. I'm from Montreal, said the barman. Are you now? Gomez laid the paper down on the counter. After a brief pause he said. Don't you ever get any French in here? The barman pointed with his finger at a spot behind Gomez's back. Gomez turned. Seated at a table covered with a white cloth, an old man was dreaming over a newspaper, a real Frenchman, with a worn, lined, stocky face, hard, bright eyes, and a grey mustache. Compared with the florid cheeks of the American with the pince nez, his own looked as though they had been carved out of some inferior material. A genuine Frenchman, with genuine despair in his heart. Ah, said he, I hadn't noticed him. The gentleman's from Rouen, said the barman, comes in here regular. Gomez gulped down his whiskey and got off his stool. What did you do for Spain? The old man saw him approaching without manifesting the least show of surprise. Gomez planted himself in front of the table, and stared greedily at the face before him. Are you French? Yes, said the old man. You must have a drink with me, said Gomez. Thank you, no, the occasion scarcely calls for drinks. Gomez's heart began to thump in an access of cruelty. Because of that, he asked, pointing to the newspaper headline. Because of that. It's because of that I'm offering you a drink, said Gomez. I lived in France for 10 years, my wife and son are still there. Whiskey. All right, but without soda. One scotch without soda, one with. Gomez gave his order. They relapsed into silence. The American with the pince nez had swung round on his stool and was silently looking at them. Suddenly the old man asked a question. You're not an Italian, are you? Gomez smiled. No, he said, no, I'm not an Italian. Because the Italians are a lot of swine, said the old man. What about the French, asked Gomez in his suavest tones, you got anybody there? Not in Paris. My nephew's live at Moulin's. He looked attentively at Gomez. I can see that you've not been here long. What about you, asked Gomez. I settled over here in '97, that's a goodish while. He added, I don't like them. Why do you stay, then? The old man shrugged. I'm making money. You in business? Hairdressing got a shop 2 blocks away. I used to spend 2 months in France every 3 years. I was due to go again shortly, and now all this has happened, so that's that. Yes, that's that, said Gomez. There've been 40 customers in my place this morning. Some days it's like that, and they all of them wanted a haircut, shampoo, and electric massage. You'd think, wouldn't you, that they might have said something about my country. Well, you can think again, just sat reading their papers, the lot of 'em, without a word, and I looked at the headlines while I shaved 'em. Some of them have been coming to me for 20 years, and even they didn't say anything. Ought to thank their stars I didn't cut them, my hand was trembling so. Finally, I put up the shutters and came round here. They don't give a damn, said Gomez. It's not so much that they don't give a damn as that they don't know what to say. The name Paris means something to them, so they don't talk, just because it does mean something to them. They're like that. Gomez remembered the crowd on 7th Avenue. Do you suppose all those people in the street are thinking about Paris? In a way, yes. But they don't think in the same way as you and me. Americans don't like thinking, so, when they do think, it takes the form of doing their darndest not to think. The barman brought the glasses across. The old man took his and raised it for a toast. Your health, he said. Yours, said Gomez. A melancholy smile showed on the old man's face. Difficult to know what sort of health to drink, isn't it? Then, with sudden determination. I drink to France, he said, to France, no matter what's happened. Gomez did not want to drink to France. To the day when the United States comes into the war. The old man uttered a sharp bark of laughter. What a hope! Gomez drained his glass and turned to the barman. Same again. He needed a drink. A while back he had thought that he was alone in his concern for France. The fall of Paris had been his affair, a private worry, at once a misfortune for Spain and a just punishment for the French people. But he knew now that France was in this bar like a real presence, that it was eddying, in no matter how vague and abstract a form, in 6 million minds. It was almost more than he could bear. He had broken his personal link with Paris, and now here he was, an immigrant of only a few weeks' standing, preyed upon, like the rest of them, by a sort of collective obsession. I don't know, said the old man, whether you'll get my meaning when I say that although I have lived in this country for more than 40 years, this is the first time I have had the sensation of really being abroad. I know these people, I have no illusions about them, but I confess I thought that somebody would stretch a friendly hand or say a sympathetic word to me. His lips began to tremble. Customers who've been coming to me for 20 years, he said again. He's a proper Frenchman all right, said Gomez to himself, one of those Frenchmen who used to call us the Frente crapular. But he could take no pleasure in the thought. He's too old, he decided at last. The old man was staring before him with unseeing eyes. In a voice that lacked conviction, he said. It may, of course, be their form of tact. Said Gomez. It's quite possible, said the old man, entirely possible. With them everything is possible. In precisely the same tone he went on, I owned a house, at Rouen. It was my intention to go back and live there when I retired. But now I feel I'm fated to die here, and that changes one's point of view. Of course, thought Gomez, of course you'll die here. He turned away his head. He wanted to escape somewhere. But he pulled himself together with an effort, went rather red, looked the old man straight in the eyes, and hissed at him. Were you in favor of intervention in Spain? What intervention do you mean? Asked the old man in obvious bewilderment. He looked at Gomez with sudden interest. Are you a Spaniard? Yes. You two have had a lot to put up with. The French didn't do much to help us, said Gomez in a colorless voice. That's true, and the Americans aren't doing much to help us. It's with nations as it is with individuals, every man for himself. He didn't lift a finger to help Barcelona, and now Barcelona's fallen, Paris has fallen, and we're both of us in exile. There's not a pin to choose between us. The barman put the two glasses on the table. They reached for them without, for a moment, ceasing to look at one another. Here's to Spain, said the old man. Gomez hesitated before saying between clenched teeth, here's to the liberation of France. Silence fell between them. It was a pitiable situation, two old broken dolls in a New York bar, drinking to France and Spain. What a farce. The old man carefully folded his paper and got up. I'm due back at the shop, that last drink was on me. No, said Gomez, no, barman, chalk up all the drinks to me. Many thanks. The old man reached the door. Gomez noticed that he walked with a limp. Poor old devil, he thought. Same again, he said to the barman. The American got off his stool and staggered towards him. I'm plastered, he said. Ah, said Gomez. Hadn't you noticed it? As a matter of fact, I hadn't. And do you know why I'm plastered? I couldn't care less, said Gomez. The American belched noisily and collapsed onto the chair which the old man has just vacated. "'Cause the Huns have taken Paris." A gloomy look came into his face. "Worst news since 1927, he said. "What happened in 1927? The man laid a finger on his lips. "SSH, he said, THA's personal matter." He laid his head on the table. He seemed to have fallen asleep. The barman came across from the counter. "Keep an eye on him for a couple of minutes," he said, "this is his regular time, I'd better go find his taxi." "Who is he?" asked Gomez. "Works on Wall Street." "Did he really get drunk because Paris has been taken?" "If that's what he says, I guess it's true. But he was the same way last week, and then he said it was because of what was happening in the Argentine, and the week before that because of the Salt Lake City disaster. Gets drunk every Saturday, but never without some reason. Too sensitive, that's his trouble," said Gomez. The barman hurried out. Gomez rested his head in his hands and stared at the wall. He had a clear vision of the engraving he had left unfinished on his table. It had needed a dark mass on the left to give it balance. Something like a bush, yes, a bush, that was it. He saw in memory the table, the big window, and he began to cry. Sunday, June 16th. There. Just over the trees. Matthew was asleep and the war was lost. Even in the ultimate privacies of sleep it was lost. The voice woke him with a start. He lay on his back, eyes fast shut, arms pressed close to his body, and he had lost the war. His mind was rather hazy about where precisely he was, but he knew that he had lost the war. "To the right," shouted Charlotte excitedly, over the trees, "haven't you got eyes in your head?" Matthew could hear Nippert's slow drawl. "What's the hurry?" "Where are we? Lying in the grass, 8 towns in the country, 8 civilians in uniform rolled in army blankets, lying in pairs on a spread of canvas, in the middle of a kitchen garden. We've lost the war. They gave it us to do something with, and we've lost it." It had slipped through their fingers and got itself lost somewhere up north to an accompaniment of a great deal of noise. "What's the hurry?" Matthew opened his eyes and stared at the sky. It looked a sort of pearl gray, cloudless, bottomless, a mere negative presence. Another morning was slowly gathering like a drop of light which, sooner or later, would fall on the earth and drench it with gold. The Germans are in Paris and we have lost the war. Another morning, another beginning. The world's first morning, precisely like every other morning, everything waiting to be done, all the future in the sky. He freed one hand from the blankets and scratched his ear. The future didn't concern him, other people would have to bother about that. In Paris the Germans were looking at the sky, reading in it the signs of victory and the promise of many morrows. "I've got no future." The silky texture of the morning stroked his face, but against his right hip he could feel the warmth of Nippert's body, against his left thigh the warmth of Chariot's. Years and years still to be lived, endless expanses of time to be killed. He had got to kill every detail, all the successive minutes, of this triumphant day now starting, light breezes in the poplars, midday sun on the cornfields, the smell of warm earth at evening. When night comes the Germans will take us prisoner. The sound of booming grew louder, he saw the aeroplane in the eye of the rising sun. "It's a whoop," said Charlotte. Sleepy voices tossed insults into the sky. They had grown used to the lazy patrolling of German aeroplanes, to a war that had become cynical and inoffensive. It was what they expected of their war. The Italians didn't play the game. The Italians dropped bombs. "A whoop, said Luberon, "you're telling me. Can't you hear how irregular that engine's running? It's a Messerschmitt, take my word, model 37. Tension relaxed beneath the blankets. The faces, turned skywards, smiled at the German aeroplane. Matthew heard a few muffled explosions, and 4 small round clouds blossomed in the sky. "The buggers," said Charlotte, shooting up Jerry now. "Enough to bring a basketful of eggs on us," said Longin, irritably. Schwartz added a contemptuous comment. "Won't them chaps never learn?" There came the sound of 2 more explosions, and a couple of dark fluffy clouds appeared over the poplars. "The buggers," said Charlotte again, "the buggers." Panette had raised himself on one elbow. His bright little cockney face looked pink and clean. He fixed his companions with a disdainful expression. "Just doing their job," he said dryly. Schwartz gave a shrug. "What's the point now?" The ack-ack had gone silent. The 2 little clouds were shredding out. Nothing could be heard but the regular and triumphant throb of an engine high up. "Can't see I'm no longer," said Nippert. "I can, there he is just where I'm pointing." A white vegetable thrust from the ground in the direction of the aeroplane. Charlotte crouched naked under his blankets. "Keep still," said Sergeant Pearn nervously, "you'll give us away if you aren't careful." "Oh yeah, in this light they'll take us for a field of cabbages." All the same, he withdrew his arm as the machine passed overhead. His pals grinned as they followed the bright little speck of sunshine across the sky. It was a morning's distraction, the first event of the day. "Getting up an appetite, that's what he's doing," said Luberon. There were 8 of them there who had lost the war, 3 orderly room clerks, 2 observers, and a meteorologist, all lying side by side among the leeks and carrots. They had lost the war much as a man loses an hour without noticing it. 8 of them: Schwartz, the plumber; Nippert, the bank clerk; Longin, the tax collector; Luberon, the bank messenger; Charlotte Wroclaw, the sunshade and umbrella merchant; Panette, the ticket puncher; and 2 teachers, Matthew and Pearn. They had spent 9 boring months, first in the pine woods, later among the vineyards, and then, one fine day, a voice from Bordeaux had announced the news of their defeat, and they had realized that they had backed the wrong horse. Matthew felt the touch of a clumsy hand on his cheek. He turned to Charlotte. "What is it, angel face?" Charlotte was lying on his side. Matthew could see his healthy pink cheeks and open mouth. "What I want to know," said Charlotte in a low voice, "is shall we be moving today?" A worried look was chasing round and round over his cheerful countenance, as though it did not know where to perch. "Today? I don't know." They had left Moorsbron on the 12th. Then had come a period of disorderly retreat and, finally, this halt. "What are they buggering about here for?" "Waiting for the PBI, so they say." "If the PBI can't make it, is that any reason why we should let ourselves get nabbed with them?" He added, apologetically. "You see, I'm a Jew, and I've got a Polish name." "I know," said Matthew gloomily. "Shut up," said Schwartz, "and listen." A continuous muffled rumbling reached their ears. The day before, and the day before that, it had gone on from dawn to dusk. No one knew who was firing, or on what target. "Can't be far off 6 o'clock, said Panette. "Yesterday they started at 5:45. Matthew raised his wrist above his eyes and turned it round in order to see his watch. 6:05. 6:05, said Schwartz. "It'd surprise me if we moved today." He yawned. "Oh, well, another day on the veldt." Sergeant Pearn echoed his yawn. "Better show a leg," he said. "Yes," said Schwartz, "suppose so, better show a leg." No one moved. A cat streaked past them, stopped and crouched as though ready to pounce, then suddenly, all purpose forgotten, stretched itself lazily at full length. Matthew, propped on his elbow, was watching it. All at once he became aware of 2 legs in khaki puttees set astraddle, and raised his eyes. Lieutenant Ullman, with arms folded, was contemplating them. His eyebrows were raised. Matthew noticed that he had not shaved. "What the devil do you think you're all doing? Have you gone mad? Answer me, what do you think you're doing?" Matthew waited a few moments, then, seeing that no one had attempted to reply, said, without moving. "We thought it'd be nicer to sleep in the open, sir." "Indeed, with the sky full of enemy planes. That happy thought of yours might have cost us dear and set them gunning Divisional H.Q. The Germans know perfectly well we're here." "All our moves were made in full daylight," said Matthew patiently. The lieutenant seemed not to have heard him. "I issued strict orders that you were not to leave the barn," he said, "and what the hell do you mean by lying down in the presence of a superior officer?" There was a lazy stirring at ground level, and the 8 men sat up on their blankets, blinking sleepily. Charlotte, who was stripped to the skin, covered his nakedness with a handkerchief. The air was fresh. Matthew shivered and felt round for his tunic to throw over his shoulders. "So, you're there too, are you, Pirn? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. N.C.O.S are supposed to set a good example." Pirn compressed his lips and said nothing. "Never seen such a thing in M life," said the lieutenant. "Perhaps you'll be good enough to explain why you left the barn." He spoke without self-assurance. His words were violent but their tone was weary. There were dark shadows under his eyes, and his fresh complexion looked blotchy. "We were too hot in there, sir, couldn't sleep." "Too hot, were you? An air-conditioned bedroom's more in your line, I suppose. You'll spend tonight in the schools, with the others. Don't you realize there's a war on?" Longin gestured with his hand. "War's over, sir," he said with an odd little smile. "Over, my foot. You ought to be ashamed to talk about its being over when less than 20 miles away there are chaps trying to cover our retreat and getting killed for their trouble." "Poor buggers," said Longin, "just set down there to be pooped off while the armistice is being signed." The lieutenant flushed angrily. "You're still soldiers, and, until you've been demobilized and sent home, you'll go on being soldiers, and you'll obey your officers." "Even in a prison camp?" asked Schwartz. The lieutenant said nothing, but looked at them with mingled timidity and contempt. They returned his gaze without embarrassment or impatience. It seemed doubtful whether they even felt the novel thrill of unexpectedly seeing themselves as objects of fear. After a brief pause, the lieutenant gave a shrug and turned on his heel. "I should consider it a great favor if you would consent to get up at once," he threw back at them over his shoulder. He moved away, holding himself very upright, and walking trippingly, like a dancer. His last dance, thought Matthew. In a few hours there'll be German shepherds herding us eastwards, higgledy-piggledy, officers and men alike. Schwartz yawned till his eyes watered. Longin lit a cigarette. Charlotte was tearing up handfuls of grass. They were all of them afraid to get up. "You noticed what he said about us sleeping in the schools tonight," said Luberon. "That means no move." "That was just for something to say," remarked Chariot. "He doesn't know no more than us." Suddenly Sergeant Pirn burst out with, "Who does know who knows anything?" There was no reply to this question. A moment later Binet jumped to his feet. "Anyone coming along for a wash?" he inquired. "OK," said Charlotte with a yawn. He got up. Matthew and Sergeant Pirn followed his example. "The Kadam kid," exclaimed Longin. In his pink and hairless nakedness, with his fresh complexion and his prominent little belly gleaming in the golden light of dawn, Charlotte did look exactly like France's number 1 baby. One Schwartz, as usual, padded along behind him. "You've gone all goose fleshy," he said, tickling him. "You've gone all goose fleshy, baby face." Charlotte put on his regular act of squealing and wriggling, but this morning there was something half-hearted about the performance. Binet turned to Longin, who was smoking with a mulish look on his face. "You not coming?" "What for?" "To get a wash." "Why the hell should I want to wash?" said Longin. "Just to please the Jerrys. They can take me as they find me." "Who said anything about being took?" "You make me sick," said Longin. "We may make a getaway," said Pinette. And Santa Claus may come popping down the chimney. Even if they do take us, that's no reason for staying dirty. You don't catch me washing for them. That's all balls, said Pinette. Longin chuckled but said nothing. He lay there, snuggled in his blankets, with a look of superiority on his face. Luberon, too, had stayed where he was, and was making believe to be asleep. Matthew took his haversack and walked over to the trough. There were 2 metal pipes from which water flowed into a stone basin. It was cold and stark like a naked body. All night long Matthew had heard its hopeful, childish, and interrogative murmuring. He plunged his head into the trough. The babyish song became a silent, glittering freshness in his ears and nostrils, a bouquet of wet roses and water plants in his heart, bathing in the Loire rushes a small green island childhood. When he stood up again Pinette was savagely soaping his neck. Matthew smiled at him, he was very fond of Pinette. What balls Longin does talk, said Pinette. If the Fritzes do turn up we got to be clean. He stuck a finger in his ear and twiddled it vigorously. If you've got such a thing about being clean, shouted Longin from where he was lying, better wash your feet as well. Pinette looked at him pityingly. No one sees one's feet. Matthew started to shave. The blade was an old one and made his skin smart. When I'm a prisoner I shall let my beard grow. The sun was getting higher. Its long beams struck obliquely through the grass. Under the trees the green was young and tender, a hollow of sleep in the morning's flank. Heaven and earth were full of signs of hope. Among the poplar leaves the birds, obedient to some invisible signal, struck up a full-throat chorus, a metallic storm of quite extraordinary violence. Then, mysteriously, they fell silent. A feeling of insecurity seemed to be wandering about the grassy expanse, about the patches of vegetables that were as chubby as chariots' cheeks uncertain where to alight. Very carefully Matthew dried his razor and put it back into his haversack. His heart was in league with the dawn, the dew, the long shadows. Deep within him was a feeling as of a feast day. He had got up early and had shaved as though for some special, some gay occasion, a party in a garden, a first communion, a wedding feast with lovely dresses flickering in pleached alleys, a table spread on the lawn, warm droning of sugar-drunk wasps. Luberon got up and went over to the hedge to relieve himself. Longin went into the barn, carrying his blankets under his arm. A moment later he came out again, wandered idly across to the trough and wetted the tips of his fingers with a mocking, idle expression on his face. Matthew had only to look at him to realize that there was no feast day in the offing, not now or ever again. The old farmer had come out of his house. He stood smoking his pipe and looking at them. "Mornin', Daddy," cried Charlotte. "Marnin' to ye," said the farmer, with a shake of his head, "Marnin' to ye." He came forward a few steps till he was close to them, and halted. "Not gone, then?" "Obviously not," said Pinette drily. The old fellow chuckled. He looked in not very good humor. "'Tis just as I did say, no chance of you going. We might." He spat between his feet and wiped his mustache. "What about them box? We likely get a squint of 'em today." They broke into a laugh. "Maybe yes, maybe no," said Luberon. "We're all in the same boat, just waiting and dolling of ourselves up to say how d'ye do." The old man gave them a funny look. "'Tain't the same for you, you'll be coming back." He sucked at his pipe and added, "Reckon you didn't know as I'm from Alsace." "We ought to, you've told us often enough," said Schwartz. "What about putting on another record?" The old man shook his head. "Funny sort of war," said he, "'tis the civilians now as gets killed, and the soldiers as goes scot-free. Come off it? You know as well as we do that they won't kill you. I be from Alsace, I tell ye." "So am I," said Schwartz. "Maybe," said the old man, "but that be different. When I left Alsace it belonged to 'em." "They won't do you any harm," said Schwartz, they're human like the rest of us. Like the rest of you, said the old man with a sudden spurt of indignation, would you go bout a chopping of Kitty's hands off? Schwartz burst out laughing. Filled up with all the nonsense of the last war, that's what he is, he said with a wink at Matthew. He took his towel, dried his great muscular arms, and turned to the farmer. They're not a lot of loonies, you know. They'll give you cigarettes and chocolate propaganda, that's what they call it. And you needn't be afraid of taking it all either, it won't commit you to anything. Still laughing, he went on. Good deal better, as things are, to be a native of Strasbourg than of Paris. I don't want to become no German, not at my age I don't, said the farmer, rather they stuck me up and shot me. Schwartz slapped his thigh. Hell, boys, do you hear that? Rather be a live German than a dead Frenchman, say I, he finished, imitating the old man's voice. Matthew jerked up his head and looked at him. Panette and Charlotte were looking at him, too. Schwartz stopped laughing, went very red, and wriggled his shoulders. Matthew turned away. He had no wish to sit in judgment. Besides, he liked this great strapping, good-tempered, hard-working lout. Not for anything in the world would he have added to his embarrassment. No one spoke. The old man shook his head and glanced round the circle with a resentful expression. Didn't ought to have gone and lost this air war, didn't ought for to have gone and lost it. They were all silent now. Panette coughed, went over to the trough and began playing with the tap, looking foolish. The old man knocked out his pipe on the gravel path, trod on the ash, then turned round and went slowly back into the house. There was a long silence. Schwartz stood very stiffly, his hands on his hips. After a few moments he seemed to wake up. He forced a smile. I was only kidding. No answer. The others were looking at him. Then, quite suddenly, though nothing had visibly occurred to change the situation, some obstruction seemed to give way. It was as though a stretched spring had been eased, as though there had been a sort of motionless dispersal of energy. The sullen little group broke up. Longin began to pick his teeth with his knife. Luberon cleared his throat, and Charlotte, with a look of angelic innocence, started to hum. They could none of them long harbor a grievance except in matters of leave or rations. Matthew caught a brief whiff of aniseed and mint. Following the example of the birds, grass and flowers were coming awake and flinging wide their smells, as the birds their cries. I'd forgotten the smells, thought Matthew, fresh gay smells, sharp and acid. They would grow sweeter, more lush, more feminine, as the blue of the sky deepened and the German caterpillar trucks drew nearer. Schwartz sniffed noisily and looked at the bench which they had pulled up against the wall of the house on the previous evening. Oh, well, he said. He walked over to it and sat down, his shoulders hunched, his hands hanging between his knees. But he kept his head up and stared in front of him with a hard look in his eyes. Matthew hesitated for a moment, then went and sat down beside him. A few moments later, Charlotte detached himself from the group, and planted himself on the path in front of them. Schwartz looked up at him, unsmiling. Better start washing my things, he said. There was a silence. Schwartz was still looking at Charlotte. I didn't lose the war. Charlotte had an embarrassed air. He began to laugh. But Schwartz was hard on the heels of his thought. If everyone had behaved like me we might have won it. I've nothing to reproach myself with. He scratched his cheek. A surprised look had come into his eyes. It's a fair bugger, he said. That's just about it, thought Matthew, a fair bugger. He gazed into nothingness, and thought, I'm a Frenchman, and that's a bugger, he reflected for the first time in his life, a fair bugger, we've never really seen France, we've only been in it. France has been the air we breathed, the lure of the earth, having plenty of elbow room, seeing the kind of things we do, feeling so certain that the world was made for man. It has always been so natural to be French, the simplest, the most economical, way in the world, to feel that one is universal. One didn't have to explain things, it was for the others, the Germans, the English, the Belgians, to explain by what piece of ill luck, by what fault, it had come about that they were none of them quite human. And now France is lying on her back, and we can take a good look at her, can see her like a piece of large, broken down machinery. And we think so that, all the time, is what it was. An accident of locality, an accident of history. We are still French, but it no longer seems natural. It needed no more than an accident to make us realize that we were merely accidental. Schwartz thinks that he is accidental and no longer understands himself, finds himself embarrassing. He thinks, how comes it that one is French? He thinks, with a bit of luck I might have been born a German. And then his face takes on a hard look, and he sits listening to the approach of his adoptive country. He sits waiting for the coming of the glittering armies that shall gleefully celebrate his change of heart. He sits waiting for the moment when he will be able to trade our defeat for their victory, when it will seem natural to him to be victorious and German. Schwartz got up with a yawn. I'm going across to do some washing, he said. Charlotte swung round and joined Longin, who was talking to Panette. Matthew was left alone on the bench. It was Luberon's turn to yawn noisily. Christ, it's a boring life. Charlotte and Longin yawned. Luberon watched them yawning and yawned again himself. What we need, he said, is a bit of skirt. Mean to tell me you feel like that at 6 o'clock in the morning? Asked Charlotte indignantly. Always feel like it? More'n I do. I'd as soon get a kick in the arse as start mucking about with a woman at this time of day. Luberon gave a cackle of laughter. If you was a married man, you little sissy, you'd have learned to do the job any old time, whether you felt like it or not. Great thing about having a woman is you needn't think about nothing. They stopped talking. The poplars rustled, an antique sun trembled among the leaves. From far away came the companionable rumble of artillery, such a daily familiar, so reassuring, that it had come to seem like one of the sounds of nature. Something detached itself from a point above their heads, a wasp struck at their group in a long, quivering dive. Listen, said Luberon. What to? There was a sort of emptiness about them, a strange tranquility. The birds sang, a cock crowed in the farmyard, far away. Someone was hammering rhythmically on metal. But these sounds did not break the overwhelming sense of silence. The guns had stopped. Oh boy, said Charlotte. MMM. They strained their ears. They stared at one another. That's how it'll begin, said Piern without any particular show of interest. At a given moment, over the whole front, there'll be silence. What front? There isn't a front. Everywhere. Schwartz came towards them, rather shyly. I rather think there's got to be some sort of bugle call first, he said. Balls, said Nippert, communications have all broken down. It might be 24 hours before we heard they'd signed. Perhaps the war ended at midnight, said Charlotte with a hopeful grin. They always give the ceasefire at midnight. Or at midday. Nonsense, you chump, midnight 0 hour, get it? Stop talking, said Piern. They stopped. Piern sat listening intently, his face nervously twitching. Charlotte's mouth was hanging open. Across the rustling silence they listened to peace, a peace without glory, without drums, without trumpets. A peace that was like death. Hell, said Luberon. The rumble had begun again. It sounded less muffled, less distant, more threatening. Longin clasped his long fingers and made the joints crack. He gave vent to a little spurt of bitterness. God in heaven, what are they waiting for? Don't they think we've been beaten enough, that we haven't lost enough men? Has France got to be completely buggered up before they decide to stop the slaughter? They felt nerveless and flabby, spinelessly indignant. Their faces had the leaden look which comes from indigestion. A sound of drumming on the far horizon was enough to make them feel that the great tidal wave of war had swept down on them again. Panette swung round and faced Longin. There was a darkness of storm clouds in his eyes, his hand was gripping the lip of the trough. What slaughter? Tell me that, what slaughter? Where are the dead and wounded? If you've seen any, you've been in luck's way. All I've seen is a lot of windy buggers like you careering along the roads in a blue funk. What's biting you? Inquired Longin. There was a note of spitefulness in his assumed air of concern. Not feeling too good. He shot a conspiratorial glance at the others. Our friend Panette's always been a nice guy. We used to like him because he was as good a hand at swinging the lead as the rest of us. He was never one to put himself forward when there was dirty work to be done. Pity he started being a fire eater just when the war's over. There was an ominous glitter in Panette's eyes. Who says I'm being a fire eater? I do, coming the old soldier, that's what you're doing. Well, it's better than S-ing one's bags, like you. So I'm S-ing me bags, am I, just because I say the French army's taken a beating? You seem to know a lot about the French army. Panette was so angry that his words tumbled over one another. I suppose Vagan's been talkin' things over with you. Longin's smile was lazy and insolent. I can see what's happened to the French army without any help from Vagan. Half of its effectives in flight, and the other half surrounded. What more do you want? Panette swept the words away with a gesture. We shall regroup on the Loire and make contact with the northern armies at Saumur. You really think that, do you, you fathead? It's what the captain said, asked Fontanet. Well, the northern armies had better get a move on, that's all, can say, with the Boks already nibbling at their backsides. As to our turning up at the rendezvous, well, I'm not taking any bets. Panette looked as black as thunder. He was breathing heavily and shuffling his feet. He looked at Longin, shaking himself as though to free his back from some load, and when he spoke it was with the blind fury of a cornered man. Even if we have to retreat as far as Marseilles, even if we have to march right across France, there's always North Africa. Longin folded his arms with a contemptuous smile. What's wrong with Saint-Pierre-de-Miquelon, you bloody fool? Think yourself damn clever, don't you, damn clever, said Panette advancing towards him. Charlotte jumped between them. Come off it, chaps, he said, what you want to scrap for? Everyone knows fighting doesn't settle anything, and that there's not going to be any more of it. No more war, never again, he declared with burning conviction. He was staring hard at both of them and trembling with passion, with a passionate desire to make peace between Panette and Longin, peace between the Germans and the French. It ought to be possible, he went on, and there was a note almost of supplication in his voice, to come to an understanding with them. After all, it's not to their interest to trample on us. Panette diverted his fury onto this new target. If the war's been lost, it's chaps like you as is responsible. Longin gave an ugly laugh. Just another as can't see straight. There was an interval of silence, then, slowly, the faces of all those present turned in the direction of Matthew. He had been expecting this to happen. Whenever there was an argument they looked to him to settle it, because he was a man of education. What's your opinion? Asked Panette. Matthew lowered his eyes and said nothing. You deaf? I was asking what your opinion was. I haven't got an opinion, said Matthew. Longin crossed the path and came to a halt in front of him. You don't say? I thought school teachers always had an opinion. Their brains are working away the whole time, aren't they? Not the whole time. You're not quite a fool, you know perfectly well that further resistance is impossible. How should I know that? Panette came across in his turn. The two of them were standing one on either side of Matthew, like his good and evil genius. There's nothing of the heel about you, said Panette. You can't want the French to lay down their arms without fighting the thing out to a finish, you don't, do you? Matthew gave a shrug. If I was the one who had to do the fighting, he said, I might have an opinion, but it's the other chaps who are getting knocked over. If there's going to be a scrap, it'll be on the lawyer. I can't decide for them. So you see, said Longin, with a sneering look at Binet, it's not for us to decide whether the other blokes are to get it in the neck. Matthew looked at them uneasily. That's not what I said. What do you mean that's not what you said? You've just been and gone and said it. If there were the slightest chance, said Matthew, 1 chance in 1,000. Well. Matthew shook his head. How can one possibly know? What you mean? Asked Binet. He means, said Charlotte, that there's nothing for it but to wait and see and not get all worked up. No, exclaimed Matthew, no. He jumped up, clenching his fists. I've done nothing else but wait ever since I was a child. They stared at him. They had not the slightest idea what he was talking about. With an effort he calmed himself. How can it possibly matter what we decide or what we don't decide, he said, is anyone asking for our opinion? Do you realize the situation we're in? They recoiled from him. They felt frightened. Oh, we realize it all right, said Binet. You said it, remarked Longin, the PBI don't have no opinions. His cold, slobbering smile gave Matthew the creeps. And prisoners even less, he said dryly. Everything's asking us our opinion, everything. We're encircled by questions. The whole thing's a farce. Questions are asked as though we were men, as though somebody wanted to make us believe that we still are men. It is a farce, the shadow of a question put by the shadow of a war to a handful of make-believe men. What's the use of having an opinion? You're not going to be called on to make a decision. He stopped talking. He thought suddenly, life's got to go on. Day after day we have got to gather in the rotten fruit of defeat, work out, in a world that's gone to pieces, that total choice I've just refused to make. But, good God, I didn't choose this war, I didn't choose this defeat, by what trick of fortune have I got to take responsibility for them? He was conscious within himself of the panic fury of the trapped beast, and, looking up, saw the same fury in their eyes. Let them shout together to the far heavens, we've nothing to do with all this. His passion ebbed. Oh yes, to be sure, innocence was in the morning sunlight, innocence was on the blades of grass, an almost tangible presence. But it was a lying presence. What was true was the fault that they had all committed, an indefinable fault, their fault. A phantom war, a phantom defeat, a phantom guilt. He looked in turn at Binet and Longin, and his clenched hands relaxed. He did not know whether what he wanted was to help them or to beg them to help him. And they, too, looked at him, then, averting their eyes, slunk away. Binet was staring at his feet. Longin was smiling at some private pleasantry, but the smile was stiff and embarrassed. Schwartz and Nippert were standing a little apart, talking together in the Alsace dialect. Already they had the look of conspirators. Pirn was spasmodically opening and closing his right hand. Matthew thought, so this is what we've become. Marseilles, 2 p.m. It was true, of course, that he thoroughly disapproved of being melancholy, but when the mood was on one it was the very devil to get quit of it. I must have an unhappy temperament, he thought. There were many reasons why he should rejoice. He ought, above all, to congratulate himself on his narrow escape from peritonitis, and on the fact that he was now quite well again. Instead of which he was thinking, I've come through, and the knowledge was bitter to him. When one is melancholy, all reasons for rejoicing become melancholy too, so that one rejoices in a melancholy way. Besides, he thought, I am, in fact, dead. For all practical purposes he had died at Sedan in May 1940. The years of life remaining to him were a long vista of boredom. He sighed again, following with his eyes the progress of a large green fly moving across the ceiling, and enunciated his conclusion, I'm a second-rater. The thought was profoundly disagreeable to him. Until now, Boris had made it a fixed rule never to indulge in introspective questionings, and it had always worked very well. Besides, so long as his main problem had been merely that of getting decently and neatly killed, the fact that he was a second-rater had not very much mattered. Actually, it had been an advantage, since it had meant that he would have less to regret. But now, all that was changed. Destiny had decided that he was to live, and he was being forced to realize that he had no vocation, no talents, and no money, none of the qualities, in short, which are necessary for living, with the single exception of good health. How bored I'm going to be, he thought. He was conscious of a sense of frustration. The fly made off, buzzing loudly. Boris put his hand under his shirt and stroked the scar which seemed his stomach in the neighborhood of his groin. It gave him pleasure to feel the little gully in his flesh. He stared at the ceiling, stroked his scar, and remained in a state of gloom. Francelon came into the ward, strolled with unhurried steps between the empty beds in Boris's direction, and came to a sudden halt, simulating surprise. "I've been looking for you in the yard," he said. Boris said nothing, and Francelon folded his arms with an indignant air. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and still in bed. "I'm fed up," said Boris. "Got a fit of the blues." "I've not got a fit of the blues, just fed up." "Well, snap out of it, you'll soon feel different." He sat down by the bed and started to roll a cigarette. He had large, prominent eyes and a beaked nose. He was an odd-looking creature, and Boris was very fond of him. There were moments when the mere sight of him produced an uncontrollable fit of laughter. "Won't be long now," said Francelon. "How long?" "Exactly 4 days." Boris did the sum on his fingers. "That means the 18th." Francelon uttered a confirmatory grunt, licked the gummed paper, lit the cigarette, and leaned forward confidentially. "No one here. All the beds were empty. The boys were out in the yard or off into the town. Look for yourself unless, of course, there are spies under the beds." Francelon leaned still closer to him. "On the night of the 18th, he explained, Blin will be on duty. The old crate'll be on the runway ready to take off. All aboard by midnight, airborne by 2, London by 7. What do you say?" Boris made no reply. He fingered his scar and thought there in luck's way. The reflection made him feel gloomier than ever. "He's going to ask me what I've decided." "Well, what about it?" "I think you're lucky devils," said Boris. "What do you mean lucky?" "You can come along if you want to. Don't say you've not been invited." "No," admitted Boris, "I won't say that." "All right, then, what's your decision?" "Nothing doing," said Boris morosely. "But you aren't going to stay on in France?" "I don't know. This war's not over yet," said Francelon, and there was an obstinate look in his face. "Those who say it is are cowards and liars. You've got to be where the fighting is, you've no right to hang on in France." "No need to tell me that," said Boris bitterly. "Well, then. Nix. I'm waiting for my girl to turn up, as I told you. When I've seen her, I'll decide. You can't let a girl stand in your way. This is a man's job." "Well, that's how it is," said Boris briefly. Francelon had a scared look and said nothing. "Wonder whether he thinks I've got cold feet?" Boris tried to read in Francelon's eyes what was going on in Francelon's mind. A trusting smile reassured him. 7, you say, is when you'll get there. 7. The English coast looked grand in the dawn. "There are big white cliffs at Dover." "Ah," ejaculated Francelon. "I've never been up in a plane," said Boris. He brought out his hand from under his shirt. "Scratching your scar?" "No. I keep on scratching mine, it tickles. This one's rather awkwardly placed for scratching in company." There was a silent pause, then Francelon said. "When's your girl arrive?" "Don't know, She's got to get here from Paris. She'd better get a move on, said Francillon, we can't wait. Boris sighed and turned over on his stomach. In a somewhat impersonal voice, Francillon continued. Haven't breathed a word to mine, though I see her every day. I'll drop her a line the evening we take off. By the time she gets it we shall be in London. Boris nodded his head but remained silent. You amaze me, said Francillon, honestly, Serguine, you amaze me. You wouldn't understand, said Boris. Francillon stopped talking, stretched out his hand and picked up a book. They'll be flying over the cliffs of Dover in the dawn doesn't bear thinking about. Boris had no belief in miracles. He knew that Lola would say no. War and Peace, said Francillon, what's that? Novel about war. The 1914 one. No, another, but they're all alike. Yes, said Francillon with a laugh, they're all alike. He had opened the book at random and was frowning over the pages. The expression on his face was one of pained interest. Boris let himself relax upon the bed. He thought, I can't do that to her, can't go off for the second time without even asking what she feels about it. If I stay on here because of her, he thought, it'll be a proof of love. But, good gracious me, he thought, what a very odd proof of love. On the other hand, had anybody the right to stay behind for the sake of a woman? Francillon and Gable, of course, would say no, but they were too young really to know what love was like. What I want someone to tell me, thought Boris, is not what love's like, I know that already, but what it's worth. Has one any right to stay behind just to make a woman happy? Put like that, I should be inclined to say no, too. But has one any right to go away if by going one hurts somebody? He remembered something Matthew had once said, I'm not such a coward that I should be frightened of hurting somebody should it be really necessary to do so. All very well, the trouble with Matthew was that his actions were always at variance with his words. He had never had enough courage to make anyone miserable. Boris caught his breath and came up short against a sudden doubt. What if all this is just a mad impulse? Suppose my anxiety to get away is just pure egotism, because I funk getting bogged down in civil life. Maybe I'm out for nothing more than adventure. Maybe it's easier to get oneself killed than to go on living. On the other hand, suppose I'm staying on because I want to be comfortable, because I'm frightened, because it's nice to have a woman handy when one wants one? He turned over. Francillon was bent over the book. There was something mistrustful in his concentration, as though he had made up his mind to unmask the author's lies. If only I could say I'll come. I wonder if I can. He cleared his throat, opened his mouth, and waited. But the words hung back. I can't hurt her like that. It came to him that he didn't want to go unless he could first consult Lola. She's bound to say no, and that'll be that. But suppose she didn't arrive in time, he thought, that was a possibility that had not so far occurred to him. Suppose she doesn't get here by the 18th. Shall I have to make up my mind independently? What if I stay and she turns up on the 20th, and says I'd have let you go? A pretty sort of fool I shall look then. Still another variant, I go, she arrives on the 19th, and kills herself. Oh hell! His mind was a whirl of conflicting thoughts. He closed his eyes and dozed off. Serguine, shouted Bergen from the door, there's a girl outside asking for you. Boris started up, Francillon raised his eyes. Probably her. Boris got out of bed and rumpled his hair. Too good to be true, he yawned. No, it's my sister's day for visiting. Oh, said Francillon with a dazed sort of look, your sister's day was that her the last time I was here? Yes. Good looker, said Francillon without any show of enthusiasm. Boris rolled his puttees and put on his tunic. He waved a couple of fingers at Francillon, crossed the ward, and went downstairs, whistling. Halfway, he stopped and began to laugh. What a bore, he thought, that I'm feeling so gloomy. He wouldn't get much fun out of seeing Ivok. She's no damn use to a fellow when he's got a fit of the blues, only makes 'em worse. She was waiting for him in the courtyard of the hospital. Some soldiers walking round eyed her casually, but she took no notice of them. While he was still some way off, she smiled. "Good afternoon, little brother." At the sight of Boris, the soldiers broke into speech and laughter. He was very popular. He waved his hand at them, but felt vaguely disappointed that none of them said, "It's your lucky day," or "Wouldn't mind finding that in my bed." The truth was, Ivok had aged a good deal and lost most of her looks since her miscarriage. Boris, of course, was still proud of her, but in a different way. "Good afternoon, you little horror," he said, with a flicker of his fingers on her neck. There was always about her these days an aura of fever and eau de cologne. He studied her dispassionately. "Don't look too good," he said. "I know, I feel lousy." "Given up using lipstick?" "Yes," she said, and there was a hard note in her voice. No other words passed between them. She was wearing a blouse of oxblood red with a high collar, a very Russian affair, which accentuated her pallor. It was a pity that she wouldn't show more of her shoulders and throat. She had beautifully rounded shoulders, but she had taken recently to high-neck dresses and excessively long skirts. It was as though she were ashamed of her body. "We going to stay here?" she asked. "We can go out if you like, I'm allowed to." "The car's waiting," said Ivok. "He's not with you, is he?" Boris sounded scared. "Who?" "Your father-in-law." "Is it likely?" They went across the courtyard and out through the main gate. At the sight of Monsieur Sturel's immense green Buick, Boris felt a little spasm of annoyance. "Next time, tell him to wait at the corner," he said. They got into the car. It was absurdly large, so large that they felt lost. "Big enough to play hide and seek in," muttered Boris. The chauffeur looked over his shoulder and smiled at Boris. He was a thick-set fellow with obsequious manners and a grey mustache. "Where to, madam?" he asked. "Where'd you like to go?" said Boris. Ivok thought for a moment. "Somewhere where there's a lot of people." "How about the Canebière?" "Oh, not the Canebière, but I don't really mind, let's go if you like." "Take us down to the harbour corner of the Canebière," said Boris. "Very good, Monsieur Serguin." "Slimy beast," thought Boris. The car started, and he sat looking out of the window. He did not want to talk because the chauffeur could hear everything. "What about Lola?" asked Ivok. He turned towards her. She looked completely unruffled. He put a finger to his lips, but she repeated the question in a loud, clear voice as though the chauffeur were of no more importance than a turnip. "Have you heard anything from Lola?" He shrugged his shoulders, but said nothing. "Have you?" "No." All the time that Boris was under treatment at Tours, Lola had established herself within easy reach of the hospital. At the beginning of June he had been evacuated to Marseilles, and she had made a brief visit to Paris with the object of drawing all her money from the bank just in case the worst happened. She had meant to rejoin him later. Since then things had happened, and he had heard no more of her whereabouts. A jolt threw him against Ivok. They took up so little room on the back seat of the Buick that he was reminded of the time when they had first landed in Paris. They had played at being two orphans lost in the capital, and had often sat close together, as they were doing now, on a settee at the Dome or the Coupole. He raised his head, meaning to tell Ivok what he was thinking, but at sight of her dejected expression, confined himself to saying, "Seen the papers? Paris has fallen." "Yes, I know," said Ivok with indifference. "What about your husband?" "I've heard nothing, either." She leaned across and said in a low, hurried whisper, "I jolly well hope he's dead." Boris took a quick glance at the chauffeur and saw that he was watching them in the driving mirror. He nudged Ivok with his elbow and she said no more. but there was an ugly smile on her lips which she did nothing to conceal. The car stopped at the rear end of the Canebière. Ivek jumped out onto the pavement, and said to the chauffeur with an air of regal disdain, "Come back for me to the Café Riche, at 5. "Good afternoon, Monsieur Serguin," said the chauffeur in a syrupy voice. "Good afternoon," replied Boris curtly. He thought, "I'll go back by tram." He took Iveka's arm and they set off up the Canebière. Several officers passed them. Boris did not salute, and they appeared to take no notice of the omission. He felt annoyed by the way in which the women turned to stare at him. "Given up saluting officers?" inquired Ivek. "What's the point? The women are taking a lot of notice of you," she went on. Boris said nothing. A dark-haired girl smiled at him. Ivek turned sharply. "He is good-looking, isn't he?" she called after the retreating back. "Ivek!" Boris begged her, "For heaven's sake don't draw attention to us." This was his latest ordeal. One morning, somebody had remarked that he was good-looking, and, ever since then, the thing had become a sort of game. Francillon and Gable had nicknamed him the Pocket Cupid. Naturally, he did not take any notice, but it was annoying, all the same, because good looks are not a very manly attribute. He would far rather all these bitches had concentrated their attention on showing their legs, and that the men had done a bit of ogling, though not too much at Ivek, just enough to make her feel that she was attractive. Almost every table outside the Café Riche was occupied. They sat down in a crowd of bold, dark-haired trollops, elegant officers, soldiers, and middle-aged men with podgy hands, an inoffensive, conventional world of folk who'd much better be killed, though as painlessly as possible, of course. Ivek was tugging at her short hair. "Things not too good?" asked Boris. She answered him with a shrug. He stretched his legs and thought how bored he was. "What are you going to have?" he asked. "Is there coffee drinkable?" So. I'm dying for a cup of good coffee. The stuff they make up at the house is perfectly foul." "2 coffees," said Boris to the waiter. He turned to Ivek. "How are you getting along with the in-laws?" All feeling seemed to die out of Iveka's face. "Not too badly. I'm becoming just like them," she said. "Only the other day," she went on with a little laugh, "my mother-in-law told me I had a look of her. What do you do with yourself all day? Yesterday I got up at 10, dawdled as much as possible over dressing, which took me to 11:30, read the papers." "You don't know how to read the papers, not properly," said Boris with severity. "I know I don't." At lunch they started talking about the war, and Mama Starell shed a few tears at the thought of her darling son. "When she cries her lips curl upwards, I always think she's going to laugh." Then we settled down to our knitting and she bared her woman's heart to me. Georges was a delicate child, you'll be interested to hear, and had an attack of enteritis when he was 8. She would find it terrible to have to choose between husband and son, but she'd rather it was her husband who died, because there is more in her of the mother than the wife. Then she discussed her ailments, womb, bladder, and bowels. "It seems they're not behaving at all as they should." A delightful witticism occurred to Boris. It had slipped into his mind so suddenly that he felt sure it wasn't anything he had read. On the whole, he thought, not les femmes entre elles parlant de leur intérieur ou de leurs intérieurs. In that form it sounded rather pedantic, rather too much like one of de Rochefoucauld's maxims. "Une femme, faut qu'elle parle de son intérieur ou de ses intérieurs," or, "Quand une bonne femme ne parle pas de son intérieur, c'est qu'elle est en train de parler de ses intérieurs." That, on the whole, was the version he liked best. He wondered whether he should tell Ivek. On the whole, no, she had little taste for jokes, these days. Instead he merely remarked, "I see," and then, "I went up to my room and stayed there till dinner." "And what did you do?" "Nothing. After dinner we all listened to the radio, and then discussed what we had heard." It seems that nothing is lost, that we've got to keep cool, that France has been through worse crises. Then I went back to my room and brewed myself some tea on the electric heater. I keep it hidden away, because it usually fuses the light. I sat in my armchair until they were all asleep. And then I breathed more freely. "You ought to take out a library subscription," said Boris. When I read, "The letters dance about in front of my eyes," she said. "I'm forever thinking of George's. I can't keep myself from hoping we'll hear that he's been killed." Boris had no liking for his brother-in-law, and had never understood why on earth, in September 1938, Ivek had run away from home and flung herself into the arms of that lanky nonentity. But he had to admit that the fellow had shown up well. As soon as he realized that she was in the family way, he had really behaved admirably. It was he who had insisted on marrying her, but by that time it was too late. Ivek hated him for getting her with child. She said that the sight of herself gave her the horrors, and hid herself away in the country. She refused even to see her brother. She would almost certainly have committed suicide if she had not been so afraid of dying. Muck. Boris gave a start. "What's muck?" "This," she said, pointing to the coffee. Boris took a sip and said quietly, "It certainly is not very good." He sat there for a moment or two, thinking, then he remarked, "I expect it'll get worse and worse from now on." "Land of the conquered," said Ivek. Boris glanced nervously round, but nobody was paying any attention to them. The people at the various tables were all talking about the war, calmly and rather sadly as though they had just come back from a funeral. The waiter passed them, carrying an empty tray. Ivek glowered at him. "It's lousy," she spat at him. The man gazed at her in surprise. He had a grey mustache and might have been her father. "This coffee, I mean, it's lousy, take it away." There was manifest curiosity in the waiter's stare. She was a great deal too young to intimidate him. When he realized what the trouble was about, he grinned rudely. "Like a mocha, I suppose. Haven't by any chance heard there's a war on?" "I mayn't know anything about it," she said with deliberate emphasis, "but my brother, who's just been wounded, probably knows a great deal more than you do." Boris, scarlet with embarrassment, looked away. She had become a pretty tough customer, and never failed to give as good as she got. He could not help regretting the time when she had been in the habit, when angry, of shaking her hair over her face and saying nothing. It had caused a good deal less trouble. "I shouldn't choose the day the box entered Paris to complain about a cup of coffee," grumbled the waiter, by this time thoroughly out of humor. He walked off. Ivek stamped her foot. "They never stop talking about the war or getting beaten, either. I'm beginning to think they're proud of it. I only hope they'll lose their war once and for all, and stop nattering about it." Boris stifled a yawn. Iveka's sallies no longer amused him. When she had been a young girl, it had been a pleasure to see her tugging at her hair, stamping her foot, and squinting up her eyes. The sight had made him feel happy for the rest of the day. But now, there was a dead look in them. It was as though she were remembering something. When she was like that she resembled their mother. "She's a married woman," he thought with shocked awareness, "a married woman with parents-in-law, a husband at the front, and a family car." He gave her a puzzled stare, and looked away because he felt that she was becoming horrible to him. "I'm going to clear out." He sat up with a jerk. He had made his decision. "I'm going to clear out with them. I can't stay in France any longer." Ivek was saying something. "What's that?" he asked. "The parents." "What about them?" "I said they ought to have stayed in Russia. You're not listening. If they'd stayed, they'd have been put in jug." "Well, at any rate, they oughtn't to have had us naturalized, then we should have been able to go home." "Home's France," said Boris. "No, it's not, it's Russia. It's France, since we have been naturalized." Exactly, that's why I said we oughtn't to have been. All right, but we were. That makes no difference to me. Since they oughtn't to have done it, it's the same as though they never had. If you were in Russia, you'd get the shock of your young life. I shouldn't care, because Russia's a great country and I should feel proud. Here I spend all my time feeling ashamed. She stopped for a moment and seemed to hesitate. Boris looked at her rather primly. He felt no wish to contradict her. She'll have to stop soon, he thought hopefully. I don't see there's much more she can say. But Ivik had a fund of inventiveness. She raised one hand high in the air, and then made an odd little plunging motion, as though she were flinging herself into water. I detest the French, she said. A gentleman next to them, who was reading his paper, looked up with a dreamy stare. Boris returned his gaze. But almost at once the gentleman got up. A young woman was coming towards him. He bowed and she sat down. They shook hands with mutual smiles. Boris, reassured, turned to Ivik. There was no holding her now. I detest them, she muttered between her teeth, I detest them. You detest them because they make bad coffee. I detest them for everything. Boris had hoped that the storm would abate of itself, but he saw now that he had been wrong, and that he would have to screw up his courage and face her on her own ground. I'm extremely fond of them, he said. Now that they've lost this war, everyone's ready to jump on them. But I've seen them fighting, and I know that they did everything possible. There, said Ivik, you see. What do you mean, I see? Why do you say they did everything possible? If you felt like a Frenchman you'd have said we. It was from a sense of modesty only that Boris had not said we. He shook his head and frowned. I don't feel either French or Russian, he said. But when I was up there with the boys, I felt glad to be with them. They're a lot of rabbits, she said. He deliberately pretended to have misunderstood her. They certainly are tough. I don't mean that. They run like rabbits in this way, and she set her right hand scuttling across the table. You're like all women, said Boris, the only thing you think about is military valor. It's not that at all. But they chose to have this war, and, that being so, they ought to have fought it to a finish. Boris raised his hand in a weary gesture. Since they chose to have this war, they ought to have fought it to a finish. He knew all about that. It was what he had said only yesterday evening, when he and Gable and Francillon had been discussing the situation. But, he let his hand drop. When other people don't think as you do, it is difficult to prove them wrong, difficult and tiring. But when they share your point of view, and you've got to explain that they're mistaken, it's hopeless. Leave me alone, he said. Rabbits, said Ivik, with a little grin of anger. The chaps I was with weren't rabbits, said Boris, they were rather unusually tough. You've told me already that they were afraid of dying. Well, aren't you afraid of dying? I'm a woman. Certainly they were afraid of dying, and they were men, said Boris, that's what real courage is. They knew the risks they were running. Ivik looked at him suspiciously. You're not going to tell me you were afraid? I wasn't afraid of dying, because I happened to believe that that was what I was there for. He looked at his nails, and added, in a completely impersonal tone. But that didn't prevent me from being windy, which was a bit of a bore. Ivik gave a start. Windy, but why? I don't really know, probably because of the noise. As a matter of fact, his windiness had lasted for not much more than 10 minutes, perhaps 20, and that had been at the very beginning of the attack. But he did not in the least mind Ivik thinking him a coward. It would give her a salutary jolt. There was bewilderment in the way she was looking at him. She was flabbergasted at hearing that anyone who was a Russian could be frightened, and not only a Russian, but a Serguine, and her own brother. He felt ashamed, and hastened to add. Anyhow, I wasn't frightened all the time. Her relief expressed itself in a smile. Gloomily, he thought, we no longer see eye to eye about anything. There was a short period of silence. Boris swallowed a mouthful of coffee, and very nearly spat it out again. It was as though he had poured gloom down his throat. He reflected that he was about to go away, and felt comforted. "What are you going to do?" asked Ivak. "I suppose they'll demobilize me," said Boris. "As a matter of fact, we're most of us quite fit now. They're keeping us here because they don't know what to do with us. And later on, I shall try to get a job as a teacher." "But you haven't got a degree." "I know, but I might teach in a high school." "Would you enjoy teaching small boys?" "I should jolly well think not," he said emphatically. He flushed, and added humbly, "I'm not cut out for that." "What are you cut out for, brother of mine?" "I sometimes wonder." A gleam came into Ivika's eyes. "Would you like me to tell you what we were cut out for, you and me, to be rich?" "What utter nonsense," he said irritably. He looked at her for a moment, and said again, "What utter nonsense," holding his cup between his fingers. "What for, then?" "I was trained to the last ounce," he said, "and then I was done out of being killed. I'm completely at sea. I've got no gifts and no preferences." He heaved a sigh and relapsed into silence, ashamed at having been tricked into talking about himself. "What I can't face is eking out a mean, obscure existence." I suppose that's, fundamentally, what she meant just now. Ivak seemed to guess what he was thinking. "Hasn't Lola got any money?" she asked. He gave a start, and banged the table with his fist. She had the power to read his mind, and to translate his thoughts in the most intolerable manner. "I don't want Lola's money." "Why?" "She used to give you money before the war." "Well, she's not going to give me any now." "Then we'd better both of us commit suicide," she said passionately. He sighed. "Now she's off again," he thought wearily. If only she'd be her age. Ivak was smiling at him. "Let's take a room down by the old harbor and turn on the gas." Boris did not bother to answer. He negatived the proposal with a movement of his finger. Ivak did not press her point, but looked down and began tugging at her hair. Boris saw that there was something she wanted to ask him. At the end of a few moments, she said, avoiding his eye, "I've been thinking." "The devil you have." "I've been thinking that you might let me join up with you. The three of us could live together on Lola's money." Boris all but choked. "So that's what you've been thinking?" "Boris," said Ivak with sudden passion, "I just can't go on living with those people." "Do they ill-treat you?" "On the contrary, they keep me wrapped up in cotton wool, their son's wife, and all that. But I loathe them, I loathe George's, I loathe the servants." "And you loathe Lola," remarked Boris. "Lola's different. She's only different because she happens to be far away and because you haven't set eyes on her for 2 years. Lola's a singer, she drinks, and she's lovely to look at." "Oh, Boris," she cried, "they're so ugly. If you leave me with them, I shall kill myself." "No, I shan't kill myself, it'll be much worse than that. If you only realized how old and bad I feel sometimes." "There we go, with all the stops out," thought Boris. His mouth felt dry, and he took a sip of coffee to help him to swallow. "One can't make two people miserable," he thought. Ivak was no longer tugging at her hair. There was a little color in her large, pallid face, and she was scrutinizing him with an expression in which determination fought with anxiety. There was something in her face now which reminded him of the old Ivak. Perhaps she might get back her youthful appearance, who could say? Perhaps she might once more be pretty? He said. "All right, provided you do the cooking, you little she-devil." She seized his hand and pressed it as hard as she could. "Do you really want us all to live together, Boris, really and truly?" "I shall be teaching at Garud, no, not Garud, that's a secondary school at Castelnaudary. I shall marry Lola." A schoolteacher can't live with a woman who isn't his wife. I'll make a start tomorrow on working up my subjects. He passed his fingers through his hair, clutched a handful of it, and pulled, as though to make sure that his thatch was strongly anchored. I shall go bald, he decided, not a doubt of it. My hair will fall out before I die. Of course I want it. He watched an aeroplane catch the morning light as it turned, and to himself he said, the cliffs, the lovely white cliffs, the cliffs of Dover. Padeuse, 3 p.m. Matthew was sitting on the grass. He watched black smoke eddying above the wall. Now and again a flame would leap up, turn the thick cloud blood red, and then disperse. Each time that happened, sparks leapt upwards, like fleas. They're making the hell of a blaze, said Charlotte. Small butterflies of soot were fluttering all about them. Panette caught one and crushed it pensively between finger and thumb. All that's left of one of the half-inch to the mile sheets, he said, displaying his blackened thumb. Longin pushed open the trellised gate, and came into the garden, his eyes were streaming. Longin's crying, said Charlotte. Them swine was nearly the death of me. He flung himself down on the grass. He was holding a book with a torn cover in his hand. Made me work the bellows while they chucked all their bump on the fire. The smoke blew in my face. Job finished. Not on your sweet life it isn't. Just cleared us out because they was starting on the secret stuff. Secret? My foot. Why, I typed them orders meself. What a filthy stink, exclaimed Charlotte. Just a smell of burning. No, it's not, it's a filthy stink, and do you know cause why? Cause they're a burning of divisional records. Exactly, filthy stink smell of burning, just like I said. They laughed. Matthew pointed to the book. Where'd you find that? He asked. Oh, over there, said Longin vaguely. When you say over there, do you mean the schools? Yes. He clutched the book to him mistrustfully. Any more where that came from? Asked Matthew. There were some more, but the blokes from the QM stores s been helping theirs elves. What is it? History book. What history book? Haven't looked to see. He gave a quick glance at the cover and remarked with a bad grace. History of the two restorations. Who by? Asked Charlotte. Volabelle, read out Longin. Who the devil's volably? How should I know? Will you lend it me? Asked Matthew. When I've read it? Charlotte crawled through the grass and took the book from him. Hey, chaps, it's volume 3. Longin snatched it back. What's that matter, only want something to occupy me mind. He opened the volume at random and pretended to read, the better to stake his claim. That formality accomplished, he looked up. Skipper's been burning his wife's letters, he said. He raised his eyes and goggled at them like a village idiot, giving with eyes and lips an advance performance of the astonishment he knew his words would produce. Panette emerged from a fit of the sulks and looked at him with a sudden show of interest. Not pulling our legs, are you? Course not, and all her photos as well saw 'em in the flames. Comes from near Bordeaux, she does. Coo, not really. Course it's really if I say so. What'd he say? Didn't say nothing, just watched 'em burn. And the others? Didn't say nothing neither. That Ullman, he pulled a lot of letters out of his wallet and chucked 'em on the fire. That's a funny thing to do, muttered Matthew. Panette swung round on him. Wouldn't you burn your girl's photos? I haven't got a girl. That's not the point. What about you? Asked Matthew. Have you burned your wife's? I'm waiting till Jerry turns up. There was silence. Longin was reading in good earnest. Matthew gazed across at him enviously, and got up. Charlotte touched Panette on the shoulder. What you say to having your revenge? All right. What's the game? Asked Matthew. Beggar me neighbor. Can 3 play at that? No. Panette and Charlotte sat down astride on the bench. Sergeant Pearn, who was writing on his knees, moved along to make room for them. "Writing your memoirs?" "No," said Pearn, "I'm studying physics." They began to play. Nippert was sleeping on his back with his arms flung out. The sound of his breathing was like water going down a drain pipe. His mouth was wide open. Schwartz sat apart, daydreaming. No one spoke a word. Franz was dead. Matthew yawned. He watched the secret documents going up in smoke, he looked at the rich black earth between the growing vegetables, his mind felt completely empty. He was dead, the afternoon was bleached and dead. It was a tomb. Luberon came into the garden. He was eating and blinking his big albino eyes. His ears moved in concert with his jaws. "What you eating?" asked Charlotte. "Bit of bread." "Where'd you find it?" Luberon said nothing but pointed vaguely beyond the wall and went on with his munching. Charlotte suddenly stopped talking and looked at him as though scared. Sergeant Pearn, his pencil raised, his head thrown back, was also looking at him. Luberon went on eating stubbornly, without any sort of hurry. Matthew noticed his air of importance, and realized that he had news to tell. He caught the infection of the general nervousness and took a step forward. Luberon quietly finished his meal and wiped his hands on his trousers. It wasn't bread, thought Matthew. Schwartz sauntered up. They were all of them silently waiting. "So that's that," said Luberon. "Say what you mean," said Pearn roughly. "What's what?" "That." "The." "Yes." A dazzle off steel, then silence. The blue, flabby flesh of the afternoon had taken eternity like the sweep of a scythe. Not a sound, not a breath of air. Time had become frozen, the war had withdrawn. No more than a moment ago they had all been in it, though temporarily sheltered, had all been in the mood to believe in miracles, in France the immortal, in American aid, in defense in depth, in the possibility of Russia coming into the war. And now the war was behind them, finished, accomplished, lost. Matthew's last dregs of hope had turned to the mere memory of hope. Longin was the first to pull himself together. He stretched out his long hands as though to touch the news with extreme caution. Very timidly, he asked, "Has it really been signed?" "This morning." For 9 months Pearn had been longing for peace at any price. Now he stood there pale and sweating. The shock made him lose his temper. "How do you know?" he burst out. "Guichelis just told me." "How does he know?" "Radio, news came through just now." He had assumed the patient, impersonal voice of an announcer. It amused him to play the part of inexorable fate. "Why's there been all that gunning, then?" "Ceasefires not till midnight." Chariot's face was red, but his eyes were shining. "Not having us on, are you?" Pearn got up. "Any details?" he asked. "No," said Luberon. Charlotte cleared his throat. "How about us?" "What you mean, how about us?" "When are we going home?" "I've just said there weren't no details." There was a silence. Panette kicked a stone into the carrots. "The armistice," he exclaimed angrily, "the armistice." Pearn nodded his head. His left eyelid had started to flutter in his ashen face, like a window shutter on a gusty day. "The conditions will be hard," he said with a chuckle. They all began to laugh. "You said it," remarked Longin, "you said it." Schwartz joined in the laughter. Charlotte turned and looked at him in surprise. Schwartz stopped laughing, and went very red. Charlotte kept on staring at him. It was as though he were seeing him for the first time. "So now you're a Jerry," he said quietly. Schwartz made a vague, violent gesture, turned on his heel and left the garden. Matthew felt suddenly overcome with weariness. He dropped onto the bench. "How hot it is," he said. "We're being looked at." A crowd that grew more and more numerous with every passing moment was looking at them, was watching them swallow this pill of history. It grew older, it backed away from them, a low muttering came from it. The conquered of 40, the army of defeat, it's their fault that we are in fetters. There they stood, unchanged beneath the changing scrutiny, judged, summed up, explained, accused, excused, condemned, imprisoned with this ineffaceable day, buried beneath the drone of insects and the rumble of guns, in the hot smell of growing things, with the air quivering above beds of carrots, guilty forever in the eyes of their sons and grandsons and great-grandsons, the conquered of 40 to all eternity. He yawned. Millions of eyes were watching him yawn. He's yawning, ever see anything like that, one of the conquered of 40 who's got the effrontery to yawn. Matthew bit back the yawn that would never end. He thought, we're not the only ones. He looked at his comrades, and his mortal eyes met the timeless, petrified eyes of history. For the first time the robe of greatness had fallen upon their shoulders, they were the fabulous soldiers of a lost war, human no longer, but statues. I've spent my life reading, yawning, tinkling the bell of my own little problems, never managing to make a decision, only to find that I have decided, that I chose this war and this defeat, that today has been waiting for me since the beginning of time. Everything's got to be done over again, and yet, there's nothing that can be done. The two thoughts interpenetrated, cancelled one another out. Only the unruffled surface of nothingness remained. Charlotte made a quick little movement of head and shoulders. He began to laugh, and the flow of time was resumed. Charlotte was laughing, laughing in the teeth of history, making of his laughter a defense against petrifaction. There was a glint of malice in his glance. Pretty good fools we look. They turned towards him, stunned. Then Luberon joined in his laughter. He wrinkled his nose as though in sudden pain, and snorted down his nostrils. You said it, chum. Proper fools they've made of us. Biffed, buggered, and bewildered, exclaimed Charlotte with a sort of drunken gaiety. Longin took up the laughter. The soldiers of 40 or the champs of the running track, he said. Giants of the open road. Speed kings of the Olympic Games. I should worry, said Luberon, nice sort of welcome we're going to get when we turn up at home. Oh, lots and lots of congratulations. Longin indulged in a squeal of delight. A deputation to meet us at the station, complete with the local glee club and representatives of the athletic societies. And I'm a Jew, said Charlotte, laughing till the tears poured down his face. What a time the anti-Semites down our way are going to have. Matthew caught the infection of this hateful merriment. He had had one appalling moment, had been flung, shaking with fever, between icy sheets. Then his statuesque eternity had cracked, and flown apart in 1,000 fragments of laughter. They were making the great refusal, spurning, in the name of all the gutter snipes of the world, the obligations of greatness. Why worry so long as one had good health, and enough to eat and drink? I despise one half of the world, and SHT on the other. Their austere lucidity had driven them to put aside the consolations of greatness. They were denying even their right to suffer, were refusing to strut as tragic or even historic figures. They could not so much as bring themselves to say we're just a lot of cheap heels, a bundle of predestined failures, could not even comfort themselves with the thought that life was a gamble. All they could do was laugh, blundering against the walls of absurdity and bouncing back from them. Their laughter was an instrument of self-punishment, of self-purification, of vengeance. They were, at one and the same moment, less than human, and more. They had stopped short of despair and transcended it. They were men. For a fleeting moment their open mouths displayed to high heaven the black horror of their sores. Nippert was still snoring, goggling at the void, an outrage in the very fashion of his gaping. The laughter drooped under its own weight, drew out to a stretched length, shook to a standstill. The ceremony was over, the armistice consecrated, officially now it was the moment after. Time flowed smoothly on, a sun-warmed infusion of weak tea. Life had got to be lived. So that's that, said Charlotte. Yes, that's that, said Matthew. Furtively, Luberon withdrew his hand from his pocket, raised it to his mouth, and began to masticate. Beneath his rabbity eyes, his jaw moved spasmodically. That's that, he said, that's that. Pirn's attitude was fussy and triumphant. What did I tell you? Well, what did you tell us? Don't pretend to be bigger fools than you are. What did I say after Finland, Delarue? And after Narvik, you chose to regard me as a bird of ill omen, and, because you're cleverer than I am, you tied me into knots. His cheeks were flushed. Behind his spectacles his eyes glittered with spitefulness and triumph. We ought never to have started on this war. I always said so. If it hadn't been for this war we shouldn't be where we are now. We might be even worse off, said Panette. We couldn't be, nothing's worse than war. He rubbed his hands with unction, and his face shone with the light of innocence. He rubbed his hands, cleansing them of war. He had taken no part in it, it had formed no part of his life. For 10 months he had sulked, refusing to see, refusing to speak, refusing to feel. The very alacrity with which he had executed orders had been a protest. He had lived in a constant state of absent-mindedness, strung to a pitch of tension, his thoughts elsewhere. And now he had his reward. His hands were clean, what he had foretold had come about. It was the others who had been defeated: Panette, Luberon, Delarue, and the rest, not he. Panette's lips began to tremble. I suppose, he said, you think everything's all right. His words sounded choked. I suppose you're satisfied. Satisfied? You've got your defeat. My defeat? It's yours just as much as mine. You wanted it, it's yours. We never wanted it, you can have it. Pirn smiled at his lack of comprehension. Who says I wanted it? He asked in the tones of one who has long suffered from being misunderstood. You did, only a moment or two back. I said I'd foreseen it. To foresee a thing isn't the same as wanting it. Panette looked at him but said nothing. His face was a mask of obstinacy, of animal mulishness. He rolled bewildered eyes. Pirn pursued his advantage. Why should I want it? Tell me that. You'll be saying next that I'm a fifth columnist. You're a pacifist, said Panette with an effort. Well, what of it? It comes to the same thing. Pirn raised his shoulders and spread his hands in a gesture of hopelessness. Charlotte ran to Panette and put his arm round his neck. Stop arguing, he said good-naturedly, what's the point? We've lost and it's nobody's fault. No one's got anything to be ashamed of. It was bad luck, and that's all there is to it. Longin smiled knowingly. Bad luck. Yes, said Charlotte, eager to conciliate, let's be fair. It was bad luck, damn back luck, but what of it? Everyone has his turn. Last time it was we who won, this time it's them. Next time it'll be us again. There won't be a next time, said Longin. He raised his finger, and added with a paradoxical air. We're the last of the bunch, no getting away from that. Conquerors or conquered, it all comes to the same in the end. The boys of 40 have succeeded where their fathers failed. After this there won't be any more nations or any more war. We've been beaten to our knees. Tomorrow it'll be the turn of the English. The Boks are the masters now. They'll restore order everywhere, and then full speed ahead for the United States of Europe. United States, my foot, said Panette, we shall be Hitler's slaves. Hitler, what's Hitler? Asked Longin rhetorically. There had to be someone like him, of course. How do you expect the nations to get together if they're free to do what they like? They're the same as individuals, see? Each out for himself. Who's going to talk about Hitler in 100 years' time? He'll be as dead as a doornail, and Nazism, too. You're just a chump, said Panette, what's 100 years got to do with it? Longin seemed scandalized. "That's no way to talk," he said, "we got to learn to see farther than our noses. We got to think about the Europe of the future. Is the Europe of the future going to put food in my belly?" Longin raised his hand in a gesture of pacification. It hung poised in the sunlight over their heads. "But," he said, "but, there's always a way out for those as has got their wits about 'em." The episcopal hand, descending, played with Charlotte's hair. "Don't you agree?" "There's only one thing I agree about," said Charlotte, "if this armistice has got to be signed, then the sooner the better. In that way there'll be fewer dead, and the Jerrys won't have any call to get really wild." Matthew looked at him in amazement. So they were all slinking away, were they, every man jack of them? Schwartz was changing his skin, Nipper taking refuge in sleep, Pinette in anger, Pirn in innocence. Luberon, grounded in the here and now, was giving all his attention to food, was stuffing every hole and cranny of his carcass. Longin was embarked on the seas of futurity. Each one of them had hurriedly assumed the attitude that would make it possible for him to go on living. He sat up with a jerk and said in a loud voice, "You make me sick." They showed no surprise, but looked at him with shoddy little smiles. He was far more surprised than they were. The phrase still echoed in his ears, and he wondered how on earth he had come to speak it. For a moment he hesitated between confusion and anger, then opted for anger. Turning his back on them, he pushed open the wicket and crossed the road. It was blinding and empty. He plunged into the brambles. They caught and clung to his puttees. He ran down the copse crowned slope until he reached the stream. "Hell," he said aloud. He stared at the water and said again, "Hell. Hell," without knowing why. A bare 100 yards from him a soldier, stripped to the waist and dappled with sunlight, was busy washing his shirts. There he stands, whistling and kneading his lump of soggy dough. He has lost the war and he doesn't know it. Matthew sat down. He felt ashamed. What right have I to take this high line? They've just heard that the bottom's been knocked right out of everything, and they're shifting for themselves in the best way they can. They're not used to such situations, I am, and much good does it do me. If it comes to that, I'm just as much an escapist as any of them. What's anger but a way of escape?" He heard a faint crackle in the undergrowth, and Pinette hove in sight. He sat down on the bank and smiled at Matthew. Matthew smiled back, but for several moments neither of them spoke. "Look at that bloke down there," said Pinette at last, "he doesn't know a thing." The soldier, bending above the water, was washing his shirts with a thoroughness that had suddenly become unnecessary. An anachronistic aeroplane thrummed above their heads. The soldier looked up through the covering of leaves at the sky with an expression of apprehension which made them both laugh. The whole scene had the picturesque quality of a piece of historical reconstruction. "Shall we tell him?" "He'll hear soon enough," said Matthew. They stopped talking. Matthew put his hand in the water and waggled his fingers. His hand looked pale and silvery against the encroaching blue of the reflected sky. Bubbles rose to the surface. A twig, carried downstream by the current, clung to his wrist, rotating. It drifted away, came back, and clung to him. Matthew withdrew his hand. "It's hot," he said. "Yes," said Pinette, "makes one feel sleepy." "You feel like that?" "No, but I'm going to try to go to sleep all the same." He stretched himself on his back, his hands clasped behind his head, and shut his eyes. Matthew thrust a dead branch into the stream and moved it to and fro. After a few moments Pinette opened his eyes again. "Oh, bugger it all." He sat up and ruffled his hair with both hands. "I can't sleep." "Why not?" "Too angry." "There's no harm in that," said Matthew, "shows a healthy state of mind." "When I'm feeling really angry," said Pinette, "I've got to hit something or else I choke." He looked at Matthew with curiosity. "Don't you feel angry?" "Yes." Panette leaned forward and began to unlace his boots. Didn't even get a chance of letting me rifle off, he remarked bitterly. He took off his socks. He had the small, soft feet of a child. They were streaked with dirt. I'm going to wash me feet. He wetted his right foot in the water, took it in his hand, and started to rub. The dirt came away in little rolls. Suddenly he glanced up at Matthew. They'll round us up, won't they? Matthew's only answer was a movement of the head. And take us away to their country. Probably. Panette put a fury of energy into the rubbing of his foot. If it hadn't been for this air armistice they wouldn't have got me so easy. What would you have done? Made em pay for it? Quite the little lion heart. They exchanged smiles, but suddenly Panette's face grew dark, and a defiant look came into his eyes. You said we made you sick. I didn't mean you. You meant the whole lot of us. Matthew was still smiling. Is it me you'd like to hit? Panette hung his head and said nothing. Hit away, said Matthew, and I'll hit back. Perhaps that'll calm us down. Shouldn't like to hurt you, said Panette gloomily. That's a pity. Panette's left foot was a-glitter with water drops and sunlight. Both of them were looking at it. Panette wriggled his toes. What comic feet you've got, said Matthew. Small, aren't they? I can take a matchbox and open it. With your toes? Yes. He grinned. But suddenly a gust of fury shook him, and he gripped his ankle violently. I'd feel better if I'd knocked a Jerry over. I suppose they'll just come along and mop me up. That's about the size of it. It's not fair. It's neither fair nor unfair, it's just how things are. It isn't fair. We're paying for what others have done for the chaps in Korap's army, for Gamelin. If we'd been in Korap's army, we'd have done exactly as they did. Speak for yourself. He flung his arms wide, drew a deep breath, clenched his fists, threw out his chest, and looked at Matthew with arrogance. Do you think I'm the sort of bloke who'd turn tail? Matthew smiled at him, no. Panette flexed the long biceps of his fair-skinned arms. He seemed to be silently glorying in his youth, his strength, his courage. He smiled, but there was a smoldering light in his eyes, and his brows were drawn together in a frown. I'd have been shot down where I stood. That's easy to say. Panette smiled and died. A bullet pierced his heart. Dead but triumphant, he turned to Matthew. His statue, the statue of a man who had died for his country, said. I would have been shot down. Then the hot stream of life and anger flowed back into his momentarily petrified body. No one can blame me. I did everything I was told to do. It's not my fault if they didn't know how to use me. Matthew looked at him with a sort of tenderness. Panette, lying there in the sunlight, was transparent. One could almost see the life rising and sinking and eddying up and down the blue branchings of his veins. How spare, how healthy, how light he must be feeling. It was difficult to believe in the painless illness which had already begun to gnaw at him, which, sooner or later, would bow his young body above the potato fields of Silesia, or, on the Pomeranian motor roads, would fill him to overflowing with fatigue and heaviness and melancholy. Defeat is a lesson that has to be learned. I didn't ask anything of no one, just did me job without complaining. I wasn't against the Jerrys, hadn't so much as seen the backside of one of 'em. I hardly knew what Nazism and fascism was about. As to Danzig, why, I was already called up before I even saw the place on a map. It was Daladier who declared war and Gamelin as lest it. What had I got to do with it? You don't suppose they asked my opinion? Matthew shrugged. We've seen it coming for 15 years. We ought to have taken steps either to avoid it or to win it. I'm not a member of parliament. But you had a vote. Of course, said Panette, though without enthusiasm. For whom did you vote? Panette said nothing. You see, said Matthew. I had my military service to do, said Pinette morosely, and after that I was ill. There was only one occasion on which I could vote. And when that occasion came, did you? Pinette made no reply, and Matthew smiled. I'm in the same boat, he said quietly. I didn't vote either. The soldier rinsed out his shirts in the flowing current, wrapped them in a red towel, and climbed up to the road, whistling. Recognize that tune? No, said Matthew. We'll hang out our washing on the Siegfried line. They laughed. Pinette seemed to have lost something of his tenseness. I've worked hard, he said, and I didn't always have as much to eat as I should have liked. Then I got this job on the railway, and I married my wife. Had to make a home for her, hadn't I? She comes of a good family, I'd have you know. Things weren't too easy at first, but they settled down later, he added quickly. A chap can't do everything at once, can he? Of course not, said Matthew. What else could I have done? Nothing. I hadn't no time to bother about politics. Used to get home dead beat, and then there was the family arguments, and, besides, when a chap's married, his wife expects him to make love to her every night, don't you agree? I suppose so. Well, then. There was nothing more you could do. That's the way wars get lost. Pinette was shaken by another spasm of anger. You make me sick. Suppose I had took up politics, suppose I'd give all me time to what difference would that have made? At least you would have done all you could. Did you do all you could? No. And if you had, would you still say it was you what lost the war? No. Well, then. Matthew said nothing. He heard the quivering buzz of a mosquito, and flapped his hand in front of his face. The buzzing stopped. When this war started, I, too, thought of it as a disease. What idiocy! It's me, it's Pinette, it's Longin, it's each one of us, made in our image. Men have the war they deserve. Pinette gave a prolonged snuffle, but his eyes were fixed unblinkingly on Matthew. Matthew decided that he looked stupid, and a great surge of anger broke over him, filling mouth and eyes. I'm through, yes, I'm through. I'm fed up with always being the one who understands, who sees straight. The mosquito shrilled about his forehead, a derisive crown of glory. If I had fought, if I had pressed my finger on the trigger, somewhere, someone would have fallen. He raised his hand sharply and gave his temple a resounding smack, then lowered it and saw on his finger a tiny bloody filament, someone bleeding his life away on a stony field, a smack on the temple, a pressure on the trigger, the colored glasses of the kaleidoscope stop dead, blood spreads across the grass. I'm fed up with plunging into blind action as into a forest, action something that commits one and that one never wholly understands. If there were only something one could do. Pinette's stare showed sudden interest. What sort of thing? Matthew gave a shrug. There isn't anything, he said, not for the moment. Pinette put on his socks. His pale eyebrows drew together in a high-pitched frown. Have I showed you my wife? No, said Matthew. Pinette sat up, fumbled in the pocket of his tunic, and took a photo from his wallet. Matthew saw a prettyish woman with a hard mouth and the hint of a mustache at its corners. Across the picture she had scrawled Denise to her baby face, January 12, 1939. Pinette went scarlet. That's what she calls me, can't get her to drop the habit. She's got to call you something. It's because she's 5 years older than me, said Pinette with dignity. Matthew gave him back the piece of pasteboard. She's nice. She's terrific in bed, remarked Pinette, you've no idea. His blush had deepened. With a hint of perplexity he added. Comes of a good family. So you said before. Did I? Pinette's voice expressed astonishment. Did I tell you that her father was a drawing master? Yes. Pinette carefully restored the photograph to his wallet. It's getting me down. What's getting you down? Pretty lousy to go back home, like this, I mean. Bah, exclaimed Matthew. Her father was one of the heroes of '54, said Panette, 3 mentions and the Croix de Guerre. Talks about it all the time, he does. Well, what of it? Just that it's lousy to go home like this. Poor little devil, said Matthew, the best thing you can do will be not to go back at once. She's fond of me, said Panette, but she's not easy to get on with. Thinks a deal of herself, she does, and her mother eggs her on. Don't you think one's old woman ought to respect one? If she doesn't, there's never no peace in the house. He got up suddenly. Had enough of it here, you coming? Where to? Asked Matthew. Don't know, let's join the others. All right, said Matthew without enthusiasm. He followed Panette's example. Together they climbed to the road. Hello, said Panette, there's Guicheli. Guicheli, his legs straddled, and making a peek of his hand, was looking at them and laughing. It's a proper have, said he. What is? A proper have, well out in your reckoning you was. What are you talking about? That there armistice, said Guicheli, still laughing. Pipette's expression brightened. Nothing doing. You said it? Lequire's just been along asking for news. We gave him all the news he wanted. Armistice napu, with high satisfaction. Sweet F.A. Matthew glanced at Panette out of the corner of his eye. What difference does it make? You'll see what difference it makes, said Panette, it makes all the difference in the world. 4 o'clock. Nobody on the Boulevard Saint-Germain, in the Rue Danton, nobody. The iron shutters had not even been lowered. The windows glittered. The proprietors had just removed the handles from the doors and gone. It was Sunday. For the last 3 days it had been Sunday. The whole week now, in Paris, consisted of one day, a ready-made, colorless sort of day, rather stiffer than usual, rather more synthetic, overmarked by silence, and already filled by a secretly working rot. Daniel approached a large shop, knitted goods and textiles. The multicolored balls of wool, arranged in pyramids, were in process of turning yellow. They smelled of old age. In the establishment next door a display of baby linen and ladies' blouses was rapidly fading. White dust was accumulating, like flour, upon the shelves. The plate glass was stained with long white streaks. Daniel thought the windows are weeping. Behind them all was festival. Flies were buzzing in their millions. Sunday. When the Parisians returned they would find their dead city motionless beneath the weight of a stagnant Sunday. If they return. Daniel gave free rein to that irresistible desire to laugh which had been with him all morning as he stalked the streets. If they return. The tiny square of Saint-André-des-Arts lay abandoned in the sunlight, lifeless. Black night reigned in the heart of noon. The sun was a fake, a magnesium flare concealing darkness. In a split second it would go out. He pressed his face to one of the big windows of the Brasserie Alsacienne. I lunched here with Matthew. That had been in February, when Matthew was on leave. It had been swarming with heroes and angels. After a while he managed to distinguish in the darkness of the interior a number of ambiguous blotches, mushrooms growing in a cellar. They were paper napkins. Where are the heroes? Where are the angels? There were still 2 iron chairs on the terrace. Daniel took one of them by its back, carried it to the edge of the pavement, and sat down, a gentleman of leisure beneath the military sky, in a white glare that was alive with childhood memories. At his back he could feel the magnetic pressure of silence. He looked at the empty bridge, at the padlocked book boxes on the quay, at the clock face that had no hands. They should have knocked all this about a bit, he thought, dropped a few bombs, just to make us realize what was what. A shadow slipped past the prefecture of police on the further bank of the Seine, as though on a moving roadway. Paris was not, strictly speaking, empty. It was peopled by little broken scraps of time that sprang here and there to life, to be almost immediately absorbed again into this radiance of eternity. The city is hollow, thought Daniel. He was conscious, beneath his feet, of the caverns of the underground, in front, behind, above, of tall cliffs pierced with openings. Between heaven and earth thousands of Louis Philippe boudoirs, empire dining rooms, and cozy corners, echoing to the secret sounds of emptiness. It was enough to make one die of laughing. He turned sharply. Someone had tapped at the window. He stared at it for a long time but could see only his own reflection. He got up. There was a curious lump in his throat, but he did not feel particularly unhappy. It was amusing to be afflicted with night fears in broad daylight. He walked across to the Saint Michel fountain, and looked at the green bronze dragon. He thought, there is nothing now that I can't do. He could take down his trousers beneath the glassy stare of all these darkened windows, pull up a paving stone and heave it through the plate glass of the brasserie, could shout "Long live Germany," and nothing would happen. At the most, high on some sixth floor, a frightened face might be pressed to a window pane, but that would be all. They had lost the power even to be indignant. The respectable gentleman in that remote alley would turn to his wife and, in a tone of complete detachment, would say, "Fellow down there has just taken off his trousers," and she would reply from the far end of the room, "Don't go showing yourself at the window, one never knows what might happen." Daniel yawned. Should he smash the window? Bah! There'd be better things than that to see when the looting began. I only hope, he thought, that they put the whole place to fire and sword. He yawned again. He felt himself filled with a sense of vast and pointless freedom. Now and again his joy turned sour within him. As he moved away, a procession emerged from the Rue de la Huchette. Traveling in convoy now. It was the 10th he had met that morning. He counted 9 individuals, 2 old women carrying rush baskets, 2 young girls, 3 dried up, gnarled old men with mustaches, and, bringing up the rear, a couple of young women, one of them pale and beautiful, the other superbly pregnant, and with the hint of a smile about her lips. They were, all of them, walking slowly, and not a word was spoken. Daniel coughed and they turned, as one person, to look at him. There was neither sympathy nor condemnation in their eyes, only an expression of incredulous astonishment. One of the 2 girls leaned towards her companion without shifting her gaze from Daniel, and whispered something, whereupon they both laughed, seeming greatly surprised. Daniel felt himself in that place to be as strange as a chamois bending its slow and virgin stare upon a party of alpine climbers. They passed him by, figures of a fantastic and an outworn age, drowned deep in solitude. He crossed the road and, at the near end of the Pont Saint-Michel, leaned his elbows on the stone parapet. The Seine was a glitter of sunlight. Far away to the northwest, smoke was rising above the houses. All at once he found the whole scene intolerable, turned away, retraced his steps, and started to walk up the boulevard. The procession had vanished. Everywhere, as far as I could reach, was silence and emptiness, an abyss stretching horizontally away from him. He felt tired. The streets led nowhere. Without human life, they all looked alike. The Boulevard Saint-Michel, but yesterday a long southward spread of gold, seemed now like a stranded whale, belly upwards. He made his feet ring out upon the great, sodden, hollow carcass. He forced a shudder of delight. Out loud he said, "I always hated Paris," but in vain. No sign of life save the greenery, the long, leafy arms of the chestnuts. He had the stale, sickly impression of walking through a forest. The disgusting wing of boredom was already brushing him, when, by a lucky chance, he noticed a poster printed in white and red, stuck on a hoarding. He went up to it and read the words, "We shall win because we are the stronger." He flung out his arms, grinning with a sense of delight and release. "They're running, running, they've never stopped running." He raised his head, laughing to high heaven, and drew deep breaths. For 20 years he had been on trial. There had been spies even beneath his bed. Every casual passerby had been a witness for the prosecution, a judge, or both at once. Every word he spoke could have been used in evidence against him. And now, in a flash stampede, they were running, the lot of them, witnesses, judges, all the respectable folk, running beneath the blazing sun, the blue sky, and a threat of aircraft over their heads. The walls of Paris were still clamorously extolling their merits and their pride. We are the stronger, the more virtuous, the sacred champions of democracy, the defenders of Poland, of human dignity, or heterosexual love. The wall of steel will be unbreached, we shall hang out our washing on the Siegfried line. The posters on the Paris hoardings were still trumpeting a hymn of triumph that had gone cold. But they were running, mad with terror, flinging themselves flat in the ditches, begging for mercy, honorable mercy. Needless to say, all is lost save honor. Take everything in the way of honor, I'll kiss yours if only you will let me have my life. They are running and crawling. I, the criminal, reign over their city in their stead. He walked with his eyes on the ground. He thrilled with pleasure. He could hear the cars swishing past him on the roadway. He thought, Marcel's pupping at Dax, Matthew's probably a prisoner, Brunette's almost certainly got himself bumped off. All the witnesses against me are dead or thinking of other things. It's I who am making a comeback. Suddenly he said to himself, what cars? He looked up, his heart began to thump so violently that he could feel it in his head, and then he saw them. They were standing upright, images grave and chaste, 15, 20 of them together in long camouflaged lorries, moving slowly towards the Seine, effortlessly gliding, standing stiffly, letting the inexpressive glances of their eyes rest momentarily on him. And after them came others, other angels, exactly alike, looking at him in precisely the same way. He could hear a military band in the distance. He had a feeling that the sky was suddenly filled with banners, and leaned for support against a chestnut tree. In the whole length of the avenue he was the only Frenchman, the only civilian, and the whole of the enemy army was looking at him. He had no sense of fear. He surrendered with confidence to these myriad eyes. He thought, our conquerors. And was caught up on a wave of happiness. Boldly he returned their stare, taking his fill of their fairness, of the sun-tanned faces in which eyes showed like glacier lakes, of the narrow waists and the unbelievable length of the muscular legs. He murmured, how beautiful they are. He felt no longer earthbound. They had lifted him in their arms and were clasping him to their chests, to their flat bellies. Something came hurtling down from the sky, the ancient law. Fallen the society that had judged him, erased the sentence that it had pronounced. Those horrible little cocky soldiers, those champions of man and the citizen, were running for their lives. What blessed freedom, he thought, and his eyes grew moist. He was the sole survivor of disaster, the sole man left, and he stood there confronted by the angels of hate, fury, and extermination whose gaze was heavy with the gifts of childhood. Here are new judges, he thought, there is the new law. How ludicrous now seemed above their heads the gentle beauty of the heavens, the innocence of all its fluffy clouds. This was the victory of contempt, of violence, and bad faith. This was the victory of earth. A tank moved past him, slow, majestical, covered with branches and scarcely so much as purring. At the back of it, his tunic thrown loosely about his shoulders, his shirt sleeves rolled above his elbows, was a very young man with folded arms. Daniel smiled at him. For a moment or two the young man looked at him with impassive face and sparkling eyes, then, suddenly, as the tank drew away, smiled back. Hurriedly he felt in the pocket of his breeches and threw a small object in Daniel's direction. The latter caught it, a packet of English cigarettes. So tightly did he clasp it that he could feel the cigarette snap beneath his fingers. He was still smiling. An intolerable, a delicious thrill mounted in him from thighs to head. There was a mist before his eyes, his breath was coming in pants. To himself he said, just like butter, they are going through Paris just like a knife through butter. Other faces passed before his dimmed vision, more and more of them, each as beautiful as the last. They have come here with intent to do evil, today the reign of evil begins. What joy! He longed to be a woman so that he might load them with flowers. A roaring in the sky Christ, get down quick. In a flash the street was empty. A clatter of old tin cans filled it from end to end. A dazzle of steel tore through the sky. They passed between the houses. Charlotte, pressing close to Matthew, shouted, "They're hedge hopping." The indolent and greedy gulls made a half-turn above the village, seeking their feeding ground, then flew off, trailing behind them a metallic din that echoed from roof after receding roof. Cautiously a few heads were lifted. Men came out from barns and houses, others jumped from the windows. The place was swarming like a fairground. Silence. Silence brooded over them. 100 all told: sappers, wireless operators, sound rangers, telephonists, orderly room clerks, observers, specialists of every kind, except the drivers who had been at the wheels of their cars since the evening before. They settled down as though in expectation of some show. But what show? They sat cross-legged in the middle of a road that was dead now and without traffic, on the edge of the pavement, on window sills. Others stood leaning against the house fronts. Matthew had found a place on a small bench in front of the grocer's shop. Charlotte and Piern joined him. No one spoke. They had come together for company, and exchanged silent looks. They saw themselves as they were, a crowd on a fairground, unnaturally quiet, 100 grey faces. The street was a burned-up, incandescent ribbon, twisting away under the gutted sky, burning hot to heels and buttocks. But they were careless of the heat. The general was billeted in the doctor's house, the third window on the first floor was his eye. But to hell with the general. They looked at one another, and what they saw filled them with fear. They were chafing under the imposed delay, they were longing to be off. No one put the thought into words, but its presence was like a throbbing in their chests. They could feel it in arms and legs, like the ache of strained muscles. It droned dully in their hearts. Someone gave a little whimper, like a dog in a dream, and murmured, half awake, "There are tins of bully in the Q.Ms stores." Matthew thought, "No doubt there are, but they've posted M.P.S at the door," and geechily replied, "Don't be daft, they've mounted a guard." Someone else took up the refrain in a drowsy, impersonal voice, "And there's bread at the baker's, saw the loaves meself, but he's barricaded the shop." Matthew was sunk in the same dream, but said nothing. He had a vision of a piece of steak, and his mouth watered. Grimaud propped himself on his elbow and pointed to the rows of shuttered windows. "What's going on in this dump?" he said. "Yesterday they was nattering away to us, and now they're hiding. Only 12 hours before, the houses had been agape, like opened oyster shells, now they were all tight shut. In those secret rooms men and women were lying low, sweating in the shadows, and filled with hatred of them." Nippert said, "It's because we been beat that they're treating us like a lot of plague spots." Chariot's stomach rumbled. Matthew said, "Your stomach's singing," and Charlotte replied, "Shouting's more like it." A rubber ball fell in the middle of their little group, and Latex caught it. A small girl of 5 or 6 approached and stood staring at him with frightened eyes. "This your ball?" asked Latex, "come and get it." They all looked at her. Matthew would have liked to take her on his knees. Latex tried to make his rough voice sound soft, "Come along, come and sit on my knee." A quiet ripple of voices went round the circle. "Come along, come along, come along." The child stood her ground. "Come along, chickabiddy, come along, my pretty." Christ! Latex burst out, "Even the kids are scared of us now." The others laughed. "It's your ugly mug she's scared of," they said. Matthew laughed. Latex went on with his sing-song plea, "Come along, my pet." Suddenly he lost his temper. "If you don't come I shall keep it." He held the ball above his head, so that she could see it, then made pretense of putting it in his pocket. The child started to scream. They all scrambled to their feet, and all began to shout, "Give it her, you great chump," making a kid cry, "No, don't do that, put it in your pocket, chuck it over the roof." Matthew was on his feet, gesticulating, geechily, with blazing eyes, pushed him aside, and strode across to Latex. "Give it back, for Christ's sake, we're not a lot of savages." Matthew stamped his foot in a white heat of anger. Latex was the first to recover his temper. He lowered his eyes and said, "Pipe down, I'm giving it back all right." Clumsily he threw the ball from him. It struck the wall and rebounded. The child pounced on it and took to her heels. Peace returned. They all sat down again. Matthew sat down, too. His anger had died, but he felt melancholy. "We're not plague spots," he thought. His mind was nothing but a sounding board for what they all were thinking. At one moment he was just an emptiness filled with vague forebodings, at another, he became just everybody else. His forebodings faded, the general mood welled sluggishly up in his mind and oozed from his mouth, "We're not plague spots." Latex held out his hands and eyed them mournfully. "Got 6 of me own," he said, "eldest 7, and I've never lifted me and to any of 'em." They had sat down again, a little huddle of plague spots, a collection of foodless, shabby creatures beneath a peopled sky, propped against the walls of houses sweating hate. They said nothing, for what could they say, so many abject vermin, dirtying the fair surface of the June day? Patience, the exterminator would come, spraying all the streets with fly tox. Longin pointed to the shuttered windows, and said, "Waiting for the Jerrys to come along and take us off their hands." Nippert said, "Bet your sweet life they'll be a damn sight more friendly to Jerry." And geechily, "Hell, if one's got to be occupied, better be occupied by the winning side, it's more cheerful, besides, it's better for trade. We do nothing but bring bad luck." "6 kids, said Latex, "eldest 7, and I've never given 'em no cause to be scared of me." Grimaud said, "They hate us." A sound of footsteps brought their heads up, but they hurriedly looked down again as Major Pratt crossed the street between averted eyes. No one saluted him. He stopped in front of the doctor's house. The heads jerked upwards once again, and the assembled eyes came to a focus on his padded shoulders, as he lifted the iron knocker and rapped 3 times. The door was opened a crack, and he slipped through the narrow space into the house. Between 5:45 and 5:46 all the officers of the headquarters staff walked one by one, stiff and embarrassed, through the group of silent soldiers. Every head was lowered as they passed, every head was raised as soon as they had gone by. Payen said, "General's throwing a party." Charlotte turned to Matthew and said, "What do you think they're hatching?" To which Matthew replied, "Oh, shut up." Charlotte looked at him and said no more. Ever since the officers had put in an appearance the men had looked greyer, drabber, more shriveled. Payen glanced at Matthew with an expression in which surprise was mixed with anxiety. "He sees his own pallor in my checks." There was a sound of singing. Matthew gave a start. The singing drew nearer. "Train tes couilles par terre. C'est pure dans la chambre." 30 or so fellows, without rifles, tunics, or caps, and all drunk as lords, came round the corner. They rolled down the street, singing, and in a mood halfway between blissful happiness and bellicosity. Their faces were red with wine and sun. At sight of the greyish grub creeping along the ground and looking at them with its many faces, they stopped dead and broke off their singing. A great chap with a beard stepped forward. He was stripped to the waist and covered with black hair. He had bulging muscles, and he wore a gold chain round his neck. "You bastards dead?" he inquired. No one answered. He turned his head and spat. He seemed to have great difficulty in keeping his balance. Charlotte peered at him short-sightedly, screwing up his eyes. "You belong to our outfit?" he asked. "Ask me old man what he thinks 'bout it," said the bearded one, patting his privates. Bloody well think we're not one o' your stinkin' outfit, very idea makes me want tea cat. Where you from? He replied with a vague gesture. Over that way. Been a bit of trouble. Damn all cept our skipper did a bunk when things began to look nasty, and so did we, only not in same direction, fear we might run into him. The bearded man's pals began laughing in the background, and two great hulking fellows started singing, defiantly. Train tes kuis par terra. Pren tapine a la main, mon copain. Nous partons en guerre. A la chasse aux putains. Every face was turned towards the general's eye. Charlotte made a frightened gesture with his hand. Stow it. The singers stopped, and stood, swaying on their feet, their mouths open. They looked suddenly exhausted. Officers in there, explained Charlotte, pointing to the house. "To hell with your officers," said the man with the beard in a loud voice. His gold chain twinkled in the sun. He looked down at the men seated in the road, and added, "If you chaps feel bored, better come along o' us won't be bored then." "Long o' us," chanted those behind him, "long o' us, long o' us." There was a moment's silence. The bearded one's gaze was fixed on Matthew. Matthew looked away. "Who's coming?" Going, gone." No one moved. The man with the beard threw them a few last contemptuous words. "They're no men, they're Lorif Barstards. Kmen the lads, am not going to stay here and rot, f me if I am." They started off again, the others drawing back to let them pass. Matthew put his feet under the bench. "Train tes kuis par terra." Every head was turned towards the general's eye. A few faces were pressed to the window, but the officers did not show themselves. Nous partons en guerre. The newcomers disappeared. No one spoke a word. The sound of singing died away. Only then did Matthew breathe freely. "Well, anyhow there's no proof we're not going to move," said Nippert, without looking at the others. "Yes, there is," said Longin. "Proof of what?" "That we're not going to move." "How do yer make that out?" "No juice." "Plenty for the officers, all right," said Geachali, "tanks are full. But the lorries ain't got any." Geachali laughed drily. "Course not." "We been betrayed," shouted Longin at the full pitch of his weak voice, "betrayed, handed over to the Germans, betrayed." "Left high and dry," said Menard wearily. "High and dry," repeated Matthew, "high and dry." "What's the use of talkin' 'bout a move," said one of the telephonists, "just left, that's what we're goin' to be, just left, you see if we're not." Matthew had a vision of them wandering along the road, singing, perhaps picking flowers. He was conscious of a feeling of shame, but it was a shame in which all of them were involved. The prospect was not altogether unpleasant. "Bastards, that's what that nasty bit o' work called us," said Latex, "and me the father of a family. See that sissy chain the buggard got round his neck." "Hark," said Charlotte, "hark." They could hear the throb of an aeroplane. A tired voice murmured, "Get down chaps, here they are again." "That's the 10th time this morning," said Nippert. "You keeping count?" "I gave that up long ago." They rose to their feet in a leisurely way, flattened themselves in doorways, slipped into houses, and stood in passages. An aeroplane swept over them at roof level, the noise diminished, they came out from cover, glanced at the sky, and sat down. "Fighter," said Matthew. From far away they caught the dry rat-tat of a machine gun. "Ack ack. Ack ack my foot, that's the plane pooping off." They looked at one another. "Not healthy on the road in daylight," said Grimaud. They said nothing, but their eyes were sparkling, and the hint of a smile was showing at the corners of their mouths. A moment later, Longin said in conversational tones, "Can't have got very far." Geachali got up, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and did one or two knee bends to loosen his joints. He glanced up at the sky. His face was empty of expression, but there was a wicked little crease round his lips. "Where you off to?" "Just going to have a nose round." "Where?" "Over there, want to see what happened." "Keep an eye open for wops." "I'll be all right." He moved off at a lazy shuffle. They would all have liked to go with him, but Matthew dared not get up. There was a prolonged silence. Color had returned to their faces, and there was animation in the looks that they exchanged. Bit of all right it'd be if one could just take a little stroll like in peacetime. What did they expect, to get a hitchhike back to Paris? Some guys never learn. If there'd been a chance of that, we wouldn't have needed them to show us the way. There was another silence. They felt nervy and tense. They waited. The hands of a thin, gawky fellow leaning against the grocer's iron shutters were shaking. A few moments later Geachely came back, still moving in the same unconcerned way. "Well," exclaimed Matthew. Geachely shrugged. The boys sat up and looked at him with shining eyes. "Done in?" "All of 'em." "How should I know? I didn't count." He was pale and retching silently. "Where were they on the road?" "Hell, why don't you go and have a deco for yourselves if you're so curious?" He sat down. Round his neck a gold chain caught the light. He raised his hand and fiddled with it, then suddenly let it alone. Almost regretfully he said, "I passed the word to the stretcher bearers." "Poor devils." The chain sparkled. It held their eyes fascinated. Which of them would speak the words, "Poor devils"? They were on every lip, but who would be hypocrite enough to speak them? Poor devils, but would it be hypocrisy? The gold chain sparkled on the brown neck. Cruelty, horror, pity, rancor made the round of the group, an atrocious feeling, yet a comforting one. We are a vermin's dream, our thoughts are becoming mudded, are becoming less and less human. Thoughts, hairy and clawed, were scurrying around, jumping from head to head. The vermin was on the point of waking up. "Struth, Delarue, you deaf?" "Delarue, that's me." He turned his head sharply. Panette was smiling at him. He's looking at Delarue. "What's up?" "Come along." He shivered. He felt suddenly naked and alone. A man, He waved Panette away, but already the group had closed its ranks against him. The vermin eyes had ostracized him, were looking at him with an air of astonished solemnity, as though they were seeing him for the first time, as though they were looking up at him through layers of slime. "I'm not better than they are, I've no right to judge them." "Come along." Delarue got up. Delarue the unspeakable, Delarue the scrupulous, Delarue the school teacher, moved slowly across to where Panette was waiting. Behind him, the swamp, the beast with the 100 feet. Behind him 200 eyes. He had a feeling of fear in his back, and, once again, of anguish. As always, it began very gently, almost like a caress, and then settled down, a modest, familiar presence, in the pit of his stomach. It was nothing positive at all, merely a sense of emptiness, scarcely even that, emptiness within and emptiness without. He seemed to be moving in a world where there was nothing to breathe but an atmosphere of rarefied gas. The gallant warrior Delarue took off his regimental cap, the gallant warrior Delarue passed his hand through his hair, the gallant warrior Delarue turned to Panette with a weary smile. "What's up?" said Delarue. "You getting any kick out of this?" "No." "Then why stay? We're all much of a muchness." "Who is?" "They and us." "Well, what of it? Just as well to stick together." Panette's eyes showed fire. "Not much of a muchness between me and them," he said with an upward jerk of the head. Matthew was silent. Panette said, "Come along of me." "Where to?" "Post office." "Didn't know there was one." "You bet there is branch office, at the end of the village." "And what are you going to do at the post office?" "Just you wait and see. Almost certain to be shut." It'll open up for me all right, said Panette. He linked arms with Matthew and led him away. I've found a girl, he said. His eyes were shining with excitement. His smile expressed self-satisfaction. Want me to introduce you? Whatever for? Panette gave him a stern look. You're my pal, aren't you? Certainly I am, said Matthew. This girl of yours the postmistress, he asked. She works at the post office. I thought you didn't want to have anything to do with women. Panette forced a laugh. Got to pass the time somehow now, there's no fighting. Matthew turned and looked at him. He had an air of complacency. Don't recognize you, old man, you fallen for this girl. Might a picked on worse, said Panette. You wait until you see what she's got up front, nice a pair of apples as ever I clapped eyes on. Educated kid, too, geography and sums, got it all. How about your wife? Asked Matthew. Panette's expression changed. Ah, she can go F herself, he said roughly. By this time they had reached a small, single-story house. The shutters were closed, and the handle had been removed from the door. Panette knocked 3 times. It's me, he yelled, then, turning to Matthew with a grin, scared of being raped, he said. Matthew heard the sound of a key being turned. Come in, quick, said a woman's voice. They dived into a thick, composite smell of ink, gum, and paper. A long counter with a wire grill divided the room into 2 parts. At the back, Matthew could just make out an open door. Through this the woman retreated, and they could hear her shoot the bolt. For a few moments they were left in the narrow passageway reserved for the use of the public. Then the woman reappeared, this time at the little window in the protective grill. Panette leaned forward, pressing his forehead against the wire. Keeping us at a distance, eh? Why you being so unkind? A girl can't be too careful these days, she said. She had a nice voice, deep-toned and warm. Matthew noticed that her black eyes were shining. You scared of us? Asked Panette. She laughed. Not scared, but not too trusting, either, she said. 'Cause I've got a pal with me. You ought to get on well together, you ought. He's a public servant, same as you. That ought to stop you worrying. He had assumed a mincing manner of speech and a well-bred smile. Come on, he said, put a finger through the bars, just one finger. She passed one long, thin finger through the grill. Panette kissed the tip of it. You behave, she said, or I'll take it back. That wouldn't be polite, he said, I want my pal to shake hands with you. He turned to Matthew. Allow me to introduce Miss One-T, tell her name, a plucky little French girl who could have been evacuated, only she wouldn't abandon her post in case she might be needed. He wriggled his shoulders and smiled. He never stopped smiling. He spoke in a soft sing-song with a faint English accent. How do you do, mademoiselle, said Matthew. She agitated the finger which she had pushed through the grill. He clasped it in his hand. Are you a civil servant? She asked. I am a teacher. And I'm a postmistress. He was feeling hot and bored. His thoughts were with the dull, grey faces which he had left behind. Mademoiselle is responsible for all the love letters of the village, said Panette. We don't have many love letters here, she said with a bashful expression. If I lived in this dump, said Panette, I'd write love letters to all the girls round, just so's they might pass through your hands. You should be the postmistress of love. He laughed rather wildly. The postmistress of love, the postmistress of love. I should have to work overtime, she said. There was a long pause. A nonchalant smile still showed on Pipette's lips, but there was a tenseness about him, and his eyes were darting inquisitive looks round the room. A pen holder was attached to the grill by a piece of string. Panette took it, dipped it in the ink and scribbled a few words on a money order form. There, said he, pushing the form under the grill. "What's that?" she said, but did not touch it. "Take it," he said, "you're in charge here, do your job." She obeyed him and read out what he had written: "Pay 1,000 kisses to Mademoiselle 1T, tell her name." "Ah," she said, torn between annoyance and a desire to laugh, "now you've spoiled one of my forms." By this time Matthew was thoroughly fed up. "I'll leave you here," he said. Pinette seemed disconcerted by his remark. "Not going, are you? I'd better be getting back." "Then I'll go with you," said Pinette hurriedly. "Yes, I will." He turned to the girl behind the grill. "Back in 5 minutes, you'll open the door again, won't you?" "How tiresome you are," she grumbled, "first you want to come in, then you want to go out. Why can't you make up your mind?" "All right, then, I'll stay. But don't forget, now it's you as asked me to." "I didn't ask you anything." "Oh yes, you did." "I didn't." "Oh, hell," muttered Matthew between his teeth. He turned to her. "Good afternoon, mademoiselle." "Good afternoon," she replied coldly. Matthew went out and walked along thinking of nothing. It was getting dark. The soldiers were sitting just where he had left them. He joined the group. A number of voices spoke from the ground. "Any news?" "Nothing at all." He went back to his bench and sat down between Charlotte and Péern. "Officers still with the general?" he asked. "Yes." Matthew yawned. He looked gloomily at the others. They were only half visible in the darkness. "We," he muttered, but the word had no meaning for him. He was alone. He threw back his head and gazed at the first stars. The sky was as soft and gentle as a woman. All the love in the world seemed to have taken refuge in the sky. He blinked. "A shooting star, chaps, wish." Luberon broke wind. "That's my wish," he said. Matthew yawned again. "As good as any other." "Well, I'm going to turn in, you coming, Charlotte?" "Don't know, might be moving tonight, just as well to be ready." Matthew uttered a harsh laugh. "Don't be a bloody fool," he said. All right," said Charlotte hastily, "I'll come." Matthew went into the barn and flung himself fully dressed on the hay. He was dropping with sleep. He always felt sleepy when he was oppressed by gloom. A red ball started to spin before his eyes. Women's faces were leaning from a balcony. They, too, started to spin. Matthew dreamed that he was the sky. He leaned over the balcony and looked down at the earth. The earth was green. It had a white belly and was jumping about like a flea. He thought, "Mustn't let it touch me." But it stretched out 5 enormous fingers and gripped his shoulder. "Get up, quick." "Was time?" he asked. He could feel warm breath on his face. 10:20. The voice was Guicheli's. "Get up quickly, go to the door and take a look. But don't show yourself." Matthew sat up and yawned. "What's the matter?" "Officers' cars are waiting in the road 100 yards off." "What of it?" "Do as I say, you'll soon see." Guicheli disappeared. Matthew rubbed his eyes. In a low voice he called out, "Charlotte! Charlotte, Longin! Longin!" No answer. He got up and tiptoed sleepily as far as the door. It was wide open. There was a man hiding in the shadows. "Who's there?" "It's me," said Pinette. "Thought you were busy love-making." "She's being a bit difficult." "Shan't he make it till tomorrow?" "Christ! My lips feel stiff with all that grinning." "Where's Péern?" Pinette pointed to a dark entry across the street. "Over there, with Charlotte and Longin." "What are they doing?" "Don't know." They waited in silence. The night was cold and clear. The moon was shining. Opposite, in the dark entry, a confusion of shadows moved vaguely. Matthew turned and looked towards the doctor's house. The general's eye was shut, but a faint light showed under the door. I am here. Time, with its great fanning future, collapsed. All that was left was a tiny flickering patch of local moments. There was no such thing as peace or war, no such entity as France or Germany, only a faint light under a door that might or might not open. Would it open? Nothing else mattered. Matthew was deprived of everything now but this tiny scrap of the future. Would it open? A sense of delicious adventure flooded his dead heart with light. Would it open? The question seemed terribly important. If the door opened, all the questions that had haunted him all his life would at last be answered. He felt that the little shudder of delight was about to start in the pit of his stomach. He felt ashamed. He said to himself with deliberate care, we have lost the war. Instantly, the reign of time was restored, the tiny pearl of the future swelled until it became an immense and sinister vista. The past, the future as far as I could reach, from the Faroes to the United States of Europe. His joy was extinguished. The light under the door was extinguished. The door creaked, swung slowly back and stood open to the night. The shadow in the dark entry quivered, the street crackled like forest undergrowth, and then was silent. Too late, adventure was dead. After a moment or two shapes appeared on the entrance steps. One after another, the officers descended. The first to reach the bottom stopped in the middle of the road, waiting for the others, and the street became immediately metamorphosed. 1912, a street in a garrison town under snow, very late at night, the general's party had just broken up, handsome as pictures. Lieutenants Soden and Cadine stood arm in arm. Major Pratt had laid his hand on Captain Morin's shoulder. They threw out their chests, they smiled, obligingly posing under the moon's magnesium. One last exposure, gentlemen, this time the whole group, thank you. Major Pratt turned sharply on his heels, looked at the sky, raised two fingers in the air as though blessing the village. The general came out, a colonel closed the door gently behind him. Divisional headquarters staff was present in full strength, 20 officers all told. A snowy night, a clear sky, they had danced till midnight, one of the best of the garrison evenings, long to be remembered. The little group started to move, very quietly. On the first floor a window was noiselessly opened, a figure dressed in white was leaning out, was watching their departure. Whoever would have believed it, muttered Pipette. They were walking without any show of excitement. There was a smooth solemnity about their movements. Upon those statuesque and moon-drenched faces showed so much loneliness and so much silence that it seemed a sacrilege to look at them. Matthew felt at once guilty and cleansed. Yes, indeed, who would have believed it? Captain Morin hesitated. Had he heard? His tall, graceful figure with its stooping shoulders, slightly faltered, and made a half-turn in the direction of the barn. Matthew could see his eyes glitter. Pinette uttered a sound like a snarl, and made as though to run into the street. But Matthew snatched at his wrist and held it in an iron grip. For another moment the captain raked the shadows with his gaze, then turned away and yawned with an air of indifference, tapping his mouth with the tips of his gloved fingers. The general passed them. Matthew had never before seen him so close. He was a stout, imposing-looking man, with a deeply lined face. He was leaning heavily on the colonel's arm. Next came the officers' servants with their valises. A whispering and laughing party of subalterns brought up the rear. Officers, said Pinette in a voice that was barely kept low. So it seems. Pinette's lips began to tremble. Matthew was afraid that he might burst into sobs. Come, don't be a little fool, said Matthew, get a hold on yourself. If I hadn't seen it with me own eyes, I'd never believed it. There's the bottom dropped out of everything, said Pinette. He gripped Matthew's hand as hard as though it were his last hope. Perhaps the driver's LL refused to start. Matthew answered with a shrug. They could already hear the sound of engines, like the pleasing note of grasshoppers very far away. A moment later the cars started, and the sound of the engines died. Pinette folded his arms. Officers, now I really do believe that France is done for. Matthew turned. Masses of shadow were moving away from the walls. Soldiers were silently creeping from alleyways, wagon entrances, and barns, real soldiers of a second-line formation, ill-camped, ill-fed, slipping past the shadowed whiteness of the house fronts. All of a sudden, the street was full of them. So sad were their faces that Matthew felt a lump in his throat. "Come along," he said to Panette. "Where to?" "Outside, with the others." "Oh, hell," said Panette, "I'm going to doss down, I'm in no mood for talking." Matthew hesitated. He was sleepy and his head was aching. He longed for sleep and the obliteration of all thought. But they looked so downcast, their backs made such a whitened huddle in the moonlight, that he felt one of them. "I am," he said, "good night." He crossed the street and mingled with the crowd. The chalky moonlight shone on faces that seemed to have been turned to stone. Suddenly the sound of car engines came distinctly to their ears. "They're coming back," said Charlotte, "they're coming back. Don't you believe it?" That was them turning into the main road. They listened, however, with a vague sense of hope. The purring died away, vanished. Latex sighed. "Well, that's the end. Now we're on our own," said Grimaud. No one laughed. Somebody, in a low and anxious voice, put a question. "What happens now?" There was no answer. They did not much care what was going to happen. Something far different was worrying them, an obscure unease for which they could find no words. Luberon yawned. After a long interval of silence, he said, "No good hanging about here, let's turn in." Charlotte made a vague, despairing gesture. "All right," he said, "I'm for the hay, but it's bloody awful." Every face expressed anxiety. They did not want to separate, but there seemed no point in sticking together. Suddenly a voice was heard, a voice edged with bitterness. "They never liked us." Its owner was expressing a general thought. Everyone started talking. "That's right, you said it, they never liked us, never. For them, the enemy wasn't Jerry, but us. We fought this war together, and they've gone and left us standing." Matthew's voice made one of the general babble. "They never liked us, never. When I saw 'em go past," said Charlotte, "it was such a shock you could have knocked me down with a feather." A buzz of talk drowned him. That wasn't what they wanted to hear. The abscess had got to be drained. Tongues were loosened, talk had become a necessity. "No one likes us, no one, the civilians blame us for not defending them, our wives have got no pride in us, our officers have left us in the lurch, the villagers hate us, the Jerrys are advancing through the darkness." What was in their minds had got to find words. "We are the scapegoats, we are the conquered, the cowards, the vermin, the offscourings of the earth, we have lost the war, we are ugly and we are guilty, and no one in the whole world, likes us." Matthew dared not find expression for all this, but Latex, behind him, spoke it calmly and unemotionally. "We're pariahs." There was a sputter of voices. Everywhere the word was repeated, harshly, pitilessly. "Pariahs." Silence fell. Matthew looked at Longin, for no particular reason, but simply because he was his nearest neighbor. Charlotte and Latex exchanged glances. All present stared at one another, all present seemed to be waiting, as though something still remained to be said. Then, suddenly, Latex smiled at Matthew, and Matthew returned his smile. Charlotte smiled. Latex smiled. On every face the moon brought pallid flowers to birth. Monday, June 17th. "Come along," said Panette. "No." "Oh, do. For God's sake, leave me alone." They were both of them under the trees in the middle of the square, with the church opposite and the mairie to their left. Charlotte was seated on the bottom step of the mairie, deep in a daydream. There was a book on his knee. Soldiers were slowly sauntering up and down, alone or in small groups. They did not know what to do with their freedom. Matthew's head felt heavy and painful as though he had been drinking. "You look fed up." "I am fed up," said Matthew. At first there had been the exhausting intoxication of brotherly love, a glow of affection beneath the moon. Life had seemed worth living. Then the light had begun to burn low. They had gone to bed, because there was nothing else to do, and because they were unused to the claims of mutual affection. And now it was the morning after, and they all felt like suicide. "What's the time?" asked Bennett. 5:10. "Hell, I'm late." "Get a move on, then." "I don't want to go alone." "Afraid she'll give you a flea in your ear." "It's not that," said Bennett, "it's not that." Nippert walked past, not seeing them. He was deep in some secret thought. "Take Nippert along," said Matthew. "Nippert, you crazy." They followed Nippert with their eyes, made curious by the unseeing look upon his face, by his tripping step. "What's the betting he goes into the church?" asked Bennett. He waited a moment and then slapped his thigh. "He is going in." "I've won." Nippert had disappeared. Bennett turned to Matthew and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "I've heard as there's 50 or so inside, been there since this morning. Now and then one or two come out to ease their elves, and then they go back again. What's cooking, you know?" Matthew did not reply, and Bennett scratched his head. "I'd like to have a deco." "You're already late for your appointment." "That can go to hell," said Bennett. He sloped away. Matthew went across to one of the chestnuts. Just an untidy bundle left lying by the roadside, that was all there was left of the divisional headquarters staff. And there were others like them in all the villages of France. The Jerrys would mop them up without bothering to stop. What in God's name are they waiting for? Why don't they hurry? Defeat had become a part of every day. It was the sun, the trees, the very air they breathed, and, deep down, this longing for death. Nevertheless, he was conscious of a sort of hangover from the previous night, a taste of brotherly love that had gone cold in his mouth. The post orderly was coming towards him, walking with the two cooks, one on each side of him. Matthew looked at them. In the darkness, beneath the moon, they had smiled friendship at him. But all that was a thing of the past. The hard secrecy of their faces seemed to say, "Beware the madness of the moon, the ecstasies of midnight, each man for himself and the devil take the hindmost, we're not in this world for fun." They, too, were suffering from the morning after. Matthew took his knife from his pocket and began cutting at the bark of the tree. He felt a sudden need to write his name somewhere in the world. "Carve in your name." "As a matter of fact, I am." "Ha! Ha!" They laughed and walked on. Some other soldiers were close behind them, fellows Matthew had never seen before. They were unshaven, there was a glitter in their eyes and a strange look on their faces. One of them was limping. They went across the square and sat down on the pavement in front of the baker's closed shop. Gradually, others turned up, a great many others, none of whom Matthew knew by sight, without rifles or puttees, their faces grey, and with dried mud on their boots. He ought, he felt, to have been able to look at them with affection. Bennett strolled up. As they passed him he scowled. "Well?" asked Matthew. "Church is full then," with an air of disappointment, "they're singing." Matthew shut his knife. "Write in your name?" asked Bennett. "I was going to," said Matthew, slipping his knife into his pocket, "but it takes too long." A great lout of a fellow stopped close by them. He looked tired, washed out. His face seemed a blur above his unfastened collar. "Hello," he said, but no smile accompanied the greeting. Bennett stared at him. "Hello," said Matthew. "Any officers round about here?" Bennett began to laugh. "Hear that," he said to Matthew. He turned to the newcomer, "No, lad, you won't find any officers here, we're a republic, we are." "Oh," said the other. "What division you from?" 42nd. 42nd, grumbled Panette, "never heard of it." "Where's it hang out?" Epinal. "What you doing here then?" The soldier gave a shrug. Panette, suddenly uneasy, put a question. "Not coming here, is it, with officers and the whole bag o' tricks?" It was the other's turn to laugh. He pointed to 4 men seated on the pavement. "Them's the division," he said. Panette's eyes sparkled. "Things pretty hot Epinal way." They were, must have calmed down by now, though. He turned on his heel, and went off to join his companions. Panette stared after him. 42nd, "Tell that to I ever heard of that lot, can't say I had, till now." "That's no reason for snubbing him." Panette shrugged. "Blokes keep on turning up from God knows where," he said contemptuously. "Don't know where we are any longer." Matthew said nothing. He kept his eyes fixed on the scratches in the bark of the chestnut. "Oh, come along," said Panette. "We'll have a day in the country, just the 3 of us. Won't see another soul, that'll be nice." "Why do you want me?" "I shall only be in the way. When you're out for what you're out for you don't need anybody else." "We shan't get down to it at once," said Panette rather gloomily, "have to have a bit of a talk first." He broke off sharply. "Look, over there another bleeding foreigner." A soldier was coming towards them, a short, stocky man, walking very stiffly. A blood-stained handkerchief hid his right eye. "Perhaps there's a big battle going on," said Panette in a voice shaken by hope, "maybe things are going to get tough." Matthew said nothing. Panette gave the man with the bandage a shout. "Hey, you!" The man stopped and stared at them with his one eye. "Stuff flying about over there." There was no reply. Panette turned to Matthew. "Can't get a thing out o' the buggers." The stranger went on his way. After walking a few steps he stopped, leaned his back against a chestnut tree, and slid to the ground. He sat there with his knees drawn up to his chin. "Doesn't look too good," said Panette. "Come on," said Matthew. They went across. "Not feelin' too good, chum," said Panette. The man said nothing. "Hey, you, anything wrong?" "We've come to give you a hand," said Matthew to the soldier. Panette leaned down, made as though to put his arm round him, but stood up again. "Not worth the trouble." The man was still squatting under the tree, his one eye staring, his mouth hanging open. He seemed to be quietly smiling to himself. "What do you mean not worth the trouble? Take a good look at him." Matthew stooped down and put his head to the man's chest. "You're right," he said. "Better close his eyes," said Panette. This he proceeded to do. There was an intent look on his face, his shoulders were hunched, his lower lip was thrust forward. Matthew looked at him, not at the dead man. The dead man no longer mattered. "One might think you'd been doing that all your life," he said. "Seen plenty of stiffs in my time," said Panette, "but this is the first I've come across since the war started." The dead man sat there with closed eyes, smiling at his secret thoughts. How easy it seemed to die, easy and almost gay. Why go on living, then? The whole scene took on a wavering and insubstantial look, the living, the dead, the church, the trees. Matthew gave a start. A hand had touched him on the shoulder. It was the tall man with the blurred face. He stared at the dead soldier with his washed-out eyes. "What's up?" "He's a goner." "It's Jaren," he explained. Then, turning towards the east. "Come over here, you boys, jump to it." The 4 soldiers got up and started to run. "Jaren's got his," he called to them. "Hell." They stood about the dead man, staring down at him suspiciously. Funny he didn't fall. Happens like that sometimes. Sure he's dead. These blokes here says as he is. All of them, simultaneously, leaned over the dead man. One felt for his pulse, another listened to his heart, a third took a mirror from his pocket and held it in front of the dead lips as is always done in detective novels. Then, they straightened themselves, satisfied that it was indeed a case of death. "Poor old bugger," said the tall man with a shake of the head. All four shook their heads, and repeated in chorus, "Poor old bugger." One of them, who was short and stout, turned to Matthew. 20 kilometers he done on his flat feet, if he'd lain doggo he'd a been living now. He didn't want Jerry to get him, said Matthew by way of excuse. Oh yeah, well, the Jerry's VE got ambulances, haven't they? I walked with him for a bit and tried to get him to act sensible. Bleeding like a pig, he was, but yer could talk till yer was blue in the face, and he wouldn't listen. Quite all there he was, too, said as he wanted to get home. Where was that? Asked Panette. Cahors, he was a baker in them parts. Panette shrugged. Well, anyhow, this isn't the road to Cahors. No, 'tisn't, is it? They stopped talking and looked down at the dead man with an air of embarrassment. What do we do now, Barry? Nothing else we can do. They lifted him by the shoulders and the knees. He was still smiling up at them, but with every minute that passed he looked more dead. We'll give you a hand. Don't bother. Yes, we will, said Panette eagerly, we've nothing to do and it'll help pass the time. The tall soldier eyed him sternly. No, he said, that's our job. He was one of us, and it's up to us to bury him. Where you going to put him? The small, stout chap nodded in the direction of the north. Over there. They got underway, carrying the corpse between them. They looked almost as much dead as he was. Might have been a religious bloke, mightn't he? Asked Panette. They looked at him in amazement. Panette nodded towards the church. Any number of padres in there. No, we'll see to it. He turned and followed the others. They crossed the square and vanished. What's up with that bloke? Shouted Charlotte. He's dead, that's what's up. That's a effing bad show, that's what that is, said Charlotte. Didn't think to take a deco at him. Didn't see him, 'cept when they was carrying him away. Well, he wasn't one of our lot, was he? No. That's all right, then, he said. They moved away. The songs and shouts coming through the merry windows were like nothing human. What's going on in there? Asked Matthew. Charlotte grinned. That's the knocking shop, that is, he said, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Can you read? Not very well, said Charlotte apologetically. What's that book you've got? It's the Volabile. I thought Longin was reading that. Longin, said Charlotte ironically, not half he isn't. Longin's in no state to read nothing. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder in the direction of the building. He's in there, tight as an owl. Longin, he never drinks anything stronger than water. Have a look for yourself. You'll soon see whether he's tight or not. What's the time? Asked Panette. 5:35. Panette turned to Matthew. You're not coming, quite sure? Quite sure, I'm of coming. Go and booze, then. He looked at Charlotte with his short-sighted eyes. I'm going to be properly browned off. Why are you going to be browned off? He's got a pickup, said Matthew. If you don't want her, pass her on to me. Nothing doing, said Panette, she adores me. Well, then, get out of your own mess. Panette, with a furious gesture, turned his back and took himself off. Charlotte grinned at his retreating back. He's a favorite with the girls. I know that, said Matthew. Well, he can have her, said Charlotte. Don't fancy girls just now. He looked at Matthew curiously. They do say as when a chap's windy he can't do nothing in that line. Well, what of it? But that's not what's the matter with me, I just don't want it. You windy? Not on your life I'm not, I simply a sort of weight on me stomach. I see. Charlotte suddenly gripped Matthew's sleeve. In a low voice he said. Sit down, I've got something to tell you. Matthew sat down. There's a lot of effing talk going round, said Charlotte in secretive tones. What sort of talk? Asked Matthew. Charlotte showed embarrassment. Just a lot of proper effing nonsense. Go on. Well, Corporal Cable's going about saying as how the Jerry's cut off your you-know-whats. He laughed, but his eyes were still fixed on Matthew's face. That certainly is a lot of nonsense, said Matthew. Charlotte was still laughing. I never did believe it. Too much like bloody hard work for the Jerrys. They stopped talking. Matthew had taken the volleyball, and was turning over the pages. He was hoping that Charlotte would let him keep it. With assumed carelessness, Charlotte said. They do that to the Jews, don't they? In their own country, I mean. Of course they don't. I've heard it said as how they do, said Charlotte in the same tone of voice. Suddenly, he seized Matthew by the shoulders. Matthew could not bear the sight of the naked terror in his face, and looked away. What'll they do to me? Asked Charlotte. No more than they'll do to everybody else. There was a pause, and Matthew added. Tear up your army book and chuck your identity disc away. I've done that already. Well, then, why worry? Look at me, said Charlotte. Matthew could not bring himself to obey. Come on, look at me. I am looking at you, said Matthew, what's the matter? Do I look like a Jew? No, said Matthew, you do not look like a Jew. Charlotte sighed. A soldier stumbled out of the mairie, descended 3 steps, missed the 4th, staggered between Charlotte and Matthew, and collapsed in the road. Hello, what's up with him? Said Matthew. The man raised himself on his elbow and vomited. Then his head fell back and he lay there, motionless. They been pinching wine from the Q.Ms stores, explained Charlotte. Saw 'em, I did, with a lot of jugs they'd catched from somewhere, and a great tin full of ration booze. A pretty disgusting sight, I can tell you. Longin appeared at a ground floor window and belched loudly. His eyes were bloodshot and one side of his face was black and blue. Nice state you're in. Charlotte shouted at him disapprovingly. Longin blinked at them. When he realized who was there he raised both arms in a gesture of tragedy. Delarue. Hello. I'm blurry disgrace. Well, then, you'd better go home. Can't go home by himself. I'll go with you, said Matthew. He got up, clutching the volleyball. You're a decent bloke, said Charlotte. Well, it's something to do, anyway. He had reached the 2nd step when he heard Charlotte shouting after him. Hi, give me back my volleyball. All right, but don't make such a row, said Matthew angrily. He threw the book to him, pushed open the door, found himself in a corridor with white walls, and stopped dead, in sudden horrified surprise. Someone was singing L'Artilleur de Metz in a sleepy and discordant voice. He was reminded of the time in 1924 when he had gone to see his mad old aunt in an asylum at Rouen. Some of the lunatics had been singing at the windows. On the left-hand wall there was a notice under a wire screen. He went up to it and saw the words General Mobilization. I was still a civilian, that was a long time ago. He looked at the 2 crossed flags at the top of the notice, and suddenly had a vision of himself in an alpaca coat and a stiff collar. He had never worn either, but that was how he envisaged civilians. I should hate to be a civilian again, he thought, anyhow, they belong to a dying race. He heard Longin's voice shouting Delarue, saw an open door on his left, and went through it. The sun was already low, and its long, dusty beams cut the room in two but did not lighten it. A strong smell of wine caught him by the throat. He blinked his eyes, seeing nothing at first but a wall map, which showed as a dark square on the white plaster. Then he noticed Menard seated on top of a small cupboard, with his legs hanging over the edge. He was swinging his army boots in the red glow of the evening sun. It was he who was singing. There was a wild gleam of gaiety in his eyes, which were rolling from side to side above his open mouth. He seemed to have no control over his voice. It was like some huge parasite feeding upon him, sucking up his blood and guts and transforming them into song. He sat there, an inert figure with dangling arms, watching with horrified amazement the vermin that was issuing from his mouth. The room was completely devoid of furniture. Somebody must have made a clean sweep of tables and chairs. A roar of greeting welcomed him. Delarue. How ya, Delarue. There were others to his right, not quite so far gone. Guicheli was sitting on the floor, a canteen full of wine between his spread legs. Latex and Grimaud were squatting tailor-wise. Grimaud was holding his quart pot by the handle and banging it on the floor in time to Menard's singing. Latex had got his hand half hidden in his gaping flies. Guicheli said something, but it was impossible to hear him through the noise. "What's that?" asked Matthew, curving his hand round his ear. Guicheli turned furious eyes on Menard. "For God's sake, pipe down, ca hear oneself speak." Menard stopped singing. "Can't leave off," he said tearfully. Dragged at the heels of his voice, he started on Les Fils de Camarade. "S off again," said Guicheli. He seemed not to mind much and looked at Matthew with pride. "Feeling gay thas what's the matter with I'm. We're all feeling gay. Lo tramps, hotheads, dish smashers, that's why we are." Grimaud nodded approval and laughed. Very carefully, as though speaking a foreign language, he said, "No thing me lancholi bout us." "So I see," said Matthew. "You want drink?" asked Guicheli. In the middle of the floor there was a large tin filled with rough ration wine. Various objects were floating about in it. "That's a jam tin," said Matthew. "Where'd you find it?" "No business o' yours," said Guicheli. "Have drink or get a hell outta here." He expressed himself with difficulty, and was having considerable trouble in the matter of keeping his eyes open. But his mood was aggressive. "No," said Matthew, "I've just come to fetch Longin." "Fetch where to?" "To get a breath of air." Guicheli gripped his canteen in both hands and drank. "I'm not going to stop here, does nothin' but talk 'bout s brother, not to make feller cat we're the rip-roarin' lads, we are Don Juan, anyone can't joy s liquor." Matthew took Longin by the arm. "Come along." Longin shook himself free. "What's the hurry? Can't yer gimme time to dress meself?" "Take all the time you want." He turned on his heel, and went across to have a look at the cupboard. It had glazed doors, and he could see a quantity of cloth-bound books inside. Something to read. At that moment he would gladly have read anything, even the civil code. The doors were locked. He tried to open them, but without success. "Smash glass," said Guicheli. "I certainly shan't," said Matthew angrily. "Why no? Jerry's one be show conchiterate." He turned to the others. "Jerry's'll burn whole dump, and here's Delarue one smash by of glash." The rest of the room roared with laughter. "Bourgeois," said Grimaud contemptuously. Latex caught hold of Matthew by the tunic. "Hey, Delarue, come and have a look." Matthew turned round. "Have a look at what?" Latex exposed himself. "Take an eyeful o' that, and raise y hat." "Made 6, I have, with tha ol' man." "6 what?" "6 kids and good uns 220 pounds they weighed, don know who's finding 'em in grub now. But you'll make summary," he went on, looking down affectionately, "dozens of 'em, why old devil, you." Matthew looked away. Ta off why had why are nout but a beginner, ta it off, said Latex in a sudden fury. I haven't got a hat on, said Matthew. Latex stared round the room. 6 in 8 years. Anyone here do tha that? Matthew turned back to Longin. You coming? Longin gave him a nasty look. Don like Bane pushed around. I'm not pushing you around. It was you who called me in here. Longin thrust a fist under his nose. Don much like you, Delarue Don much like you. The feeling is reciprocal, said Matthew. Good, said Longin with satisfaction, now we can gee along fine. Why shan't I drink? He asked with a suspicious look at Matthew. Was point in not drinking. Don joy why liquor, said Geechali. Sh'd feel worse if I didn't drink. Menard was singing. Sije mers, je virtue on mentera. Dans un cave ouya du bon vin. Matthew looked at Longin. You can drink as much as you like, he said. Was that, said Longin, he seemed to be nonplussed. I said, shouted Matthew, that you can drink as much as you like for all I care. He thought, I'd better get out of here, but could not make up his mind to go. When he bent down he could smell the sticky sweetness of their drunkenness, of their wretchedness. He thought, but where can I go? He felt dizzy. They did not disgust him, these beaten men who were draining defeat to the dregs. If he felt disgust at anyone it was at himself. Longin bent down to take hold of his mug, and fell forward on his knees. He crawled as far as the tin, plunged his arm into the wine up to the elbow, drew out his mug, full to the brim, dripping, and bent forward his head to drink. The liquor trickled back into the tin from the two corners of his trembling mouth. Don't feel too good, he said. Cat tea up, said Geechali. How? Asked Longin, his face was white, and he was breathing stertorously. Geechali stuck 2 fingers down his own throat, leaned sideways, retched, and brought up a small amount of viscous fluid. Lee that, he said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Longin, still on his knees, passed his mug across to his left hand, and thrust the fingers of his right down his throat. Hey, cried Latex, you'll bring up in booze. Delarue, cried Geechali, give em a shove. Quick. Give em a shove. Matthew pushed Longin, who slumped down on his backside, but without removing his fingers from his mouth. The rest of the party gave him encouraging looks. He pulled out his fingers and retched. Keep on Lee that, said Geechali, here tea comes. Longin started to cough, and his face went scarlet. Nothing's coming, he protested, still coughing. Why a bastard, cried Geechali in a sudden fury, if why can't cat, why shan't he drink? Longin felt in his pocket, scrambled to his knees again, and squatted close to the tin. What are you up to? Said Grimaud. Go ng to make compress, said Longin. He withdrew his wine-soaked handkerchief from the tin, laid it on his forehead, and said in the voice of a small child. Please, Delarue, will you tie it behind my neck? Matthew took the 2 corners and fastened them in a knot. Th's burr, said Longin. The handkerchief lay like a bandage over his right eye. Red wine was trickling down his cheeks and along his neck. You luli Jesus Christ, said Geechali, with a splutter of laughter. You're a shame kind of feller. He held out his mug to Matthew to be refilled. You've had quite enough, said Matthew. Do's I tell yer, cried Longin, do's I tell yer. Oh God, he went on plaintively, I feel awful. For Christ's sake give em something tea drink, said Geechali, or'll be starting in gainbouts brother. Longin gave him a haughty stare. Why shan't I talk bout em brother if I want to? Who's goin' to stop me? Oh, get a hell outta here, said Geechali. Longin turned to Matthew. Bros at hose getter, he explained. Isn't he in the army? Not Alf, he isn't, got his discharge. He and's lil wife go walking under the trees, and they say poor Paul's no luck have their bye of fun and think 'bout me all the time, they do. I'll give 'em poor Paul. He thought deeply for a moment, then. Don like 'em brother, he said. Grimaud laughed till the tears rolled down his cheeks. Why you got ter laugh at? Asked Longin aggressively. You won't stop 'em laughing, demanded Guichely with a show of indignation. Carry on, chum, he said to Grimaud with paternal solicitude, joy yourself, have goo laugh, th's what we're here for. Laughing 'bout my wife, said Grimaud. Hell with why wife, said Longin. If you can talk 'bout why brother, I see and talk 'bout my wife. Grimaud put a finger to his lips. SSH, he said. He leaned across to Guichely and announced confidentially. My ol woman's ugly as a duck's arse. Guichely tried to say something, but, nor a word, said Grimaud imperiously, as a duck's arse no two pinions 'bout it. Where a moment, he added, raising himself slightly and stretching his left hand underneath his bottom in order to reach his pistol pocket, LL show your make you proper cat, it will. After making a number of vain efforts to achieve his purpose, he let himself fall back into his former position. What hell ugly as duck's arse ta my word fot. Why shall I lie 'bout it nothin' to gain by lyin'? Longin seemed to be interested. She really ugly, he asked. VE told you, as a duck's arse. Wha so ugly 'bout her? Whole bag o' tricks, bubs hang down to er knees, borams on er heels and ush Jew see her legs blurry awful. Burr hand er over to me, said Longin with a laugh, Jew's woman for me. Never ad nout but whores brothers always go the good uns. Grimaud produced a sly wink. Nor on your life, chum, cos if I pass her over to you, can't be sure o getting nother, seeing I'm no beauty self. Th's life tha is, he concluded with a sigh. Gorer put up with wha one's got. Et voila, sang Menard, la vie que les bones moin Ontario. Yes, th's life, said Longin. We're Jews loner stiffs remembering their lives and pretty blurry lives too. Guichely flung his canteen in his face. It grazed Longin's cheek and fell into the tin. Pipe down, said Guichely in a sudden fury, ve had me trouble same as everyone else, Buri don spill out wherever I go. Where you for bear off fun, see. Longin turned despairing eyes on Matthew. Jem out of here, he said in a low voice, Jem out of here. Matthew bent down to put his hands under his armpits, but Longin wriggled free like a snake. Matthew lost all patience with him. I'm fed up, he said, you coming or aren't you? Longin had turned over on his back, and was lying on the floor eyeing him maliciously. You'd like me to go with yer, wow and you. I don't give a damn whether you come or not. I only want you to make up your mind one way or the other. Have drink, said Longin, plenty o time to have drink while thinking tea over. Matthew made no reply. Grimaud held out his mug to him. Lay hold. No, thanks, said Matthew, waving it away. Why are yer no drinking? Asked Guichely, flabbergasted by this refusal. Nuff for all, no need to be shy. I'm not thirsty. Guichely started to laugh. Says no thirsty, Don, you know where the boys ass drink when they re not thirsty. I don't want to drink. Guichely raised his eyebrows. Why Don yer wanter drink li rest of us? Why he looked at Matthew severely, thought why was goo guy disappointed in yer. Longin propped himself up on one elbow. Don, why see he despises us. There was a silence. Guichely looked at Matthew inquiringly. Then, suddenly, he slumped, and his eyelids drooped. He smiled miserably, and said, still with his eyes closed. Anyone despises us ge out. Don wanter keep any bori gainst his will. All pals here. I don't despise anybody, said Matthew. He stopped. They're drunk and I've not had a drop. The fact that was so endowed him with a superiority which made him feel ashamed. He was ashamed of the long-suffering voice which he had been compelled to adopt in speaking to them. They've got drunk because they're at the end of their tether. But no one could share their wretchedness unless he shared their drunkenness too. I ought Hunty to have come, he thought. Despises us, said Longin again with a sort of angry apathy. T's like going to the pictures for I'm amuses mtc lot of drunks a-sing of theirs elves. Speak for thyself, said Latex, I'm no s-ing. Oh, shurup, said Geacheli wearily. Grimaud looked thoughtfully at Matthew. If he despises us, he can go to hell. Geacheli broke into a guffaw of laughter. Why can go to hell, he said. Why can go to hell? Menard had stopped singing and now slid off the top of the cupboard. He stared about him with a hunted look, then, seeming suddenly reassured, heaved a sigh of relief and passed out on the floor. Nobody paid any attention to him. All those present were gazing straight in front of them. Every now and then they turned and gave Matthew a nasty look. Matthew had not the least idea what to do next. He had come here with the innocent intention of helping Longin. But he should have known that shame and embarrassment would inevitably bear him company. Merely because of him, all these chaps had suddenly become self-conscious. He had ceased to speak their language, but, nevertheless, without wishing to, had become their judge, and a witness for the prosecution against them. The sight of the tin, filled with wine and floating filth, gave him a feeling of acute disgust, though, at the same time, he blamed himself for feeling as he did. Who am I to refuse to drink when my friends are in this state? Latex was musingly fingering his groin. Suddenly he turned on Matthew, his eyes blazing defiance. Then he put his canteen between his legs, and proceeded to dangle himself in the wine. Giving old man a drink it's strengthening. Geacheli gave a guffaw. Matthew turned away and met Grimaud's iron-ical gaze. Jew's wondering what sort o' hell of a place you've tumbled into, aren't you, he asked. You don't know what we're like, lad, anything may happen with us around. He leaned forward and cried with a knowing wink. Warner bout another lil drink, Latex. Latex returned the wink. Don't mind if I do. He raised his canteen and drank noisily, keeping his eyes on Matthew. Longin giggled. Everyone was grinning. They're starting again because of me. Latex put down his canteen and made a smacking noise with his tongue. Tha was good, Tha was. War about it, said Geacheli, Laurie are damn good fellers, aren't we? Who says we don't enjoy ourselves? You seen nothin' yet, said Grimaud, you ain't seen nothin'. And he began fumbling at his flies with trembling hands. Matthew leaned across to Geacheli. Give me your canteen, he said quietly, I'm going to join in the fun. S fallen into the tin, said Geacheli morosely, fish tea out for yourself. Matthew plunged his hand into the tin, felt about with his fingers, touched the bottom, and brought up the canteen full to the brim. Grimaud's hands ceased to move. He looked at them, then put them in his pockets and stared at Matthew. Ah, said Latex in friendlier tones, knew as you wow and be able to stand out. Matthew drank. There were lumps of some soft, colorless substance floating about in the wine. He spat them out and refilled the canteen. Grimaud laughed good-humoredly. No one can't look to us and not drink, Gibbs I'm a thirst juice to see us. Better be copied than pitted, said Geacheli, his good temper now fully restored. Matthew busied himself with saving a fly that was struggling in the wine, then he drank. Latex looked at him with an appraising eye. Nor a drunk, that NSA suicide. The canteen was empty. I'm finding it rather hard to get drunk, said Matthew. He filled the canteen for the third time. The wine was heavy and had a curious, sweet taste. Not done anything in it, have you? He asked, struck by a sudden suspicion. "You nuts?" asked Geacheli indignantly. "Don't think we'd spoil goo booze, do yer?" "Oh well," said Matthew, "what the hell?" He emptied the canteen at a gulp and drew a deep breath. Geacheli looked at him with interest. "Feel better?" Matthew shook his head. "Haven't got there yet." He took the canteen and was leaning with clenched teeth over the tin when he heard Longin's mocking voice behind him, "Wants ter show 'e can carry slicker better nor us." Matthew swung round. "That's not true. I'm getting drunk because I want to have a good time." Longin had sat down again, holding himself very stiffly. The bandage had slipped down his nose. Above it, Matthew could see his eyes, round and staring, like those of an ancient hen. "Don much like you, Delarue," said Longin. "You've said that once already." "Boys don much like you either," said Longin, "you scare cos wiry and educated bloke, Buletin don't run away with idea tha they like you." "Why shouldn't they like me?" asked Matthew between clenched teeth. "Why do things different from everyone else even when YGE drunk, T's no th way we GE drunk?" Matthew gave him a puzzled look, then, turning round, he flung the canteen through the glass front of the cupboard. "I can't get drunk," he said in a loud voice. "I can't." "Don't you see I can't?" No one uttered a word. Geacheli removed a large fragment of glass which had fallen on his knees, and laid it on the floor. Matthew went across to Longin, took his arm, and pulled him to his feet. "Wha's the marrer, what ve I done, mind why own business why blurry tough?" "I came here to take you away, and take you away I will," said Matthew. Longin struggled violently. "Lemme alone, for Cree's sake lemme alone, or I'll let Y have it." Matthew started to drag him from the room. Longin shot up his hand and tried to poke his fingers in the other's eyes. "You bloody bastard," said Matthew. He let go of Longin and gave him two not very hard hooks to the jaw. Longin went limp and spun round. Matthew caught him before he fell and hoisted him onto his shoulders like a sack. "I can do a bit of rough housing too, when I give my mind to it," he said. He hated the lot of them. He went out and down the stone steps with his burden. Chariot burst out laughing as he passed. "What's bitten you, brother?" Matthew crossed the road and unloaded Longin against the trunk of a chestnut tree. Longin opened one eye, tried to say something, and was promptly sick. "Feel better?" asked Matthew. Longin was sick again. "Feel fine," he said between hiccups. "I'm off," said Matthew, "and when you've finished tatting you'd better try to get some sleep." By the time he arrived at the post office he was out of breath. He knocked. Panette opened the door and greeted him with a look of rapture. "So you decided to come after all," he said. "Yes," said Matthew. The postmistress showed up in the darkness of the interior, behind Panette. "This young lady's not shy of me any longer, we're going for a stroll in the fields." The girl glowered at him. Matthew returned her stare with a smile. He thought, she's not very friendly, but he felt reckless. "You stink of booze," said Panette. Matthew laughed, but said nothing. The postmistress put on a pair of black gloves, double-locked the door, and the three of them set out. She took Panette's arm, and Panette took Matthew's. They passed a number of soldiers who greeted them. "Off for a Sunday walk," shouted Panette. "Now there's no officers," they shouted back, "every day's Sunday." Silence of moonlight in the sun's glare. Crude plaster effigies set in a circle about a deserted space will tell to generations yet unborn what men once were. Sooty tears streaked the faces of tall white ruins. To the northwest stood a triumphal arch, to the north, a Roman temple, southwards, a bridge led to another temple. Water lay stagnant in a fountain's basin. A stone knife stood on end pointing to the sky. Stone, imitation stone made from the sugar loaves of history, Rome, Egypt, the age of stone. That was all that remained of a celebrated open space. He said, all that remains, but the edge had gone from his pleasure. Nothing is more monotonous than catastrophe. He had begun to get used to it. He leaned against the iron railings, happy still but tired, with the taste of summer's dry heat in his mouth. He had been walking all day. His legs could scarcely carry him, but he felt the need to go on walking all the same. One can do nothing in a dead city but walk. I deserve a bit of luck, he said to himself. What sort of luck did not matter, so long as some flower showed suddenly at the corner of a street for his own private delectation. But nothing happened. All around him stretched a desert, little flickers of sunlight from the windows of great buildings, small objects, black and white pigeons, and immemorial birds long turned to stone as a result of feeding on statues. The only gay note in all this mineral landscape was struck by a Nazi flag flying over the Hotel Krillin. Oh! Le pavillon en vient signen sur la soie de mers et de fleurs arctiques. In the middle of the blood-red rag, a circle white as that of the magic lantern shining on the sheets of childhood, in the middle of the circle a knot of black serpents, the monogram of evil, my monogram. A red drop kept forming in the folds of the standard, detaching itself, and falling on the macadam of the roadway. Virtue was bleeding. He murmured, virtue is bleeding. But the idea seemed to him now less amusing than it had done on the previous evening. For 3 days he had spoken to nobody, and his pleasure had grown hard. Fatigue had momentarily clouded his vision, and he wondered, now, whether he had not better go home. No, he couldn't do that, my presence is needed everywhere. He must go on walking. The strident rending of the sky brought him relief. The aeroplane gleaming in the sunlight was an easing of his burden. The dead city had found another observer, could parade for other eyes its myriads of dead faces. He smiled. It was him that the machine was seeking among the tombs. It is for me alone, that it is there. He wanted to rush into the middle of the place and wave his handkerchief. Let them drop their bombs. That would bring resurrection, the city would reverberate with blacksmith bangings, as in the days when it had laboured, and lovely weeds would sprout upon its walls. The aeroplane turned away. All about him was once more swallowed in a planetary silence. He must walk unceasingly, over the surface of a cooling planet. He moved. Off again, dragging his feet. The dust whitened his shoes. He gave a start. A general was standing, his face pressed to a window, idly victorious, his hands behind his back. Maybe he was watching this native wandering aimlessly through the Museum of Parisian Antiques. The windows all about him had turned to German eyes. He threw back his head, and imparted to his walk a springy movement, swaying his hips in a faintly comic manner. I am the guardian of the cemetery. The Tuileries, the river embankment by the Tuileries. Before crossing the road he looked right and left from force of habit, but saw nothing except the long tunnel of greenery. He was just about to walk over the Solferino bridge when suddenly he stopped, his heart thumping. Here, at last, was his stroke of luck. A little tremor ran all the way up his body, from his hams to the back of his neck. His hands and feet went cold. He stood perfectly still, holding his breath. All his life seemed concentrated in his eyes, and, with his eyes, he devoured the slim young man who, in all innocence, had his back towards him and was leaning over the river. A miraculous meeting. Daniel would have been no more deeply moved if the evening breeze had spoken his name in human accents, if the clouds had written its syllables on the mauve heavens, so manifest was it that this youth had been placed there for him, that the long, broad hands, blossoming from silken sleeves, were the words of his secret language. He has been given to me. The boy was tall and smoothly fleshed, with fair, tousled hair and sloping, almost womanish shoulders, narrow hips, a small, firm rump, and ears that were small and exquisitely formed. A miraculous meeting, he thought, and felt something that was akin to fear. In every fibre of his body he aped death, like certain reptiles at the approach of danger. For me, the worst danger of all is beauty. His hands grew colder and colder. Metal fingers fastened on the back of his neck. Beauty, that most treacherous of all snares, lay in wait for him with a smile of connivance, a proffered ease, beckoned to him, seemed to have been waiting for his coming. How lying were appearances! The back of that soft, that sweet, that inviting head was waiting for no thing, for no person. The pleasure it found in rubbing against the coat collar was a private pleasure, and private, too, was the pleasure of those warm, fair thighs at whose presence he could guess under the grey flannel of the trousers. The river fills his vision, he is looking at the river, he is lost in solitary and unaccountable thought, like a lonely palm tree. He is mine, yet does not know me. Daniel felt sick with anxiety, and, for a moment or two, grew dizzy. The boy, a tiny, distant figure, seemed to be calling to him from the bottom of a pit. Beauty was calling to him, beauty, my destiny. He thought, everything is going to begin again, everything hope and wretchedness, shame and madness. Then, suddenly, he remembered that France was finished, all things are permissible. Warmth radiated out from his stomach into his fingertips, weariness left him, the blood beat in his temples. We are the sole visible representatives of the human species, the unique survivors of a vanished nation. It is inevitable that we shall speak to one another, what more natural? He took a step towards the stranger whom he had named, already, the miracle. He felt young and sound and heavy with his gift of exaltation. And almost at once he stopped. He had just noticed that the miracle was trembling in all his limbs, now leaning backwards with a convulsive movement, now pressing his belly to the balustrade, leaning his head forward above the river. The little fool, thought Daniel in a sudden fit of irritation. The boy was not worthy of this extraordinary moment, was not really, in a full sense, present at the rendezvous. This being, who should have been drained and empty, ready to receive the good news, was allowing himself to be distracted by puerile anxieties. The little fool. All of a sudden, the miracle raised his right foot in an odd, encumbered movement, and made as though to climb across the parapet. Daniel was preparing to leap forward when the boy turned, a prey to uncertainty, his leg still raised. He saw Daniel, and what Daniel saw was a pair of smoldering eyes in a face of chalk. For a moment, the boy hesitated, then, his foot dropped to the ground, scraping the stone as it did so, and he started walking with assumed nonchalance, his hand on the edge of the parapet. So you want to kill yourself, do you? Daniel's sense of wonder froze on the moment. So that was all it was, a grubby, terror-stricken lad unable to endure the results of his own idiocy. A hot wave of desire moved in him, he set off behind the young man with the cold lust of a prowling lecher. His very exultation had gone cold. He felt delivered, cleansed, and full of a sly malice. Deep down he preferred the thing to be so, though it amused him still to bear a grudge against the stranger he was following. You want to kill yourself, you little idiot, as though it were as easy as all that. You'd be surprised to know how many, far more experienced than you, have failed to do it. The boy seemed to be aware that there was somebody behind him. He was striding along like a high-stepping horse, with a stiff, self-conscious exaggeration in his movements. In the middle of the bridge he suddenly noticed his right hand trailing along the parapet. It rose, seemingly of its own volition, stiff, prophetic, at the end of its attendant arm. He forced it down, stuffed it in his pocket, and walked on, hunching his shoulders. There's an equivocal look about him, thought Daniel, that's how I like them. The young man began to walk faster. Daniel followed suit. He wanted to laugh. He's suffering, he's longing to get it over, but he can't, because I am behind him. Go on, I shan't leave you. At the far end of the bridge, the boy hesitated before turning down the Quai d'Orsay. He reached a point where there was a flight of steps giving access to the bank, stopped, turned impatiently towards Daniel, and stood waiting. Daniel had a momentary vision of an exquisite pale face, a short nose, a small, sagging mouth, and eyes that were eloquent of pride. He lowered his own with hypocritical modesty, slowly drew near, passed the boy without looking at him, and then, a few steps farther on, glanced back over his shoulder. The boy had disappeared. In a leisurely fashion, Daniel leaned over the parapet and saw him down on the river bank, contemplating with hanging head and absorbed attention a mooring ring which he was pensively kicking. The first thing to do was to get down there as quickly and unobtrusively as possible. Fortunately, 20 yards ahead, there was another staircase, a narrow iron ladder, concealed by a buttress. Slowly, noiselessly, Daniel made the descent. He was enjoying himself madly. Having reached the bottom of the ladder, he flattened himself against the wall. The boy was standing on the very edge of the bank, looking down at the water. The Seine, a greenish surface, with livid lights, was carrying on its flood a number of dark, flabby objects. To plunge into that evil-looking stream was not a tempting prospect. The young man bent down, picked up a stone and let it fall into the water. Then he relapsed into his former mood of morbid brooding. Nothing doing today, in 5 minutes' time he'll be like a pricked bubble. Ought I to let things take their course, stay hidden, wait until he has tasted the very lees of his humiliation, and then, when he has turned away, burst out laughing? Pretty risky, he might develop a permanent loathing of me. On the other hand, if I fling myself on him as though saving him from a watery grave, he'll be grateful to me for thinking him capable of such an act, even though he may protest, for form's sake, and especially for sparing him the necessity of making up his mind. Daniel passed his tongue over his lips, drew a deep breath, and jumped out of his hiding place. The young man, startled, swung round. He would have fallen had not Daniel seized him by the arm. He said, "I." At the same moment he took note of Daniel, and seemed to pull himself together. The look of fright in his eyes gave place to one of rage. "It's somebody else he's terrified of." "What do you want?" he asked with haughty aloofness. Daniel could not answer him at once. Desire caught him by the throat and checked his speech. "Young Narcissus," he said, bringing out the words with difficulty, "young Narcissus." After a moment's pause, he added, "Narcissus leaned over a bit too far, my lad, and fell into the water." "But I'm not Narcissus," said the youth, "I've got a perfectly adequate sense of balance, and I don't need your help." He's a student, thought Daniel. He put his question with brutal directness. "Were you contemplating suicide? Are you crazy?" Daniel started to laugh, and the boy flushed. "Leave me alone," he said gloomily. "In my own good time," said Daniel, and tightened his grip. The young man lowered his handsome eyes, and Daniel jumped back just in time to avoid his kick. "So that's his little game," he thought, regaining his balance. "Kicking out wildly, without so much as looking at me." He was delighted, both of them were breathing heavily. Not a word passed between them. The boy kept his head down, and Daniel noted with admiration the astonishing silkiness of his hair. "So that's it, kicking, a woman's trick." The boy moved his head from side to side as though in a vain effort to raise it. After another moment's silence he said, with studied roughness, "Get to hell out of here." There was more of mulishness than assurance in his voice, but he had managed to raise his eyes and now stared Daniel straight in the face with a frightened insolence. Then his gaze slid sideways, and Daniel could contemplate at his ease the handsome, vulnerable face. Pride and weakness, he thought, and bad faith into the bargain. A little bourgeois face overwhelmed by an abstract melancholy, charming features but with no touch of generosity. At the same moment, a kick on the calf made him grimace with sudden pain. "Bloody young fool. I've half a mind to put you across my knee and give you a thundering good spanking. Just you try." Daniel started to shake him. "And suppose I do?" Suppose I feel like taking your trousers down here and now, who's going to stop me? The boy blushed scarlet and began to laugh. I'm not frightened of you. We'll soon see about that, said Daniel. He gripped the back of the young man's neck, and tried to force his head forward. No, no, cried the boy in tones of despair, no. Are you going to try to kick me again? No, let me go. Daniel relaxed his hold and straightened his back. The boy said nothing. All the fight had gone out of him. A young horse that's already felt the bit. Someone's done the breaking in for me. I see a father, an uncle. A lover, no, not a lover, that's still to come and he'll revel in it. Just for the moment he's virgin. So you wanted to kill yourself, he said, still maintaining his grip. Why? The boy remained mulishly silent. Sulk as much as you please, said Daniel, it doesn't matter to me. You bungled it this time, at any rate. The boy was smiling to himself. There was something at once knowing yet indeterminate in his expression. This is just treading water, thought Daniel, by this time thoroughly put out, and he gave his victim a violent shake. What are you grinning at? The other looked him straight in the eyes. You'll have to let me go sooner or later. True enough, said Daniel, so I'll do it now. He let go of him and put his hands in his pockets. Well. The boy made no attempt to move. He was still smiling. He's laughing at me. I may as well tell you that I am an excellent swimmer. I've got 2 rescues to my credit, one of them in a high sea. The boy gave a girlish giggle, mocking and sly. It seems to be a mania with you. Maybe it is, said Daniel. Jump, he added, spreading his arms, go on, jump if that is how you're feeling. I'll let you swallow a nice mouthful, then I'll take my clothes off at my leisure, dive into the river, give you a clout over the head, and fish you out more dead than alive. He started to laugh. When people have failed to bring off a suicide, they don't often indulge in a second attempt. Once I brought you round, you won't feel like having another shot. The boy took a step forward as though meaning to strike him. What right have you to speak to me like that? Daniel continued to laugh. Ha, ha, what right, you may well ask. Suddenly he gripped his wrist. So long as I am here you are quite incapable of killing yourself, no matter how much you may want to. I have the power of life and death over you. But you won't always be there, said the boy with an odd look. That's where you are wrong. I shall always be there. He had a little thrill of pleasure. He had caught a sudden flash of curiosity in the lovely hazel eyes. Suppose I do want to kill myself, what's that got to do with you? You don't even know who I am. Just a little mania of mine, as you said yourself, replied Daniel jovially. I happen to have a passion for preventing people from doing what they want to do. A look of kindliness came into his eyes. Are things really as bad as all that? The boy made no reply. He was doing all he knew to keep from crying. Daniel felt so profoundly moved that tears came into his own eyes. Fortunately, the other was too much concerned with his feelings to notice. For a few seconds more Daniel managed to control his longing to stroke his hair, then, his right hand came out of his pocket as though independently of his will, and rested for a moment, with the fumbling uncertainty of a blind man, on the golden head. He snatched it back as though he had touched fire. Too soon, that was a false step. The boy shook his head vehemently, and walked a few paces along the bank. Daniel waited, holding his breath. Too soon, you fool, much too soon. In a sudden spurt of self-punishing anger, he completed his thought, if he makes off now, I'll let him go. But at the first sound of the other's sobs, he ran to him and took him in his arms. The boy yielded without a struggle. You poor dear, said Daniel, overcome by emotion, you poor dear. He would have given his right hand to be able to console him or to share his fit of weeping. In a second or so, the boy raised his head. He was no longer crying, but 2 tears were trickling down his adorable cheeks. Daniel would have liked to lick them off, to drink them down, to feel in his mouth the salty taste of the other's grief. The young man looked at him distrustfully. "How was it you happened to be there?" "I was just passing." "Aren't you in the army?" Daniel heard the question with no sense of pleasure. "I am not the least bit interested in their war." He hurried on, "Look here, I'll make you a proposal. Are you still determined to commit suicide?" The boy said nothing, but a dark obstinate look came into his face. "All right," said Daniel, "just you listen to me. I found it amusing to frighten you, though, in point of fact, I've nothing whatever against suicide so long as it is the fruit of ripe reflection. I take a sort of sporting interest in your death, since you are a perfect stranger to me. I see no reason why I should stop you from killing yourself, if you have a valid reason for wishing to do so." He saw with pleasure that the color had ebbed from the young man's cheeks. "You were feeling safe," he thought. "Take a look at this," he went on, displaying the thick bezel of his ring. "Inside there I carry a poison that brings sudden death. I wear this ring always, even at night, and, if it so happened that I found myself in a position that was intolerable to my pride." He stopped talking, and unscrewed the bezel of the ring. The boy stared at the 2 brown capsules with an expression in which repulsion fought with distrust. "Tell me your motives. If I decide that they are valid, I'll make you a present of one of these." "Would you like me to give it to you now?" he asked, as though he had suddenly changed his mind. The boy passed his tongue over his lips without speaking. "Do you want it? It is yours for the asking. You can swallow it in my presence, and I promise not to leave you." He took the young man by the hand. "I'll hold on to you, and close your eyes." The boy shook his head. "What proof have I got that it really is poison?" he asked with an effort. Daniel's laugh was young and gay. "You're afraid it may be just an aperient? Swallow it and see." The boy made no reply. His cheeks were still pale, the pupils of his eyes dilated, but he gave Daniel a sidelong smile that was at once sly and coquettish. "You don't want it, then?" "Not at once." Daniel screwed up the bezel of his ring. "Just as you like," he said coldly. "What's your name?" "Must I tell you my name?" "Yes, your Christian name." "Well, if I must." "Philippe." "Well, Philippe," said Daniel, putting his arm through the young man's, "since you want to talk about yourself, you'd better come home with me." He pushed him towards the staircase and hurried him up the steps. At the top, they turned along the embankment, arm in arm. Philippe obstinately kept his eyes lowered. He had started to tremble again, but made no effort to keep an interval between himself and Daniel, whose leg he brushed with his own at every step. Smart suede shoes, almost new but obviously bought at least a year ago, well-cut flannel suit, white tie, blue silk shirt, the whole turnout, Montparnasse, vintage 1938, hair carefully disarranged, his whole appearance reeking of narcissism. Why isn't he in the army? Probably too young. Still, he may quite well be older than he looks. Childhood is prolonged in the case of young men with dominant parents. Obviously it wasn't poverty that drove him to the idea of suicide. As they passed the end of Henry IV Bridge, Daniel suddenly shot a question at him. "Was it because of the Germans that you wanted to kill yourself?" Philippe looked surprised and shook his head. He was as pretty as a painted angel. "I'll help you," thought Daniel with a little surge of passion, "I'll help you." He longed to save Philippe, to make a man of him. "I'll give you everything I have, you shall know all that I know." The markets were dark and empty. Gone was their old familiar smell. But the city looked wholly different. An hour ago the scene had been set for the end of the world, and Daniel had felt himself to be a character in history. Now, slowly, the streets were becoming themselves again, and he was at the heart of a pre-war Sunday, at that turning point of the afternoon when the promise of a brand new Monday begins to emerge from the death agonies of the week and the sinking sun. Something was about to begin, a new week, a new love adventure. He threw back his head and smiled. A window blazed with the scarlet of the last light and omen. The exquisite smell of crushed strawberries suddenly filled his nostrils, another omen. In the distance, a shadow crossed the Rue Montmartre at a run, yet a third omen. Each time that fortune brought him face to face with a boy of angelic beauty, heaven and earth invariably indulged in knowing winks. He felt weak with desire and caught his breath with every step, but so used had he become to walking silently in the company of the unsuspecting young that he had grown to love for its own sake the long drawn-out patience of the pederast. I am watching you, you are naked in the hollow of my gaze, I possess you, though we are not touching, merely through the medium of sight and smell, giving nothing of myself in return. He leaned his head sideways, the better to breathe the fragrance of the bent neck, and was suddenly brought up short by a strong smell of naphthalene. At once he straightened his back, feeling his passion cool, conscious of a little flutter of amusement. He adored such alternating moods of thrill and aridity, adored the sense of exacerbation. Detection's my strong suit, he thought with a flicker of gaiety. A young poet plans to throw himself into the river on the day the Germans enter Paris. Why? I have but one due to the problem, but it is central. His suit smells of naphthalene, obvious deduction, he hasn't been wearing it. Why should he change his clothes in order to commit suicide? Because he could no longer wear what he had on yesterday. Ergo it was a uniform, which would have given him away and led inevitably to his being made prisoner. He's a soldier. But what is he doing here? Perhaps he was posted to the Ministry of Information or the Air Ministry, but in that case he would have cleared off to Tours with the others, days ago. Well then, what? The whole thing was dear to him. He stopped and pointed to an entry. Here we are. I'm not going any farther, said Philippe suddenly. What do you mean? I'm not going with you. You'd rather be picked up by the Germans. I just don't want to, said Philippe, and stared at his feet. I've nothing to tell you, and I don't know anything about you. So that's it, said Daniel, so that's it? He took the boy's head between his hands and forced him to raise his eyes. You know nothing about me, but I know all about you, he said. I could tell you your whole story from A to Z. Staring fixedly into Philippe's eyes, he went on, you were with the northern armies. The men panicked, and you took to your heels. Later, I suppose, you couldn't find your unit again, so you came home. You found your family gone, so you put on a suit of civvies and made a beeline for the Seine with the idea of drowning yourself. It's not that you're particularly patriotic, but you can't bear the feeling that you're a coward. Am I right? The boy stood there motionless, but his eyes had grown round and large. Daniel's mouth was dry, he could feel anguish flooding through him like a tide. He repeated his question, but there was more of violence than assurance in his voice. Am I right? Philippe uttered a faint groan, and his body went limp. Anguish died away. Daniel caught his breath in a spasm of joy. His heart was madly hammering. Come upstairs, he said in a low voice. I know a cure. A cure for what? For your trouble. I can teach you a lot of things. Philippe looked exhausted but relieved. Daniel pushed him into the entry. He had never dared to bring home with him the young professionals whom he had been in the habit of picking up in Montmartre and Montparnasse. But today the concierge and most of the tenants were herring along the roads between Montargis and Gien. This was a special occasion. They climbed the stairs in silence. Daniel put his key into the lock, but he kept his grip on Philippe's arm while he did so. He opened the door and stood aside for the other to pass. Come along in. Philippe obeyed, moving like someone only half awake. The door opposite, it's the living room. He turned his back on him, shut the front door, locked it, and put the key in his pocket. He found Philippe standing in front of the bookshelves, gazing with lively interest at a number of statuettes ranged along their top. I say, those things are pretty marvelous. Not bad, said Daniel, not at all bad. And the great thing about them is that they're genuine. I bought them from the Indians. And that? Asked Philippe. That's the portrait of a dead child from Mexico. When anyone kicks the bucket there, a corpse painter is called in who proceeds to paint a portrait to look like life. That's an example of what they can do. Have you been in Mexico? Asked Philippe, and there was a faint note of respect in his voice. I lived there for 2 years. Philippe was gazing ecstatically at the lovely face, so disdainful and so pale, that stared back at him from the remote distances of death with the serious, self-sufficient expression of an initiate. There's a resemblance between them, thought Daniel. Both of them fair, both of them insolent and pale, the one within the pictured semblance, the other outside it, the young creature who wanted to die, and the young creature who had died in fact, looked at one another. The only thing that separated them was death, nothingness, the flat surface of the canvas. It's marvelous, said Philippe again. An all-enveloping weariness swept over Daniel with the suddenness of a thunderclap. He heaved a deep sigh and collapsed into an armchair. Malvina jumped onto his knee. Be a good little cat, Malvina, he said, stroking her, be a beautiful little cat. He turned to Philippe, and spoke as though he were at the end of his tether. There's whiskey in the liquor cabinet, no, to your right, that small Chinese cupboard. You'll find glasses there, too. You must be the daughter of the house and do the necessary. Philippe filled 2 glasses, handed one to Daniel, and remained standing in front of him. Daniel emptied his drink at one gulp, and felt his spirits rise. If you were a poet, he said suddenly, dropping into the second person plural, you'd realize what an extraordinary meeting ours was. The boy uttered an odd, provocative little laugh. How do you know I'm not? He looked Daniel full in the face. A complete change had come over his expression, over his whole way of behaving, since he had entered the flat. It's fathers who get across him, thought Daniel with a sense of annoyance. He's not frightened of me any longer because he realizes that I don't belong in that category. He deliberately assumed an air of uncertainty. I'm just wondering, he said, as though pondering a problem, whether you really interest me. It might have been better if you had asked yourself that question earlier, said Philippe. Daniel smiled. It's never too late. If I decide that I find you a bore, I can turn you out. You needn't bother to do that, said Philippe and turned towards the door. Stay where you are, said Daniel, you know perfectly well that you need me. Philippe smiled with an air of easy laziness, and sat down on a chair. Papia brushed past him. He caught her and lifted her onto his knee. She made no protest. He stroked her gently, voluptuously. That's a point in your favor, said Daniel with no little surprise. It's the first time she's ever allowed any stranger to do that. Philippe indulged in a self-satisfied smile. How many cats have you got? He asked, dropping his gaze. 3. That's a point in your favor. He scratched Papia's head, and the cat started to purr. He's a great deal more at his case than I am, thought Daniel. He knows perfectly well that I like him. His next question came suddenly. He asked it with the object of breaking down his visitor's self-possession. How did it all happen? Philippe spread his knees and let Papia go. The cat jumped to the floor and made good her escape. Since you've guessed the truth, there's no more to be said. Where were you? In the Nord at a village called Parny. And afterwards? Nothing happened afterwards. We held on for 2 days until the tanks and aeroplanes began to take a hand. Both at the same time. Yes. Were you frightened? Not a bit. Or perhaps it is that fear isn't like what one expects it's going to be. His face had assumed a hard, old look. He stared before him with an expression of weariness. The other chaps ran, and I ran with them. And then? I walked for a bit, then I jumped a lorry. Later still, I walked some more. I got here the day before yesterday. What did you think while you were walking? I didn't think. Why did you wait until today before trying to kill yourself? I wanted to see my mother again, said Philippe. And she wasn't here. No, she wasn't here. He raised his head and looked at Daniel with sparkling eyes. If you think I'm a coward, you're barking up the wrong tree, he said in a tone that was brusque and sharp. Really, then why did you run away? I ran because the others ran. Still, you did want to kill yourself. Have it your own way, yes, the idea did cross my mind. Why? It would take too long to explain. What's the hurry, said Daniel. Have some more whiskey. Philippe poured himself out a glass. There was color in his cheeks now, he giggled. If I hadn't to think of anybody but myself, I shouldn't in the least mind being a coward. I am a pacifist. What does military virtue amount to? Lack of imagination, that's all it is. The really brave chaps, when it came to fighting, were the hobbledehoys, the fellows who were little better than animals. I had the bad luck to be bred up in a family of heroes. I see, said Daniel, your father, I suppose, was a regular soldier. A reserve officer, said Philippe. But he died in 27 as a result of the First War. He was gassed a month before the armistice. His glorious death gave my mother a taste for that sort of thing. She married again in 1933, a general. She looks like being disappointed, said Daniel. Generals have a way of dying in their beds. Not this one, said Philippe, and there was an undercurrent of hatred in his voice. He's a regular Bayard, makes love, kills, prays, but never thinks at all. Is he at the front? Where do you suppose he is? He's the kind of chap who'd work a machine gun single-handed, or charge the enemy at the head of his men. You can rely on him to get 'em all mown down. I can imagine him black, hairy, with a large mustache. Precisely, said Philippe, women adore him because he smells like a goat. They looked at one another and laughed. You don't seem to care much about him, said Daniel. I hate him, said Philippe. He blushed and stared fixedly at Daniel. I suffer from an Oedipus complex, he raved. I'm a regular casebook type. Is it your mother you're in love with? Asked Daniel with an air of incredulity. Philippe said nothing. He had the self-important air of a victim of destiny. Daniel leaned forward. Isn't it more likely to be your stepfather? He said quietly. Philippe gave a start and went scarlet, then, still looking at Daniel straight in the eyes, he burst out laughing. That's rich, he said. Daniel joined in the laughter. Well, but, look here, he said, it was because of him that you wanted to kill yourself. Philippe continued to laugh. Nonsense, of course it wasn't. Then who was it because of? You made a beeline for the river though you were lacking in courage, though you loudly proclaim your detestation of courage. You're afraid he'll despise you. What I'm afraid of is that my mother may despise me, said Philippe. Your mother? I'm sure she'd understand. Philippe bit his lips, but said nothing. When I touched you on the shoulder you were terrified, said Daniel. I suppose you thought it was he. Philippe jumped to his feet, his eyes shining. He struck me. When? About 2 years ago, and ever since then I've had a feeling that he was always behind me. Have you ever dreamed that you were lying naked in his arms? You're crazy, cried Philippe with genuine indignation. There's no doubt at all that the thought of him is an obsession with you. You go down on all fours, the general rides you, he puts you through your paces like a mare. Never, not for a single moment, are you yourself. Sometimes you think with him, sometimes against. You don't really care a hang about pacifism. You'd never have given it a moment's thought if your stepfather hadn't been a soldier. He got up and took Philippe by the shoulders. Do you want me to make you a free man? How can you do that? As I said before, I have much to teach you. Are you a psychoanalyst? Something of the sort. Philippe shook his head. Assuming, he said, that what you say might be true, why should I interest you? I have a passion for the human soul, said Daniel with a smile. Then, with sudden emotion, he added, yours, I should say, would be exquisite if only we could rid it of frustration. Philippe said nothing, but it was dear that he felt flattered. Daniel took a few steps up and down, rubbing his hands. We must begin, he said with an air of gay excitement, by liquidating all moral values. Are you a student? I was, said Philippe. Law? No, literature. So much the better. In that case you will be able to understand what I am going to say. Systematic doubt. See what I mean? Rimbaud's deliberate disorganization. We must set about a complete process of destruction, but not merely in words, in acts. Everything you have borrowed from others will go up in smoke. What remains will be the essential, you agree? Philippe looked at him with eyes that expressed curiosity. Given the state of mind you're in, went on Daniel, what risk can you possibly run? Philippe shrugged, none. Good, said Daniel. I here and now adopt you. We'll start on the journey to hell right away, but, for heaven's sake, he added with a sharp look, no transference business with me, please. I'm not quite a fool, said Philippe with an answering glance. When you reach the stage of chucking me away like an old glove, said Daniel, his eyes still fixed on the young man's face, the cure will be complete. Don't worry, said Philippe. Just like an old glove, said Daniel with a laugh. Just like an old glove, echoed Philippe. They were both of them laughing. Daniel refilled Philippe's glass. Let's sit down over there, said the girl suddenly. Why over there? It looks nice and soft. Oh ho, said Pinette, so young ladies in post offices like things soft, do they? He took off his tunic and flung it on the ground. Perch your softness on my tunic, he said. They settled down in the long grass at the edge of a wheat field. Pinette clenched his left hand, keeping a watch on the girl out of the corner of his eye, put his thumb in his mouth, and pretended to blow. His biceps began to swell as though inflated by a pump. The girl giggled. Feel it? She put out a timid finger and touched Pinette's arm. As she did so the muscle disappeared, and Pinette made a noise like air escaping from a balloon. Oh, she said. Pinette turned to Matthew. What do you think Morin say if he saw me sitting in a ditch without my tunic? You can't see Morin for dust, said Matthew. That's all right by me. Then, leaning towards the girl from the post office, Morin the skipper, he explained. He's busy taking a fresh air cure. A fresh air cure. Finds it healthier, said Pinette with a chuckle. We're our own masters now, no one to give us orders, we can do as we like, go to the school, if you like, and make free with the skipper's bed, the village is all ours. But not for long, said Matthew. All the more reason to make hay while the sun shines. I'd rather stay here, said the girl. Why, haven't I just said there's no one to stop us? There are still some people in the village. Pinette indulged in an arrogant stare. I was forgetting, he said, you're a public servant, of course, got to watch your step. Different for us, there's no one we need bother about. He treated Matthew to a knowing grin. Homeless, roofless, faithless, and lawless, that's what we are, just birds of passage. You've got to stay put, but we're on the wing, a gang of gypsies, wolves, beasts of prey, big, bad wolves, He broke off a blade of grass and began to tickle her chin. His eyes were fixed on her. Still smiling, he began to sing. Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? The girl blushed, smiled, and chimed in. Not us, not us, not us. Pinette was delighted. Hey, my pretty, there was an absent-minded look in his eyes. Hey. My pretty pet, Miss Pretty Pet. Suddenly he stopped. The sky was red, the earth cool and blue-shadowed. Matthew could feel, beneath his hands, beneath his buttocks, the swarming, tangled life of grass and soil and insects, a vast expanse of rank, moist hair running with lice. To feel it was agony. Cornered. Millions of men cornered between the Vosges and the Rhine, all possibility of existing like men taken from them. This flat forest of living things would still be there when they were dead. It was as though the world had no room for anything but fields and grass and a sort of impersonal ubiquity. Beneath his hands the earth was as tempting as suicide, the grass and the dense darkness with which it overlay the soil, the shackled thoughts creeping earthbound through this shadowed dusk, the spider beside his foot, motionless, until, on a sudden, it spread its giant's legs and vanished. The girl sighed. "What's the matter, baby?" asked Pipette. She made no answer. Her small face, the face of a respectably brought-up young woman, was feverishly flushed. She had a long nose, a thin mouth, and a lower lip that projected slightly. "What's the matter? Come on, tell me what's the matter." She remained silent. 100 yards or so from them, silhouetted between sun and field, 4 soldiers were moving like vague shadows in a golden mist. One of them stopped and turned towards the east. He looked, in the glare, to be without solidity. He showed, not exactly black, but mauve, rather, against the red glow of the setting sun. He was bareheaded. The man behind bumped into him, and gave him a push. The upper parts of their bodies seemed to drift like twin ships upon the surface of the wheat. A third loitered at their heels, his arms raised, and, in his rear, a laggard was slashing with a switch at the growing crops. "Come on," said Pinette. He had her chin in his hand and was staring hard into her face. Her eyes were brimming with tears. "Not very cheerful company, are you?" He tried to put a soldier's roughness into the words, but lacked the necessary assurance. When she spoke, the phrase she used, slipping from her child's mouth, seemed wan and faded. "I can't help it." He drew her to him. "Come now, you mustn't cry." "We're not crying, are we?" he added with a laugh. She let her head droop against his shoulder, and he stroked her hair. There was a look of pride on his face. "They'll take you away," she said. "Bah! They'll take you away," she repeated, and began to cry again. A hard look came into Pinette's face. "I'm not asking for pity. I don't want them to take you away." "Who said anything about taking away? You're going to see how Frenchmen can fight, you'll have a ringside seat." She gazed down at him with wide, dilated eyes. Her fear was so intense that she had left off crying. "You mustn't fight. TCHK TCHK TCHK. You mustn't fight, the war's over." There was amusement in the look he gave her. "Ha," he said, "ha, ha." Matthew averted his eyes, he wanted to go away. "We've only known each other since yesterday," she said. Her lower lip was trembling, her long face drooped. She had the noble, sad, frightened look of a horse. "Tomorrow," she said. "There's plenty of time between now and tomorrow," said Pinette. "Between now and tomorrow there's only a night." "Precisely, a night," he said with a wink. "Time enough for a bit of fun." "I don't want a bit of fun." "Don't want a bit of fun? Do you really mean that you don't want a bit of fun?" She looked at him without answering. "Are you unhappy?" he asked. She continued to look at him, her mouth half open. "Because of me?" He leaned across her. There was a look of tenderness on his face, but rather worn, rather haggard. Almost at once he drew back, his lips twisted in an unpleasant sneer. "Come on," he said, "come on, don't take it so hard. There'll be others. There's as good fish in the sea as ever came out of it. I'm not interested in the others. You won't talk like that when you've seen 'em. They're proper cards, well set up chaps, too, broad shoulders, narrow hips." "Who are you talking about?" The Jerrys, who do you think? They're not men at all. Choosy, aren't you? They're just wild animals. Panette gave her an impersonal sort of smile. That's where you're wrong, he said quietly. They're fine-looking fellows, and good soldiers too, not up to French standards, perhaps, but good soldiers for all that. So far as I'm concerned, they're just beasts, she said again. I wouldn't be too sure. If you start saying that sort of thing, you'll look a bit of a fool when you have to change your tune. They're conquerors, and don't you forget it. You can't stand out against a whopping great bloke who's won the war. You'll have to go through it like the others. There's something about M, you know, and it'll get you. Just ask the Paris girls if I'm not right. High old times going on there, plenty of fun and games in Paris, I give you my word. She shook herself free of him. I hate you. What's biting you, kid? Asked Panette. I'm French, said the girl. So are the women of Paris, doesn't make a scrap of difference. Leave me alone, she said, I want to go back. Panette's face was white. He began to laugh. Don't be angry with him, said Matthew, it was only his fun. He's gone a bit too far, she said, what does he take me for? It's not very pleasant to be defeated, said Matthew gently. It takes time to get used to the idea. You've no idea how nice he is as a rule, just a woolly little lamb. Ha, said Panette. Ha, ha. He's jealous, said Matthew. Of me? Asked the girl, once more tractable. You can't blame him for thinking of all the men who'll be trying to make up to you while he's away breaking stones, now, can you? Or eating dandelion roots, put in Panette, still laughing. I won't have you getting yourself killed, she declared. He smiled. You're talking like a woman, he said, like a small girl, a tiny girl, he wound up, tickling her. Behave yourself, she said, wriggling. Oh, do behave yourself. Don't make yourself too miserable about him, said Matthew in a sudden fit of irritation, everything'll go off quite quietly, you know. Why, we haven't any ammunition. They both, at one and the same moment, turned and looked at him. Their faces expressed dislike and a sort of numb frustration, as though he had interrupted them in the act of making love. Matthew stared at Panette without sympathy. A few moments passed, at the end of which Panette dropped his eyes, and began moodily to tug at a tuft of grass between his legs. A number of soldiers were sauntering along the road. One of them had a rifle. He was holding it like a candle, and playing the fool. Bleedin' comic, said a dark, stocky little fellow with knock knees. The other took the barrel of his rifle in both hands, swung the weapon like a golf club, and slogged with the butt at a stone, which jumped about 20 feet. Panette regarded their antics with a frown. Some of 'em getting out of hand already, he said. Matthew made no comment. The girl had taken Panette's hand and was playing with it on her lap. You're wearing a wedding ring, she said. This the first time you've noticed it, he asked, half closing his hand. I noticed it before, all right. Are you married? What do you suppose I wear a wedding ring for, if I'm not? I see, she said sadly. Just you watch. He pulled at his finger, grimacing with his face, wrenched off the ring and flung it into the growing corn. Oh, you didn't ought to have done that, said the girl. She sounded shocked. He took up a knife from the table. Ivok was bleeding. He drove it into the palm of his hand, acting, little gestures of trivial destruction that get you nowhere, and I took it all as a fine manifestation of freedom. Matthew yawned. It was gold. Yes. She leaned forward and kissed him lightly on the lips. Matthew got up, and then sat down again. I'm off, he said. Panette looked at him uneasily. Oh, don't go yet. You don't want me. Stay a bit longer, said Panette, you've got nothing to do. Matthew smiled and pointed at the girl. She's not particularly keen for me to stay. Of course she is, she likes you. He leaned over her, and there was a note of eagerness in his voice. He's my pal, you like him, don't you? Yes, said the girl. She hates me, thought Matthew, but he stayed. Time was standing still. It quivered and eddied above the russet plain. He knew that if he made any sharp, sudden movement, he would feel it in his bones like the twinge of an old rheumatic joint. He stretched himself on his back. The sky was pink and empty. If only one could fall headlong into the sky. But there was nothing he could do about it. We are earthbound creatures, and that is at the root of all our troubles. The 4 soldiers whom he had seen moving slowly along the edge of the field had turned at its far end in order to regain the road. They were strung out in single file. They were men from a sapper company. Matthew did not know them by sight. The corporal, walking ahead of the others, had a faint look of Binet. Like him, he was in his shirt sleeves, and his hairy chest was plainly visible. Behind him was a dark, sun-tanned fellow, his tunic thrown loosely about his shoulders. He was holding a wheat stalk in his left hand and extracting the grain with his right. Raising it to his mouth, he began to lick up the golden seeds with small, pecking movements of his head. The third, taller and older than the rest, was running his fingers through his fair hair. All were walking slowly, dreamily, with the easy carriage of civilians. The man who had been fidgeting with his hair dropped his hands, passing them gently over his neck and shoulders, as though enjoying the feel of a body that had suddenly emerged into the sunlight from its shapeless military chrysalis. They stopped, almost at the same moment, and stood, one behind the other, looking at Matthew. Their eyes were the eyes of creatures belonging to a different age of the world's history. Matthew felt as though he had melted into the grass. He was a meadow exposed to the fixed stare of animals. The dark fellow said, "I've lost me belt." His voice did nothing to break the charm of the relaxed, inhuman world. The sounds it uttered were not words but just part of the rustle which made up the silence. A similar rustle came from the lips of his fair-haired companion. "Don't worry, the Jerrys would have took it in any case." A 4th man seemed to materialize noiselessly. He stopped and looked up. His face reflected the sky's emptiness. "Hey," he said. He stooped, picked a poppy, and stuck it in his mouth. As he straightened up again, he noticed that Binet had his arms round the girl and was holding her tight. He started to laugh. "Been pretty hot." "You said it, chum. But it's cooling off now." "Seems like it." "'Bout time, too." The 4 heads nodded. The intelligence conveyed by the gesture was peculiarly French. Then, intelligence faded. All that remained was a sense of immense leisure. The heads continued to nod. For the first time in their lives, thought Matthew, they're knowing what it's like to have a rest. They were resting from forced marches, from inspections, from maneuvers, from leaves, from waiting, and from hoping. They were resting from the war, and from a weariness more ancient still, the weariness of peace. In the middle of the growing crops, at the forest's edge, on the outskirts of the village, other small groups were similarly resting. Troops of convalescents were roaming the countryside. "Hey! Pirard!" shouted the corporal. Matthew turned his head. Pirard, Captain Morin's batman, had halted at the roadside and was making water. He was a sly, brutish peasant from Brittany. Looking at him now, Matthew felt a shock of surprise. The man's animal face was flushed by the setting sun, his eyes were dilated, gone was his habitual expression of distrust and shiftiness. For the first time, perhaps, he was seeing the signs written across the sky, and the mystic circle of the sun. "Hey! Pirard!" Pirard gave a start. "What you up to?" demanded the corporal. "Just talking a breath o' air," said Pirard. "Can't yer see there's ladies about?" Pirard looked down at his hands. What he saw seemed to surprise him, for he hastily buttoned up his trousers. Did it without thinkin', he said. Don't mind me, said the girl. She snuggled up against Bennett and smiled at the corporal. Her skirt was above her knees, and it never occurred to her to pull it down. All was innocence in this new world. They looked at her legs, but with a sort of gentle and astonished melancholy. They were angels, the expression of their faces was quite without emotion. Well, so long, said the dark-haired man, we'll be toddling. Just taking a walk to get up an appetite, said the tall, fair man with a laugh. Here's wishing you a good one, said Matthew. They laughed. Everyone knew there was nothing to eat in the village. The spare rations in the quartermaster's stores had all been looted early that morning. It ain't appetite that's the trouble. They none of them moved. They had stopped laughing now, and a flicker of uneasiness showed in the corporal's eyes. It was as though they were afraid to say goodbye. Matthew was half inclined to ask them to sit down. Come on, said the corporal, but the calm authority of his tone was rather overdone. They started off again towards the road. Their departure tore a sudden hole in the coolness of the evening, through which trickled a few drops of time. The Germans took a leap forward, 5 steel fingers closed about Matthew's heart. Then the bleeding stopped, time once again coagulated, and the scene reverted to a park in which angels were sauntering at their ease. How empty it all is, thought Matthew. Some vast, brooding figure had made off, leaving nature in charge of a few second-line soldiers. A voice runs beneath the sun of an older world, Pan is dead, and some such dereliction was what they felt now. But what was it that had died this time? France? Christendom? Hope? Quietly the earth and the fields had turned back to their pristine uselessness. On the surface of these meadows that they could neither cultivate nor protect, men were now but parasites. The world seemed made anew, yet all about the evening stood the black fringes of the coming night, and in the depths of that night a comet would strike the earth. Were they going to be bombed? It might not be long before some such pleasant little attention was afforded them. Was this the first day of the world, or the last? The wheat, the poppies, now growing dark as far as I could see, the whole prospect, seemed caught in a simultaneous crisis of birth and death. Matthew let his eye roam over this peaceful ambiguity. He thought it is the paradise of despair. Your lips are cold, said Bennett. He leaned to the girl and kissed her. Do you feel cold? He asked her. No. Do you like me kissing you? Yes, very much. Then why are your lips cold? Is it true they rape the women? She asked. You're crazy. Kiss me, she said passionately. I don't want to think about anything anymore. She took his head between her hands and fell back upon the grass, pulling him down upon her. My pretty, he said, my pretty. He covered her, and Matthew could see no more than the tangle of their hair in the grass. But almost at once Bennett's face reappeared. The mask of sneering self-sufficiency had fallen from it. His eyes looked at Matthew with the smooth and simple nakedness of an immense simplicity, but did not see him. They brimmed with loneliness. Darling, don't leave off, sighed the girl. But rigid, white, and blind the head stayed reared above the grass. Now, thought Matthew, he is doing a man's work, and looked into the dark and clouded eyes. Bennett lay with the girl crushed beneath him to the earth, making her one with the earth and the hesitant grasses. He held the goodness of the earth under the pressing weight of loins and belly. She was summoning him into her, and in her he was taking root. She was water, woman, mirror, giving back the reflection of the virgin hero with battles still to fight. Nature, in a breathless silence, supine beneath him, gave absolution for defeat, murmuring, "Come to me, darling, come." But it was his will to play the part of the conquering male to the end. He pressed with his open palms against the earth. His arms, doubled behind him, looked like wings. He reared his head above the docility of her tangled hair. It was his will to be admired, reflected, and desired by her who lay beneath him in the deep darkness of unthinking surrender. It was his will to ignore the glory that was being transmitted to his body by the earth, like animal heat, to break free into the emptiness and anguish of a thought, what next? The girl wound her arms about his neck and drew it down. His head plunged into the depths of love and glory, and the grasses met above it. Very quietly, Matthew got up and moved away. He crossed the field. He caught a glimpse of one of the angels sauntering upon the road that still shone white between the dark stains of the poplars. The couple lay hid in the dark grass. Soldiers passed, carrying bunches of flowers. One of them, as he walked, raised the bunch he carried to his face, buried his nose in the flowers, and breathed in, with their fragrance, his idleness, his pain, the sense of a superfluity that nothing seemed to justify. The corrosion of the night lay on flowers and faces. In the darkness they all looked alike. I am like them, thought Matthew. He walked on a little way, saw a star come out, and brushed past a shadowed saunterer who was whistling on his way. The man turned his head, and Matthew saw his eyes. They exchanged a smile, one of those smiles that he had met with yesterday, a smile of friendship. Chilly, said the man. Yes, said Matthew, it's beginning to get cold. They had nothing more to say, and the other moved on. Matthew looked after him. Must men, then, lose everything, even hope, before one could read in their eyes all that a man might gain? Panette was busy making love, Guichely and Latex were lying dead drunk on the floor of the mairie, along the road solitary angels walked at leisure, with only their pain for company. No one needs me. He sat down on the edge of the road because there was nowhere for him to go. Night entered into him through mouth and eyes, through nose and ears. He was no one now, he was nothing any longer but misery and darkness. The thought of Charlotte came to him and he jumped to his feet, the thought of Charlotte alone with his fear and his shame. All the time I was indulging in romantic melancholy among those drunken beasts, he was alone, humble, and fearful, and I might have helped him. Charlotte was seated just where he had left him, bending over his book. Matthew went up to him and ruffled his hair. You're ruining your eyes. I'm not reading, said Charlotte. I'm thinking. He had raised his head, and there was the hint of a smile on his thick lips. What are you thinking about? About my shop, wondering whether it's been looted. That's not very likely, said Matthew. He pointed to the darkened windows of the mairie. What's going on in there? Don't know, said Charlotte, there hasn't been a sound for some time. Matthew sat down on a step. Not feeling too good, eh? Charlotte smiled sadly. Was it because of me you came back? He asked. I was feeling bored. It occurred to me that you might feel inclined for a bit of company. That suited me fine. Charlotte shook his head but said nothing. Like me to go away? Asked Matthew. No, said Charlotte. I don't mind you being here, but you can't help me. What can you say, that the Germans aren't savages, that one's got to keep one's courage up? I know all that. He sighed and laid the book down beside him with great care. If you aren't a Jew, he said, you can't possibly understand. He laid his hand on Matthew's knee, and added, almost apologetically, it's not me that's frightened, but the race deep down in me. There's nothing I can do about it. Matthew was silent. They sat there side by side, saying nothing, the one without hope, the other powerless to help, both waiting for the darkness to cover them. It was the hour at which objects overflow their contours and fuse together in the fluffy shades of evening. The window slid with motionless movement into the dusk, the room was a pinnace adrift, the whiskey bottle an Aztec god. Philippe was a long, grey weed, powerless to frighten. Love was much more than love, and friendship not quite friendship. Daniel, invisible in the shadows, was talking of friendship. He was no more than a calm, warm voice. He paused for breath, and Philippe took advantage of the silence to say, "How dark it's getting, don't you think we might turn on the lights?" "If the current isn't cut off," said Daniel dryly. He got up with an ill grace. The moment had come when he must submit to the ordeal of light. He opened the window, leaned out above the emptiness below, and breathed in the violet fragrance of the silence. How often, at this same time, I have longed to escape, and have heard the sound of mounting steps that have trampled on my thoughts. The night was untamed and mild. The flesh, so often wounded by the darkness, had healed. A virgin night, deep, profound, a lovely night with never a man to be seen, an exquisite blood orange without pips. Regretfully he closed the shutters and turned the switch. The room leaped from the shadows, the various objects took on familiar identity. Philippe's face pressed hard against his eyes. He felt within the focus of his vision the movement of this magnified head, precisely defined, freshly severed, disconcerted. Its two bewildered eyes held his own fascinated, as though he were seeing it for the first time. I've got to play a cautious game, he thought. He was conscious of a feeling of embarrassment, raised his hand as though to dissipate a trick of the eyes, pinched the lapel of his coat between his fingers, and smiled. He dreaded being unmasked. What are you staring at me like that for? Do you find me good looking? Very good looking, said Philippe in a colorless voice. Daniel turned to the mirror, and studied, not without a feeling of pleasure, his dark and handsome face. Philippe had lowered his eyes and was sniggering behind his hand. You giggle like any schoolgirl. Philippe stopped, but Daniel would not leave the subject. What are you giggling at? Oh, nothing special. The boy was half drunk with wine, suspense, and weariness. Now's the moment, thought Daniel, but he must be careful to treat the whole thing as a joke, a sort of schoolboy prank. Provided he did that, Philippe would let himself be tumbled on the divan, petted, kissed behind the ear. He would put up no sort of fight, but merely dissolve in helpless laughter. Sharply, Daniel turned his back on him, and took a few paces across the room. Too soon, much too soon, mustn't make a fool of myself. If I do that, he'll simply run off in the morning and kill himself if he doesn't try to kill me. Well, now, he said. Well, echoed Philippe. Look me in the eyes. He stared hard at the boy. His nod expressed satisfaction. You're no coward, he said slowly. I'm certain of that. He extended his hand and tapped Philippe on the chest with one finger. Run away because you'd panicked, that's not the sort of thing you'd do. No, you just turned your back on the whole affair, left them to settle it without you. Why should you get yourself killed for the sake of France? Why indeed? You don't care a damn about France, do you, you young scamp? Philippe's only reply was a movement of the head. Daniel resumed his walking up and down the room. You're through with all that, he said with an appearance of nervous gaiety. You've had a stroke of luck that never came my way. Oh, he added hastily, gesturing with his hand, I'm not referring to our meeting. What I meant was that the historical coincidence has been a godsend for you. You want to undermine bourgeois morality, don't you? Well, you've got the Germans now to give you a helping hand. They'll make a clean sweep of all this junk right enough. You'll have the delightful spectacle of respectable householders positively crawling and licking the conqueror's boots, just asking to have their fat bums kicked. They're the people who have really been beaten in this war. What an opportunity for you to show your contempt. He laughed till the tears came. Oh, what a spring cleaning there's going to be, he said, then, with a quick swing round, you've got to learn to love them. Philippe looked startled. Who've I got to learn to love? He asked. The Germans, they are our allies. Love the Germans, but I don't know them. We'll get plenty of opportunity to know them, never fear. We shall be asked to dine with the Gauleiter, with the Field Marshal. They'll trot us round in their great black Mercedes cars, while the Parisians'll have to trudge it on foot. Philippe stifled a yawn. Daniel took him by the shoulders and shook him. You've got to love the Germans, he said with intense seriousness, that's going to be the first of your spiritual exercises. The boy showed no sign of being particularly thrilled at the idea. Daniel let him go, flung out his arms and intoned with mock solemnity. Voice I venir le temps de assassins. Philippe yawned again. Daniel could see his pointed tongue. I'm sleepy, said Philippe apologetically, I haven't shut my eyes for 2 nights. Daniel was half inclined to show anger, but he too felt exhausted, as always when he had found a new object for his affection. Desire for Philippe had left him with a sensation of heavy frustration. He longed suddenly to be alone. I'll leave you to yourself, then, he said, you'll find pajamas in the chest of drawers. Thanks all the same, said the boy, without much show of conviction, but I really ought to be getting home. Daniel smiled at him. Just as you choose, but you run the risk of meeting a patrol, and God knows what they'll do to you. You're as pretty as a girl, and all Germans are homosexual. Besides, even if you do get home safely, it'll be only to find what you're running away from. Aren't there photographs of your stepfather on the walls, and doesn't the room reek of your mother's scent? Philippe seemed not to have heard. He made an effort to get up, but fell back again on the divan. Ha, he said in a drowsy voice. He looked at Daniel with a puzzled smile. Perhaps it would be better if I stayed here. Good night, then. Good night, said Philippe with another yawn. Daniel crossed the room. As he passed the fireplace he pressed a piece of the molding, and one of the bookshelves turned on itself, revealing a row of yellow-bound books. Allow me to introduce you to hell, he said, later on, you must read them, they're full of you. Of me, said Philippe, not understanding. Yes, of your case. He readjusted the shelf and opened the door. The key was still on the outside. He tossed it across to Philippe. If you're afraid of ghosts or burglars, you can lock yourself in, he said mockingly. He shut the door behind him, groped his way in the darkness to the far end of his bedroom, switched on the reading lamp, and sat down on the bed. Alone at last. 6 hours of stumping the streets, and 4 more hard at it playing the part of Mephistopheles. I'm all in. He sighed with the sheer pleasure of solitude. Reveling in the thought that there was no one to see him, he pulled a mournful face. Then he smiled and stretched himself out as though in a lovely hot bath. He was accustomed to these long fits of desire in the abstract, and experience had taught him that he would suffer less if he lay down. The lamp threw a round patch of light on the ceiling, the pillow felt cool. Motionless, dead, smiling, Daniel lay there at rest. Peace, perfect peace, I have locked the front door and the key is in my pocket. Besides, he's dropping with sleep and won't wake up till midday. Pacifist, really. On the whole, though, I haven't got much out of the adventure yet. There must be some weak spot on which I can play if only I can find it. With the Nathaniels and the Rambos Daniel was on his own ground, but he found the younger generation disconcerting. What an extraordinary mix-up narcissism and social theories, it just doesn't make sense. All the same, by and large, things hadn't gone too badly. He'd got the boy safe there under lock and key. If the worst came to the worst, he could always play the card of systematic debauching. It flattered the victim, and it usually worked. Sooner or later, I'll get you, and then I'll put your principles through the mangle well and truly, dear angel face. Social theories, indeed, you'll soon see what'll become of them. The coldly calculated enthusiasm in which he had been indulging lay heavy on his stomach. What he needed was a good strong dose of cynicism to clear his emotional bowels. If I can keep him for a good long time, I'm in luck's way. I need a quiet life, with my little bit of relaxation always on tap when I feel like it. I'm through with the old racketing round with Graf and Toto, with my aunt from Honfla, with Marius and Sens Antierdi. I'm through with hanging round the Gerda Est on the lookout for squalid little soldiers on leave with their smelly feet. I'm going to settle down, through with the terror. He sat up on the bed and began to undress. This time, he decided, it was going to be serious. He felt sleepy and perfectly calm. He got up to fetch his pajamas, clearly conscious of how calm he felt. It really is extraordinary, he thought, that I'm not all on edge. At that precise moment he got the feeling that there was somebody behind him. He swung round. There was nobody, but suddenly the calmness of his mood was shattered, rent in two. Just the same old business over again. He knew it all backwards, could foresee precisely what would happen, could reckon minute by minute the years of misery that lay ahead, the daily toll of long, long years heavy with boredom and hopelessness, and, at the end of them, the squalid, inevitable end. It was all there. He looked at the shut door. He was breathing heavily. This time, he thought, it'll be the end of me, and in his mouth he could taste the bitterness of all the agonies still to come. "'Tis a proper blaze," said an old man. Everybody was out on the road, soldiers, old men, and girls. The schoolmaster pointed with his stick towards the horizon. Perched on its ferrule was the glow of an artificial sun, of a ball of fire dimming the pale dawn. Roberville was burning. "'Tis a proper blaze." "Aye, that 'tis." The old men stood, their hands behind their backs, rocking a little on their feet, and saying "Aye, that 'tis" in their deep, calm voices. Charlotte dropped Matthew's arm. "It's awful," he said. "'Tis what always comes to we country folk," replied one of the veterans, "when 'tisn't war, 'tis hail or frost. There bain't no peace anywheres for we country folk." The soldiers were fumbling the girls in the darkness and making them giggle. Matthew could hear behind him the shouts of urchins playing in the abandoned alleys of the village. A woman came forward, she was holding a baby in her arms. "Is it the French as has done it?" she asked. "You not caught on, ma," said Luberon, "it's the Fritzes." One of the old men tremblingly voiced his incredulity, "The Fritzes?" "Yes, Fritzes, box." The old man seemed to be unconvinced. "Us had T-box here in other war, and they didn't do much 'arm. Germans be decent lads." "What they go and do a thing like that for?" demanded Luberon indignantly. "We ain't a lot of savages. Why should it be they as done it? How'll they manage for billets now?" A bearded soldier raised his hand. "Probably some of our little lot have been playing the fool and letting off at 'em. One man dead's enough for the Fritzes to burn down a whole village." The woman turned to him with a worried look. "And what about you?" she asked. "How do you mean, what about us? You're not going to play the fool?" The soldiers laughed. "Don't worry your head about that, lady. We know what's good for us." They exchanged conspiratorial looks under cover of their laughter. "Oh yes, we know what's good for us. We're not likely to go looking for trouble, with peace breaking out, and all." The woman stroked her child's head. "Is it really going to be peace?" she asked in quavering tones. "Yes, it's peace all right," said the schoolmaster with conviction, "that's what we've got to remember." A sort of ripple passed through the crowd. Matthew could hear behind him a confused medley of voices. They sounded almost happy. "It's peace, it's peace." He watched Roberville burning and echoed their words, "The war's over, it's peace." He looked at the road. 200 yards ahead it emerged from darkness, flowed, a white, glimmering stream, to his feet, and passed beyond, to lap against the houses with their closed shutters, a lovely road, a road of adventure, a road of danger, a road on which there was no turning back. It had recaptured the untamed wildness of the rivers of antiquity. Tomorrow it would float into the village vessels filled with murderers. Charlotte sighed and Matthew silently pressed his arm. "There they are," said a voice. "What do you mean?" "The Fritzes, there they are." There was movement in the darkness. Scattered skirmishers, their rifles under their arms, were emerging, one by one, from the dark waters of the night. They advanced slowly, cautiously, ready to open fire at the least alarm. "There they are, there they are." Matthew felt himself jostled and elbowed. The crowd about him swayed with an uncertain but dearly defined movement. "Hey, boys, better get out of this. You crazy, they've seen us. Only thing to do is to wait for 'em. Wait for 'em, they'll shoot." A great sigh of hopelessness rose from the crowd. The schoolmaster's thin voice cut through the stillness. "Women to the rear. Drop your rifles, men those who have them, and put your hands up. Can't you see they're French, you fools?" exclaimed Matthew, beside himself with anger. "French, where from?" They were French, right enough, 15 men under the command of a lieutenant. Their faces were set and grimy. The village folk lined the road and looked at them with unfriendly eyes. French they might be, but they were from a strange and dangerous country. Frenchmen with rifles, Frenchmen in the dead of night, Frenchmen creeping out of the shadows, out of the war, bringing the war with them into this village to which peace had already come. From Paris, they might be, or Bordeaux, visitors only a degree less bad than Germans. They came on between twin hedges of hostile apathy, looking at nobody. The expression on their faces was one of pride. The lieutenant gave an order and they halted. "What division do you belong to?" he asked. The question was addressed to nobody in particular. It was met by silence, and he repeated it. "61st, said a surly voice. "Where are your officers?" "They've hopped it." "What do you mean?" "Hopped it," repeated the soldier with obvious satisfaction. The lieutenant compressed his lips. He did not press his inquiry. "Where is the mairie?" Charlotte, always willing to oblige, stepped forward. "On the left far end of the street, about 100 yards up." The officer swung round and looked him up and down. "Is that the way you speak to an officer? Have you forgotten how to stand to attention? Would it be too much to suggest that you say sir?" For a few moments no one spoke. The lieutenant was looking hard at Charlotte. The men crowded about Matthew were looking at the lieutenant. Then Charlotte straightened up. "Beg pardon, sir. That's better." The lieutenant looked contemptuously at the circle of faces, motioned with his hand, and the little group of soldiers moved on. The men of the 61st watched the darkness swallow them without a word. "I thought we were through with officers," said Luberon with an effort. "Through with officers," came a voice, bitter and exacerbated. "You don't know officers, they'll bugger us about till we're all bleedin' stiffs." "They won't start any of their fighting here, will they?" asked one of the women suddenly. A ripple of laughter greeted her words. "What do you think, Ma?" said Charlotte, good-humoredly, "they're not nuts." Silence reigned once more. Every face was turned to the north. Roberville, isolated, out of reach, already legendary, was burning. It had been unlucky. It was in a foreign country, on the other side of a frontier. Fighting fire, death, destruction. Well, that's just too bad for Roberville. Nothing much can happen to us. Slowly, nonchalantly, men began to drift away from the crowd and move towards the village. Better get their stuff in some sort of order so's to be ready when the Fritzes turned up at dawn. "I'm off," said Charlotte. "Going to turn in. Seems to be the general idea. Like me to come with you?" "Don't bother," said Charlotte with a yawn. He moved off, and Matthew was left alone. We're slaves, he thought, nothing more or less than slaves. But he felt no anger at his companions. It wasn't their fault. They had had 10 months of hard labor. There had been a changeover of authority now, and they were about to pass into the hands of German officers. They would salute the Feldwebel and the Oberleutnant. It wouldn't make much difference. The officer caste is international. The hard labor would go on. That was all there was to it. It's at myself that I feel anger, he thought, but resented doing so. To feel angry with himself was a way of setting himself above the rest. Indulgent to others, severe with oneself, just another trick of pride. At once innocent and guilty, too severe yet too indulgent, impotent yet responsible, part of the general whole yet rejected by each several individual, perfectly lucid yet utterly deceived, enslaved yet sovereign. I'm just like everybody else. Somebody clutched his arm. It was the girl from the post office. Her eyes were blazing. You must do something to stop him if you're his friend. He wants to fight. Oh, do something to stop him. Panette appeared behind her. His face was pale and his eyes had a dead look. His lips were distended in a sinister grin. What do you want me to do, my dear? Matthew asked her. I've just told you he wants to fight. I heard him say so. He went to the captain and told him he wanted to fight. What captain? The one that went by with his men. Panette chuckled, his hands behind his back. That was no captain, that was a lieutenant. Is it true that you want to fight? Asked Matthew. You make me sick, the whole lot of you. You see, said the girl, you see. He said he wanted to fight, I heard him. But who said there's going to be any fighting? Didn't you look at them? They've got murder in their faces. He and she pointed to Panette. He frightens me, he's a monster. Matthew gave a shrug. But what can I do? Aren't you his friend? That's just why I can't do anything. If you're his friend, you ought to tell him that he's no right to get himself killed. She clung to Matthew's arm. He hasn't any right to. Why? You know perfectly well. Panette's smile was cruel and insensitive. I'm a soldier, it's my job to fight, that's what soldiers are for. Then you shouldn't have come after me. She seized him by the arm, and added, in a trembling voice. You belong to me. Panette shook himself free. I don't belong to anyone. Yes, you do, she said, you belong to me. She turned on Matthew, passionately summoning him to her aid. You tell him that he's no right to get himself killed. It's your duty to tell him that. Matthew said nothing. She advanced upon him, her face ablaze. For the first time Matthew saw her as desirable. You call yourself his friend, and you don't care whether he gets hurt or not. Certainly I care. You think it's a fine thing for a boy like that to stand up to a whole army, don't you? It's not even as though it would do any good. You know perfectly well that no one's going to fight now. Oh yes, I know that all right, said Matthew. Then why don't you tell him? Because he hasn't asked my opinion. Henry, I implore you, ask him what he thinks. He's older than you are, he must know. Panette raised his hand as though to refuse her request. But suddenly an idea seemed to occur to him, and he let it fall to his side, screwing up his eyes with a sly expression which Matthew had never seen in them before. You want me to discuss with him what I mean to do? Yes, since you don't love me enough to listen to what I've got to say. All right, then, I will, but you clear off first. Why? I'm not going to talk to him in front of you. But why? Because this isn't woman's business. It's my business, since it concerns you. Hell, he said, by now thoroughly exasperated, you give me the bellyache. He nudged Matthew in the ribs. There's no need for you to go away, said Matthew quickly, he and I'll take a stroll along the road, you wait here. Oh yes, I know, and then you won't come back. You're crackers, said Panette, where do you think we're going? We'll be within 20 yards of you, you'll be able to see us the whole time. And if your friend tells you not to fight, you'll listen to him. Sure, said Panette, I always do what he tells me. She clung to Panette's neck. Swear you'll come back, even if you decide to fight, even if your friend advises you to? Anything would be better than not seeing you again. Will you swear? All right, have it your own way. Say I swear. I swear, said Panette. And you swear you'll bring him back to me, she said to Matthew. Of course I do. Don't be long, she said, and don't go far. They went a few yards along the road in the direction of Roberville. Trees and bushes mottled it with shadow. After a few moments Matthew turned his head. The girl from the post office was standing where they had left her, tense and upright, trying to make them out in the darkness. Another step, and she would vanish altogether. At that very moment her voice came to them. "Don't go too far, I can't see you." Panette began to laugh. He made a funnel of his hands and shouted back to her. "Oh ho! Oh ho ho oh ho ho ho!" They walked on. Panette was still laughing. "She wanted me to believe she was a virgin. That's what all the trouble's about." "Ah! That's according to her, can't say I noticed it meself. Some girls are like that, you think they're lying, and then you find they really are virgins." "Says you," replied Panette with a chuckle. "It does happen sometimes." "Oh yeah, and even if it does, it'd be an odd coincidence if it should happen to me." Matthew smiled but said nothing. Panette jerked his head up. "Look here, you know, I didn't force her. When a girl's serious there's plenty of ways for her to keep a chap at a distance. Take my wife, for instance, we both wanted it bad, but there wasn't nothing doing before we got spliced." He clinched his words with a movement of the hand. "Cross me heart. That little piece was just crazy for it, or I'm very much mistaken, honest, it was just doing her a favor. What if you've started a kid?" "What, me?" said Panette, flabbergasted. "You don't know what you're talking about. I'm one of your careful sort. My wife wouldn't have one because we was too poor, so I got in the way of watching meself. Oh no, there ain't nothing like that going to happen. She had her bit of fun, I had mine, we're quits." It's difficult to believe that, if it really was the first time so far as she was concerned. Women don't often find the first time much fun. "Well then, wasn't that just too bad," said Panette, unsympathetically, "in that case it was a proper trip up for her." They relapsed into silence. A moment or so passed, then Matthew raised his head and tried to see Panette's face in the darkness. "Is it true that they're going to put up a fight?" "Yes." "In the village? Where else do you suggest?" Matthew felt his heart contract. Then, suddenly, he found himself thinking of Longin being sick under the tree, of Guichely sprawling on the floor, of Luberon watching Roberville burning, and saying its piece. He uttered an angry laugh. "What are you laughing at?" "I was thinking of the boys and of what a nasty surprise they've got coming to them." "You said it? Is the lieutenant willing to take you on?" "If I've got a rifle." He said, "Come along if you can find a rifle." "Your mind's made up?" Panette laughed savagely. "It's," began Matthew. Panette swung round on him. "I'm of age, I don't need any advice." "In that case," said Matthew, "let's go back." "No," said Panette, "let's walk a bit further." They walked on. Suddenly, Panette said, "Hey, jump into the ditch." "What?" "Do as I say, jump." They jumped, scrambled up the bank, and found themselves in the middle of a wheat field. "There's a path over there to the left, that leads back to the village," explained Panette. Matthew stumbled and fell on one knee. "What's all this damn nonsense about?" "Can't stick the sight of not now," replied Panette. They could hear a woman's voice coming from the direction of the road. "Henry! Henry!" "Sticks like a limpet," said Panette. "Henry, don't leave me." Panette seized Matthew's arm and pulled him down. They lay in the wheat. They could hear the girl running along the road. A wheat ear rasped Matthew's cheek, some small animal scuttled away between his hands. "Henry, don't leave me. You can do what you like, but don't leave me. Come back, Henry. I won't say a thing, I promise, only come back. Don't leave me like this, Henry. I. Don't go away without giving me a kiss." She passed close by them, she was panting. Lucky the moon's not up yet, whispered Pinette. The smell of the earth was strong in Matthew's nostrils, it was soft and damp beneath his hands. He heard Pinette's hoarse whisper, and thought, they're going to fight in the village. The girl cried out to them twice more, her voice roughened with anguish. Then, suddenly, she turned on her heel, and started to run back the way she had come. She loves you, said Matthew. Oh, to hell with her, replied Pinette. They got up. Away to the northeast, Matthew could see, just above the line of the wheat, a ball of flickering fire. One man's enough for the Fritzes to burn down a whole village. Well, what about it, said Pinette in a challenging voice, what about you doing a bit of consoling of Er? She gets on my nerves, said Matthew, besides, I'm not particularly interested in women just at present. Still, it was wrong, you know, to do what you did, if you meant to drop her like a hot brick. Blast the old bleeding show, said Pinette, according to you everything one does is wrong. There's the path, said Matthew. They walked on for a while. Pinette said, the moon. Matthew, looking up, saw a second fire on the horizon, this time a blaze of silver. A regular picture, said Pinette. I don't think they'll get here before tomorrow morning, said Matthew. A moment later, he added, not looking at Pinette, you'll be killed to the last man. That's war, that is, said Pinette hoarsely. You've got it wrong, said Matthew, the war's over. Armistice isn't signed yet. Matthew took Pinette's hand and squeezed it gently, it was icy. Sure you really want to get done in? I certainly don't want to get done in, I want to knock over a Jerry. The two things go together. Pinette withdrew his hand without speaking. Matthew wanted to say something. He's going to die for nothing, he thought, and the idea stuck in his throat. But suddenly he felt cold. He said nothing. What right have I to stop him, what alternative can I offer? He turned his head, looked at Pinette, and began to whistle softly. Pinette was far out of his reach, marching blindly through the darkness of his last night, marching but not advancing, for whither he was going he had already come, his birth and death had swung full circle, and met. He was marching under the moon with the imminent sun already shining on his wounds. Over and done with was Pinette's pursuit of Pinette, for now he was wholly himself, a Pinette entire, close-packed in the final reckoning. Matthew sighed, and in silence took his arm, the arm of a young employee of the Metro, noble, gentle, brave, and tender, who had been killed on June 18, 1940. Pinette smiled at him, from the depths of his past he smiled. Matthew saw the smile and felt utterly alone. I can break the shell that separates us only if I am content to wish for myself no other future than his, no other sun than that on which, tomorrow, he will look for the last time, to find contentment in sharing his time, his very minutes and his death. Very slowly he said, it's I, really, who ought to go to the slaughter in your place, because I have so much less reason for living. Pinette looked at him happily. Once again they had become almost contemporaries. You. I have been on the wrong tack ever since the word go. It's easy, said Pinette, you've only got to come along of me. We can wipe the slate clean and start again. Matthew smiled, one can wipe the slate clean, but one can't begin again, he said. Pinette put his arm about his neck. Delarue, dear old pal, he said passionately, come with me. It'll be lovely having you, I shan't know any of the other chaps. Matthew hesitated. To die, to enter into the eternity of a life that was already dead, to die together. He shook his head. No. Why not? I don't want to. Scared. No, it just seems to me stupid, that's all. To cut one's own hand with a knife, to throw away one's wedding ring, to shoot off a rifle at the Jerry's and so what? To smash and destroy that wasn't liberty, but a mere acting on impulse. If only I could be reasonable. Why is it stupid? Asked Pinette irritably. I want to bring down a Jerry, what is there stupid about that? You can bring down 100, but it won't alter the fact that the war has been lost. I shall save my honor. In whose eyes? Pinette walked on with lowered head, saying nothing. Even if they put up a monument to you, even if they laid your ashes under the Arc de Triomphe, would all that be worth the burning of a village? Let it burn, said Pinette, that's the fortune of war. There are women and children in it. They'll be safe enough if they run off into the fields. His face was like the face of an idiot, the sooner the better. Matthew laid his hand on his shoulder. You love your wife as much as all that. What's my wife got to do with it? Isn't it for her you want to bring down your fairies? I'm sick of all the nonsense you talk, shouted Pinette. If that's all education's done for you, I'm glad I never had any. They reached the first houses of the village. Suddenly, Matthew started to shout in his turn. I'm fed up, he cried, fed up, fed up. Pinette stopped and stared at him. What's biting you? Nothing, said Matthew, dumbfounded at his own behavior. I think I must be going mad. Pinette shrugged his shoulders. I want to look in at the school, the rifles are in the classroom. The door was open, they went in. Soldiers were sleeping on the tiled floor of the entry. Pinette took his torch from his pocket. A little circle of light showed on the wall. In there, rifles were lying about in piles. Pinette took one of them, looked it over by the light of his torch, put it down and took another which he examined with care. Matthew felt ashamed of the way he had yelled. The essential thing is to know how to wait, and to keep one's brain clear. Rushes of blood to the head settle nothing. He smiled at Pinette. You look as though you're choosing a cigar. Pinette, satisfied at last, slung one of the rifles across his shoulder. This'll do, let's get going. Give me your torch, said Matthew. He shone the beam over the rifles. There was something tedious about the look of them, something administrative. They might have been so many typewriters. It was difficult to believe that one could kill a man with things like that. He bent down and took one at random. What are you doing? Asked Pinette with a look of surprise. Can't you see, answered Matthew, I'm choosing a rifle. No, said the woman, and slammed the door in his face. He stood there on the steps, his arms dangling, and the cowed look he had when he could no longer bully. Old witch, he muttered loud enough for me to hear, but not loud enough for her to hear, too. No, my poor Jacques, not old witch, anything else, but not that. Look down with those blue eyes of yours, look down between your feet, where justice, that lovely masculine toy, lies shattered. Come back to the car with that step of yours which is so infinitely eloquent of melancholy resignation. It's up to God to settle accounts with you, but you'll manage to come out on the right side at the day of judgment. He went back to the car with that step of his which was so infinitely eloquent of melancholy resignation. No, not old witch, he should have found a different epithet, old trout, old cow, old so and so, but not old witch. You envy him his knowledge of slang. No, he would have said nothing at all, and these people would have opened their doors to us, would have given us their bed, their linen, the very shirts off their backs. He would have sat down on the edge of the bed, with his great hand on the red counterpane, would have blushed and said, they take us for man and wife, Odette. And I should have said nothing, and he would have gone on, I'll sleep on the floor, and I should have said, nonsense, it can't be helped. After all, a night's soon over, and what does it matter? We must sleep in the same bed. Oh, do come, Jacques, do come. Seal up my eyes, crush my thoughts, be the man in occupation, lie heavy upon me, be exigent and possessive, don't leave me alone with him. He was coming now, descending the steps, so transparent, so foreseeable, that he was like a memory. You will sniff, with a lift of the right eyebrow, you will drum with your fingers on the bonnet, you will look me through and through, but it was his sniff, his lift of the eyebrows, his searching and pensive look. There he was, leaning over her, a drifting presence in the deep, animal darkness, so that it seemed to her that she could stroke him with her fingertips. He was a drifting shade, unsubstantial, old, a thing of habit. I can see through him the vague, solid mass of the farmhouse, the road, the prowling dog. Everything is new, everything except him. He is not a husband at all, merely a general idea. I call to him, but he gives me no help. She smiled at him, because they must always smile at one another, offering him the gift of nature's sweet tranquility, the confident optimism of a happy woman. But deep down, she was melting into the darkness, liquefying, merging into the vast femininity of the night where somewhere in her heart, Matthew lay concealed. He did not smile. He rubbed his nose with a gesture that he had borrowed from his brother. She gave a start. What have my thoughts been doing? I must have been dozing on my feet. It's too soon yet for me to be an old and cynical woman. I've been dreaming. The words sank back into the dark obscurity of her throat. All was forgotten. Nothing remained on the surface but a flow of shared and tranquil generalities. She asked her question cheerfully. Well, nothing doing. They say they haven't got a barn, but I saw it with my own eyes, over there, on the other side of the yard. I find it difficult to believe that I look like a highwayman. After 14 hours on the road, she said, I don't suppose that we can be a very reassuring sight. He looked at her with careful scrutiny, and she felt her nose gleam like a lighthouse beneath his gaze. He's going to tell me that my nose is shiny. He said, you've got pouches under your eyes, my poor darling, you must be all in. With a quick movement she took her compact from her bag, and examined herself mercilessly in the mirror. I look a perfect sight. In the light of the moon her face seemed as though covered with black splotches. I don't mind looking ugly, but I can't stand being dirty. What do we do now? Asked Jacques uncertainly. She had taken out her powder puff and was dabbing at cheeks and eyes. That's for you to say. I was asking you. He caught at the hand that held the powder puff, and held it imprisoned in his own with an air of smiling authority. I was asking you. You know perfectly well that if I told you what I thought, you wouldn't take the slightest notice of it. But he had to have other people's ideas to criticize. It was the only way in which he could find out what he was thinking himself. She said the first thing that came into her head. Let's drive on, perhaps we shall find a better welcome somewhere else. No, thank you. Once is quite enough for me. How I hate peasants, he said violently. Why shouldn't we drive all night? He stared at her. All night. We could reach Grenoble tomorrow morning. The Blériots would let us rest in their house. Then we could start off again in the afternoon and sleep at Castel Lane. We should be in Rouen by the day after tomorrow. Not on your life. Very seriously he added. I am far too tired. I should fall asleep at the wheel, and we should find ourselves in the ditch. I could take a turn at driving. Darling, the sooner you realize that I'll never let you drive at night, the better. With your short-sightedness, it would be sheer murder. The roads are packed with carts, lorries, and cars driven by people who have never handled a steering wheel in their lives, and who just started off wildly, in a panic. No, you need a man's nerves for this kind of job. Shutters were flung open, a head appeared at a window. There be folk here trying to get some sleep, shouted a rough voice. If so be you've got to talk, for God's sake do it somewhere else. Many thanks, sir, said Jacques in tones of biting irony, you are very polite, and have been most hospitable. He flung himself into the car, slammed the door, and started up the engine, making as much noise as possible. Odette looked at him out of the corner of her eye. Much better say nothing, he's doing 50 at the very least, without lights, because he's terrified of planes. Luckily the moon is full. She was thrown against the door. "What are you doing?" Scarcely slowing down, he had wrenched the car round into a side road. They drove on for a while, then he braked sharply and brought the car to a standstill, some distance up the road, under a clump of trees. "We're going to sleep here." "Here." He said nothing, but opened the door and got out. She followed him. It was almost chilly. "How about sleeping in the open?" "No." She looked regretfully at the soft, dark grass, bent down and touched it as though it had been water. "Oh, Jacques, it would be lovely out here. We could bring a cushion and rugs from the car." "No," he repeated, and added with determination, "we'll sleep in the car. There's no knowing who's prowling the roads in times like these." She watched him walking up and down, his hands in his pockets. His step was young and jaunty. The wind was playing a devil's tattoo in the trees, and his movement seemed compelled to keep time to it. The face he turned to her was old and worried, there was a shifty look in his eyes. Something was wrong. It was almost as though he were ashamed. He turned back towards the car. The youth and magic of the leafy music seemed to possess him, to have run into his feet, so that he moved with an air of gaiety. "He hates sleeping in the car. Whom is he punishing, himself or me?" She felt guilty, though she did not know of what. "Why are you pulling such a face?" he asked. "Here we are, on the open road, headed for adventure. This ought to be just your cup of tea." She looked down. "I never wanted to come away, Jacques, the Germans don't bother me. I wanted to stay in my own home. If the war lasts, we shall be separated from him, we shan't know whether he is alive or dead." What she actually said was, "I am thinking of my brother, and of Matthew." "At this moment," said Jacques with a sour smile, "Raoul is in bed at Carcassonne. But Matthew isn't." "You'd better get this into your head," said Jacques with a flare of temper. "My brother was posted to a second-line formation, and is, therefore, in no danger whatsoever. The worst that can happen to him is to be taken prisoner. In your eyes all soldiers are heroes, but that is where you are wrong, my dear. Matthew is pushing a pen in some headquarters or other. He is having an easier time than if he were out of the battle zone altogether, probably a good deal easier time than we're having at this precise moment, what the army calls a cushy job, and very glad I am, for his sake." "It's not much fun being a prisoner," said Odette without raising her eyes. He turned a solemn look on her. "Don't put things into my mouth that I never said. Matthew's fate causes me great deal of anxiety, but he is strong and he is resourceful." "Oh yes, he is, a great deal more resourceful than you think, for all his happy-go-lucky ways. I know him much better than you do. All that perpetual hesitation of his is largely put on all part of the character he has built up for himself. I can just see him acting as secretary to a German officer, or doing a job as a cook. It would fit him like a glove." He smiled, and repeated with relish, "A cook, yes, just the very thing for him. If you really want to know what I think," he went on confidentially, "it is this, that a spell in a prison camp will give him some much needed ballast. He'll come back a different man." "How long will it last?" asked Odette, her heart in her mouth. "How should I know?" With a self-satisfied wag of the head he added, "But this I can tell you, the war, so far as I can see, can't possibly last very long. The next objective of the German army will be England, and the Channel is not very wide." "But the English will put up a fight," said Odette. "To be sure they will," he threw out his arms in a gesture of despondency, "but whether we ought to want them to, or not, I really am not prepared to say." "What ought we to want?" "What ought to want?" When the war started, it had all seemed so simple. What they ought to want, she had thought, was victory on the 1914 model. But nobody, apparently, had shared her views. She smiled cheerfully, as she remembered having seen her mother do when the Nivelle offensive was opened. She had never wearied of saying, of course we shall win. That's what we've got to say to ourselves all the time, we just can't not win. But she had hated herself for talking like that, because she loathed war, even when it was victorious. People had shaken their heads and said nothing. It was as though she had been guilty of a lack of tact. So she had given up talking about the war at all, had tried to make herself as little conspicuous as possible. She had heard a great deal of argument about Germany, England, and Russia, but had never really begun to understand what it was that people wanted. If only he were here, he would explain it all, she thought. But he wasn't here, he didn't even write. In 9 months he had sent Jacques only 2 letters. What does he think? He must know, he must understand. But what if he didn't? Suppose no one understood? On a sudden impulse, she looked up. She longed to see in Jacques' face that expression of comfortable certainty which still had the power, at times, of calming her, longed to read in his face the assurance that everything would be all right, that there were solid reasons for hope of which she knew nothing. Hope of what? Was it true that an Allied victory could profit nobody but the Russians? She scrutinized his 2 familiar features, and saw him, suddenly, as someone new, and strange eyes darkened by anxiety, a mouth that still retained a hint of arrogance, though it was the sulky arrogance of a child caught doing what it ought not to do. Something is wrong, he doesn't feel comfortable. Ever since they had left Paris he had seemed as though not quite himself, sometimes over-violent, sometimes over-gentle. How frightening it was when men produced that impression of being obsessed by a sense of guilt. "I'm dying for a smoke. Haven't you any cigarettes left?" "No." "Here," she said, "I've got 4. He made a face and took one suspiciously. "Straw," he said, and slipped the packet into his pocket. At the first puff, Odette smelled the fragrance of burning tobacco. The longing to smoke caught her by the throat. For a long time now, even after she had ceased to love him, she had liked to feel thirsty when he drank, hungry when he ate, drowsy when she saw him sleeping. Such feelings were, in some sort, reassuring. It was as though he laid hold of her desires, and sanctified them in a fashion more virile, more moral, more definite than her own, so that she derived a certain vicarious satisfaction from what he did. But now, she laughed softly, "Give me just one." He looked at her as though he did not understand what she meant, then raised his eyebrows. "Sorry, my poor darling, that was a purely automatic reflex on my part." He took the cigarettes from his pocket. "You can keep the packet," she said, "I only want one." They smoked in silence. She was afraid of herself, remembering the violent, irresistible desires that had swept her off her feet when she was a young girl. Perhaps that was all going to start over again. He coughed 2 or 3 times to clear his throat. "There is something he wants to say to me, but he's taking his time, as usual." She went on patiently smoking. "He will approach his subject like a crab, sideways." He was sitting very straight and upright. There was severity in the look he turned on her. "Well, my dear," he said. She smiled at him vaguely. It seemed to be the only thing to do. He laid his hand on her shoulder. "This is a pretty kettle of fish." "Yes," she said, "it certainly is." His eyes were still fixed on her. He crushed out his cigarette against the running board of the car, and put his foot on it. Then, he moved closer to her, and when he next spoke it was with a vehemence that seemed designed to overcome some possible resistance. "We should be running absolutely no risk." She made no reply, and he went on. His voice was quiet but insistent. "I feel quite sure that the Germans will be on their best behavior. They'll be particularly careful about that." It was just as she had always thought. She could read in his eyes the answer he wanted her to make. She said, "But one can never be quite sure, can one? Suppose they burned Paris to the ground and put everyone to the sword?" He shrugged. "Why should they? How like a woman to suggest such a thing." He leaned close to her, and began patiently to explain. Listen to me, Odette, and try to understand. Once the armistice is signed, Berlin will quite certainly want France to take her place as one of the partners in the Axis. It may even be counting on our prestige in America to keep the United States out of the war. Do you see my point? We may be beaten, but we've still got a card up our sleeve. It may even be that our political bigwigs, he gave a low chuckle, have an important part to play in the councils of Europe, provided, that is, they can rise to the occasion. Well, in view of all that, it is quite incredible that the Germans should run the risk of unifying French opinion against them by a display of useless violence. I quite agree, she said, but her nerves were on edge. Ah! He looked at her, and bit his lip. He seemed to be so thoroughly put out, that she added hastily, still, one can never be sure, can one? Suppose they're fired on from windows. Jacques' eyes flashed. Had there been any danger I should have stayed. It was only because I was quite convinced there was none that I resigned myself to the idea of leaving. She remembered how he had come into the drawing room, his quiet, tense manner, the way in which his hand had trembled when he lit a cigarette, the deliberate way in which he had said, "Pack your things, Odette. I've got the car downstairs, and we're leaving in half an hour." What was he getting at now? She did not at all like the sound of his voice. It might, he said, as though closing the subject, have looked rather like abandoning one's post. But you hadn't got a post. I was in charge of our block of flats, he said, and waved away any possible objection on her part. It may sound silly, and I took on the job only because Champenois asked me to. All the same, even in that restricted field, I might have been useful. Besides, we ought to set an example. The look she gave him was utterly devoid of sympathy. Yes, 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 of course you ought to have stayed on in Paris, and if you think I'm going to say you oughtn't, you're very much mistaken. He sighed, well, no use crying over spilt milk. Life would be too easy if one were never confronted by a clash of loyalties. But I'm afraid I'm boring you, darling. These are masculine scruples. But I think I can understand them. Naturally, my dear, naturally. There was something lonely, something virile, in the smile to which he treated her. He took her wrist in his fingers. A note of reassurance came into his voice. Nothing very much could happen to me, at the very worst, they might send all men of military age to Germany. Well, what of it? Matthew is in the same boat though, true, he hasn't got this cursed heart of mine. Remember when that damn fool of an MO turned me down? Yes. How wild I was. I'd have done anything to get taken on. Don't you remember how angry I was? Yes. He sat down on the running board of the car, rested his chin on his hands, and stared straight in front of him. Charvis stayed, he said, not shifting his gaze. Really? Yes, I ran into him this morning, at the garage. He looked surprised when I told him we were going. It's rather different for him, she said automatically. That's true, he said, bitterly, he's a bachelor. Odette was standing beside him, on his left. She could see the glint of his scalp through the thinning hair. So that's it? She thought. His eyes were unfocused. There was no one I could have trusted to look after you, he muttered. She stiffened. What? I said there was no one I could have trusted to look after you. I didn't dare to let you go off to your aunt alone. Are you trying to tell me, she said, and her voice was trembling, that you left Paris on my account? It was a case of conscience, he replied. He looked at her affectionately. You'd been so nervous all those last few days. I was frightened about you. Amazement kept her silent. Why had he got to say that? Why did he feel obliged to say that? He went on with a sort of gaiety of manner. You kept the shutters closed, we lived all day long in darkened rooms, you began hoarding food, there were tins of sardines all over the place, and I think you were worried about Lucienne. You weren't the same after she left. She was frightened out of her wits, besides being as gullible as you make 'em, only too ready to believe stories of rape and atrocities. I won't say what he wants me to say, I won't. What is there left for me if I despise him? She took a step backward. He fixed a steely glare on her. It was as though he were saying, out with it. Come on, out with it. Once more, beneath that eagle stare, beneath her husband's scrutiny, she felt guilty. Perhaps he did think I wanted to go, perhaps I did seem frightened, perhaps I was frightened without knowing it. What is the truth? Up till now it has always been what Jacques said, if I stop believing in him, in whom can I believe? She looked away. I didn't want to stay on in Paris. You were frightened, weren't you? He asked in a tone of kindly indulgence. Yes, she said, I was frightened. When she looked at him again he was smiling. Well, not much harm's been done, he said. A night under the stars not, perhaps, quite suited to our time of life, but we're still young enough to find it rather attractive. He stroked the back of her neck. Remember Hyers, in 36? We slept in the tent, one of the happiest memories of my life. She said nothing. She had gripped the handle of the door, and was clinging to it with all her strength. He choked back a yawn. It's terribly late, how about going to bed? She nodded assent. Somewhere a night bird called and Jacques laughed. Nothing if not rural, he said. You lie on the floor of the car, he added in a tone of affectionate concern, like that, you'll be able to stretch out your legs. I'll sleep in the driving seat. They got back into the car. He locked the right-hand door, and pushed the catch on the other. You all right? Yes, perfectly all right. He took out his revolver and examined it with amusement. This is a situation that would have delighted my old pirate of a grandfather, he said, adding gaily, there's something of the bold sea rover in all the members of my family. She remained silent. He turned in his seat and touched her chin. Give me a kiss, darling. She felt his warm, open mouth pressing against her own. He just touched her lips with his tongue, as in the old days, and she shuddered. At the same moment she felt his hand creeping under her arm and caressing her breast. My poor Odette, he said tenderly, poor little girl, you poor darling child. She flung herself back, I'm simply dropping with sleep. Good night, sweetheart, he said with a smile. He turned round, folded his arms on the wheel, and dropped his head on his hands. She remained seated, rigid, filled with a sense of oppression, watching him. 2 deep breaths, not yet. He was still fidgeting. She could think of nothing while he sat there still wakeful, with that picture of her in his mind. I've never been able to think while he was close to me. Ah, now he's off. He had uttered his 3 familiar grunts. She relaxed slightly. He's no better than an animal. He was sleeping. The war was sleeping. The whole world of men was sleeping, engulfed in that head of his. Upright in the darkness, with the chalky patches of the 2 windows on either hand, deep in a pool of moonlight, Odette kept her vigil. A memory came back to her from the distant past. I was running along a little pinkish road, I was 12, I stopped, my heart beating with a sense of uneasy happiness, I said out loud, I am indispensable. She repeated the words, I am indispensable, but indispensable for what, she did not know. She tried to think about the war, and it seemed to her that she was just on the point of discovering the truth. Is it a fact that victory will profit nobody but the Russians? Suddenly she gave up the attempt. Her joy was turned to a feeling of disgust. I don't know enough about it. She wanted to smoke. I don't really want to, it's just nerves. The desire grew and grew, ending her breasts, peremptory and conquering, as in the days of her uncontrolled girlhood. He put the packet in his coat. Why should he smoke? In his mouth the taste of tobacco must be so terribly boring, So terribly ordinary. Why should he smoke rather than I? She leaned over him. He was breathing regularly. She slipped her hand into his pocket, and took out the cigarettes. Then, very quietly, she pushed back the catch of the door, and slipped out of the car. The moon seen through the leaves, and puddles of moonlight on the road, the freshness of the night air, the cry of a night bird, all these things are mine. She lit a cigarette. The war is asleep, Berlin is asleep, Moscow, Churchill, the Politburo, our statesmen, all are asleep, the whole world is asleep. There is no one to see my night, I am indispensable. Those tins of food were for my adopted soldier boys. It was suddenly borne in on her that she loathed the taste of tobacco. She took 2 more pulls at her cigarette, then threw it away. She could not think why she had wanted to smoke. The leaves rustled softly, the countryside creaked like a floor, the stars were wild animals. She felt frightened. He was sleeping, and she had rediscovered the mysterious world of her childhood, a forest of questions to which there was no answer. It was he who knew the names of the stars, the exact distance of the earth from the moon, the number of persons living in this part of France, their history, their employments. He is asleep, I despise him, and I know nothing about anything. She felt lost in a world of which she could make no use, in a world created to be seen and touched. She ran back to the car. She wanted to wake him, now, at once, to wake science, industry, and the moral code. She touched the handle, she leaned on the door, and saw, through the glass, a large open mouth. What's the use, she said to herself. She sat down on the running board, and began to think, as she did every night, of Matthew. The lieutenant ran up the dark stairs. Matthew and Pinette twisted at his heels. He stopped in the pitch darkness, pushed open a trapdoor with the back of his neck, and they were dazzled by a silvery radiance. Follow me. They jumped into a cold bright sky that was full of memories and faint sounds. Who goes there? It's me, said the lieutenant. Shun. At ease. They were on a square platform at the top of the church tower. It had a roof supported on 4 pillars, one at each corner. Between the pillars ran a stone parapet about 3 foot high. All about them was sky. The moon cast the shadow of one of the pillars on the floor. Everything all right here? Asked the lieutenant. All correct, sir. 3 men stood facing him. All of them were tall and thin. All of them had rifles. Matthew and Pinette felt shy and kept well behind him. Do we hang on here, sir? Asked one of the chasseurs. Yes, said the lieutenant, adding, I've got Clausen and 4 of his chaps in the mairie, the rest will be with me in the schools. Dreer will be responsible for keeping contact. What are our orders, sir? Open fire at discretion, you can use up every scrap of ammo. What's that, sir? The sound of muffled voices and shuffling feet came up to them from the street. The lieutenant smiled. Our friends of the headquarters staff. I've had to put them in the cellar over at the mairie. They'll be a bit pushed for room, but it's only for one night. The box will take delivery when they've finished with us. Matthew looked at the contingent of chasseurs. He felt ashamed for his companions. Not a flicker showed on any of the 3 faces. Listen, said the lieutenant, at 23 o'clock the inhabitants of the village will assemble in the square. Don't fire on them. I am sending them off to spend the night in the woods. Once they're out of the way, open fire on anyone who crosses the street. And don't leave the church on any pretext whatever. If you do, we shall fire on you. He moved towards the trapdoor. The chasseurs looked Matthew and Pinette up and down in silence. Sir, said Matthew. The lieutenant turned round. I'd quite forgotten you. These chaps want to be in on the show. They've got rifles, and I've issued them with ammo. Do what you can with them. If their shooting's too bad, you'd better share out their ammo among yourselves. There was friendliness in the way he looked at his men. Goodbye, boys, he said. Goodbye, sir, they answered politely. For a brief moment he seemed to hesitate, then, with a shake of the head, moved backwards down the first few steps, and let the trap fall. The three men on the roof looked at Matthew and Pinette. Their eyes expressed neither fellow feeling nor curiosity. Matthew took 2 steps backwards and leaned against a pillar. His rifle embarrassed him, either he handled it with excessive unconcern, or else he held it like a candle. Finally, with great care, he laid it on the ground. Pinette joined him. Both of them were standing with their backs to the moon. The 3 chasseurs, on the other hand, were full in its eye. The same black stubble stained all their chalky faces, and all of them had the same fixed stare of night birds. Rather like a social call, isn't it? Said Pinette. Matthew smiled. The other 3 did not smile at all. Pinette went close to Matthew and whispered in his ear. Don't seem to care for us much. That's about the ticket. They felt too much embarrassed to say more. Matthew leaned over the parapet and saw beneath him the dark, billowy foliage of the chestnuts. I'm going to have a word with them, said Pinette. Much better not. But Pinette was already strolling across to the others. My name's Pinette, this bloke here's Delarue. He stopped and waited. The biggest of the 3 nodded, but furnished no information about himself or his companions. Pinette cleared his throat. We've come along to see a bit of fighting, he said. Still no reply. The tall, fair fellow scowled and turned away. Pinette seemed to be put out, and hesitated. What you want us to do? The tall, fair fellow was leaning with his back to the wall. He yawned. Matthew noticed that he was a corporal. What you want us to do? Asked Pinette again. Nothing. What you mean nothing? Nothing for the moment. How about later on? You'll be told. Matthew smiled at them. Find it a bit of a bore having us here with you, eh? Rather be alone. The tall, fair man looked at him thoughtfully, then he turned to Pinette. What's your line? Railwayman Metro. The corporal gave vent to a bark of laughter. But there was no sign of amusement in his eyes. Think you're still a civvy, just you wait a bit. Oh, you mean in the army? Yes. Observer. And your pal? Telephonist. Second line troops. Yes. The corporal studied him attentively as though he found some difficulty in bringing his mind to bear on the problem. What's wrong with you? You look hefty enough. Bad heart. Ever drawn a bead on a man? Never, said Matthew. The corporal turned to his companions. All 3 shook their heads. We'll do our best, said Pinette in a tight little voice. There was a long silence. The corporal looked at them and scratched his head. At last he heaved a sigh and seemed to have made up his mind. My name's Clapot, it's me as gives orders, the others are Chasserio and Dandio. Just you do what they tell you. We been in action for a fortnight, and we pretty well got the hang of it. A fortnight, said Pinette incredulously, how did that happen? We were covering your retreat. Pinette blushed and hung his head. Matthew felt his jaws contract. Clapot proceeded to explain in a more conciliatory tone. Delaying action. They looked at one another, but not a word more was said. Matthew felt ill